Good morning, everybody, and welcome back for a brand new season of racing here at the Brscc as we arrive at the home of British motorsport. Where better to kickstart the 2024 season than the Silverstone circuit, the international layout, playing host to 2 days of racing here to kick-start the year. Andy McEwen in the commentary box to talk you through all of the action. Plenty of it there will be as well. This has always been a layout, bit of a hidden gem actually within British motorsport, but a layout that produces fantastic racing, especially in the dry conditions, which for now we have. It is cloudy, it's overcast completely, it's fairly chilly, but the track is bone dry, and that should allow for plenty of close quarters slipstreaming racing. And we're already actually ready to get straight into that because the cars are heading towards the grid for our first race of the day, and it's a category known for their close quarters slipstream racing. We're going to kick off the 2024 season with some Formula Ford action. This is the Brscc Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford Championship. One race before lunch. We will then have a full afternoon of racing action to come later on in the day. In between which, though, don't go anywhere because we will be handing down to Richard John Neal, who, along with doing all of the post-race interviews, our podium interviews, is also going to be taking a wander around the pit lane and the paddock, chatting to a few of the drivers, some of the officials here at the Brscc, and getting their thoughts on what is set to be another really, really busy season. So cars then arriving on the grid. Qualifying took place earlier on this morning on what I think was still a dry track, maybe a few damp patches around, so we should see the pace improve generally through the course of the race. But it was Alex Ames who got the fastest lap time, a 1 minute 12.668. He will line up on pole position then in the 1990 Van Diemen, but that was only a 1/10.5 quicker than Richard Tarling, who starts alongside him. So Alex Ames and Richard Tarling row 1. Row 2, Cameron Jackson and Tom Hawkins. He should be pretty quick in the first of the Swifts on the grid, and actually it's another Swift right behind him. Paul Mason and Richard Frey will share row 3. Row 4 for Thomas Cranecourt and Oliver Buckton. Row 5, Chris Stones and Vincent Jay, with Paul Britton, ex-MX5 racer Paul Britton, starting 11th ahead of Neil Hunt on the 6th row. Row 7, David Porter and Jake Shortland. Row 8, Ray Smith and Lorna Vickers, with Matthew Smith, Matthew Sturmer and Don Boyack completing the 19-car grid. Healthy grids for all of our categories, really, here this weekend. Someone's got lost on the way to the grid by the looks of it, so bit of a delay in getting them all lined up. But yeah, pretty healthy grids all round. Not bad, actually, given the fact we're only halfway through March. The racing season seems to start sooner and sooner with every year that goes by. And many drivers, particularly in a category like this, where an awful lot of time and effort has to go into preparing the cars pre-season. Some drivers not quite ready to go for our first races, but all of the categories do have pretty healthy grids and should provide some good racing as they aim to get their season off to the best possible start. Cars split into different classes in this championship, so we've got classes A, B and C, and then a couple of guest drivers as well. Cameron Jackson, actually a guest driver, the man who starts 3rd on the grid, so won't be scoring championship points, but the rest of them will be gunning for a good start to their 2024 championship campaign. So Marshall's clearing off the grid. We understand that that outlap from the pit lane should be the green flag lap, so I think we are going to be good to go racing in a moment or two, although I think, no, we are going to get, so yes, green flag at the back of the grid. So we are almost ready then to get our 2024 season of racing underway. The 5-second board is up, the red lights go on, and for the first time in 2024, we are racing at the Brscc, and a good start made there from the inside of the outside, actually, of row number 1. Alex Ames will retain the advantage as they head towards Abbey Corner for the first time. Richard Tarling slots in behind, with Cameron Jackson and Tom Hawkins in tow. All cleanly through the right-hand kink at Abbey, through the left at Farm, and onto the brakes, into Village. One of a couple of really good overtaking opportunities around the Silverstone International Circuit, but on cold tyres, first racing lap of the season. I think a lot of drivers just minding their P's and Q's, not taking too many big risks for the time being. So you can see there the effect of cold tyres as they slither and slide their way out onto the back straight, and we do now have a spin, and that was Vincent Jay, I think, going around in the number 22 car. And that was cold tyres. There's a big bump on the apex there as they come out through the link road onto the Hangar Straight, and that just caught him out. Change for the lead, meanwhile, down at Stowe Corner, and that's Richard Tarling slipping up the inside of Alex Ames and moving to the head of the pack. So That's the other really good overtaking opportunity here, especially in Formula Ford. You get that slipstream down the Hanger Straight, launched to the inside, but then no sooner has Tarling got the advantage than Alex Ames slips back through again on the way into the club chicane. So 2 lead changes already, and the season is not even 1 lap old. That is Formula Ford racing at its best. So Ames leads the first lap, Tarling second, Jackson third, and Hawkins fourth. So as it happens, they're in grid order for the top 4. It's actually a 5-car lead group because Richard Frey has found a way past Paul Mason and moved up into the top 5. Obviously, the 22 car of Vince J further back now than he should be. He's going to be one to watch moving through the order, qualified at the back of the top 10, but that opening lap spin, you can see, has dropped him 10 seconds off the back of the pack in 19th place. So work to be done for Vincent. Leaders, though, head back out onto the Hanger Straight, and actually things closer on the second lap down the back straight than they were on the first. Is Richard Tarling going to be able to do the same thing to Alex Ames that he did a lap ago? Well, Alex is doing his best to try and avoid that happening. He's weaving around, trying to break the slipstream, but here comes Tarling up the inside, late on the brakes, and the Reynard man gets back ahead of the Van Diemen and back into first position. By going through on the inside at Stowe, that can sometimes compromise your exit speed. That's what allowed Alex Ames to get through a lap ago down here at Club, but on the second lap, that doesn't happen. So it looks like Richard Tarling is going to make this stick for the time being and move through into the lead of the race. Cameron Jackson there with a bit of a slide in third place as they pick their way past the Silverstone wing. And actually that slide for Jackson really hurt his corner exit speed. Tom Hawkins moves alongside him whilst Alex Ames tries to go to the outside of Richard Tarling and Abbey. That didn't work. What about the third place? That did have a bit more success, and Tom Hawkins has moved through into third place. Tom Hawkins from 4th on the grid, up 1 position, but we know that Tom is a very, very quick driver. He's aboard a 1995 Swift, and he's going pretty swiftly at the moment into podium contention already, and might just have the speed to engage properly now with the leading two, although he didn't get a great exit there onto the Hanger Straight, did he? So that means he drops back ever so slightly. We're also going to have another lead change down the back straight as Alex Ames looks over at Richard Tarling there to double check whether he's cleared the Reynard, which he had. And so he moves back through into first position. Can Jackson now go around the outside of Tom Hawkins for third? The answer appears to be yes. He hasn't got the move made just yet, but he's got the inside line for Club and actually does then move across onto the racing line and makes the corner and the position his own. That number 7 car running in Class D. It is a guest driver within Class D. That's the Winkelmann. Not a car that you see an awful lot of, really, in the UK anyway, but clearly much older than the cars around it. So this is a real giant-killing performance from Cam Jackson. But you can see down the straights, he just doesn't have the legs on some of the much newer cars. And I'm talking, you know, cars maybe 2 or more decades newer than his. They've just got a slightly better performance in a straight line. Around the corners, he's got the legs, hasn't he? So it's going to be an interesting dynamic, this, with that car in third place. Not scoring points, but it is leading in Class D and will still contend for class honours. Of course, overall podium places as well. So things just calming down ever so slightly. There goes Paul Mason, the black car in 6th position. Then a gap back to the guest driver within Class A, Thomas Cranecourt, in 7th. Oliver Buckton then in 8th position is leading in Class D. Well, he's not actually, is he? Technically, Cam Jackson is leading in Class D, but Buckton would be the highest placed points scorer in Class D, with Jackson running as a guest entry. Now, interestingly, Alex Ames is starting to just stretch his legs at the front of the pack, isn't he? Getting away slightly from Richard Tarling. So Tarling, whether he's made a mistake or this is just Ames asserting his natural race pace, I'm not so sure, but either way, that gap is definitely growing. It was 0.4 of a second, it's now 3/4 of a second. So not a huge gap, but in Formula Ford racing terms, relatively sizable. There goes Oliver Buckton in the number 60 car. He's got Jake Shortland behind him. Thomas Cranecourt, that is. That's been a change for position. So Buckton up into 7th place, but only briefly, because as we've seen with Cam Jackson, the Class D cars, they're maybe a bit lighter. They seem to handle a bit better than some of the newer cars, but down the straights, they just don't have enough straight line speed. So they're side by side as they head towards Village, with Thomas Cranecourt on the inside line, should be able to move back ahead. Oh, no, he can't. Look how much later on the brakes Buckton is able to go. Almost went beyond track limits, but I think he just about got away with that. So Oliver Buckton back up into that 7th place. But now we head for the Hanger Straight, and you can see he's having to really almost overdrive the corner through the overdrive the car through the corners. in order to then not be under quite so much pressure down the straight, but there is nothing he can do. And Thomas Graincourt's going to simply mirror signal manoeuvre and go straight back past him, I think. Cam Buckton switch back to the inside, but we'll find out in a moment because it's all kicking off for third place. It is still Jackson third, but look for fourth position now. The red car of Richard Frey very much buying into this battle now. Looks to try and get the switch back out of the first part of Club into the inside line at the second apex, and he does now move through into fourth position. But for how much longer? Tom Hawkins immediately comes straight back at him, can't commit to the inside line at Abbey Corner though, and so the position is gained by Richard Frey. Paul Mason now starting to rub his hands with glee at the prospect of joining in this battle within the top 5 as well. Remember, Mason out-qualified Richard Frey actually. Both of them Class A cars. In fact, all 3 of these are Class A cars. So the red number 68, Richard Frey, Tom Hawkins, the white and black number 28, and then the all-black of Paul Mason behind. They are fighting for what is essentially second, third and fourth in class. So class podium honours up for grabs. And of course, they keep getting slightly bottled up behind Cam Jackson because although he gets away from them through the corners, by the end of the straights, they're right back on his gearbox again. And so that's rather complicating matters for whichever of these Class B cars is at the front of their group, which at the moment is Richard Frey. Can he make a move now on Cameron Jackson and put a car between himself and Tom Hawkins, perhaps down into the club chicane? No, not from that far back. Know that Cam Jackson's pretty confident under braking. Should be able to retain the advantage, which he does. So 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Let's call that 7.5 minutes left because that means we're half race distance already. Only a 15-minute race this. Fastest lap set by Alex Ames, who's now the best part of 2 seconds up the road from Richard Tarling, as there goes Tom Hawkins back up the inside of Richard Frey and back into fourth position. There was a car in the gravel there pointing the wrong way, almost in the pit lane exit. Not sure who that would have been, who didn't come through. Well, we'll wait and see. It's the number 42 car, so that is Paul Britton. Paul Britton was the pole sitter in Class C, and I think might have been leading Class C at the time, but not anymore because he's off the road coming out of Abbey Corner. And the fact he's pointing the wrong way suggests that he has had a rotation, and that's a very, very high speed. Well, it's the fastest corner on the track, so a very high speed place to be having a spin. Whether he did that with some assistance or not, I'm not so sure. Everyone else has come through, so there was some contact. Nobody else has sustained any major damage, it would seem. Hopefully he'll be able to fire the car up and get going again. In the meantime, the battle for the overall podium continues to build and build in intensity. We've got Tom Hawkins back into fourth place now, and he wants to move back into third, but no one can outbrake Cameron Jackson. This is a fascinating battle. Jackson struggling in a straight line, but visibly able to carry extra miles now through the middle of the corners. So they catch him down the straights, they almost get the move made, and then he outbrakes them into the next braking zone. He's got his hand out of his cockpit though. That's because there's a yellow flag at Abbey. That will be because of Paul Britton's car there. And that looked like the safety car on standby, but whether it's actually on its way out on track, I'm not so sure. We've had no notification of that just yet. Whether that's just where the safety car parks, I'm not so sure, but we'll await further news on possible safety car intervention. Alex Ames will be praying that that doesn't happen because he's got now a 2.7 second lead over Richard Tarling. So Alex, the last thing he wants to see is the Jaguar safety car heading out on the circuit, but no sign of that yet. We're still racing very much here at Silverstone with 5.5 minutes of this first race of the season to go, and still really it's this battle for podium honours that attracts most of our attention. The leaders getting themselves more and more spread out. Richard Tarling able to live with Alex Ames' pace for a little bit, but not long term. So is now fading away, but not being caught by this ferocious battle for third, fourth, fifth and sixth positions. Paul Mason very much on the back of that group. There are the leaders. 3.2 seconds now the margin for Ames over Tarling. Now, is Tom Hawkins a bit closer this time to Jackson down the main straight? Well, he was, but not close enough. The key for Jackson here is getting a really good run through the first half of the lap. If he can get through Abbey, off goes Paul Mason. Paul Mason with a big spin down the grass, gathers it together nicely. That was a scary moment. Something dragging down the side of the car. Look at that, very dramatic stuff. That's the side pod that has come loose, and he can feel that vibration and knows that he needs to pull to the side of the road. So Paul Mason out of the race. A tiny mistake there through what should normally be an easily flat-out left-hander at Farm Curve, but he just overcooked it, got a wheel on the grass, which is probably still damp, and around he went. Meanwhile, Tom Hawkins now has found a way past Cam Jackson. The point I was about to make before Paul Mason very rudely interrupted me was that if Hawkins can get a good run out onto the hanger straight, be maybe a car length closer to Jackson than he has been, he should have the horsepower to drag past him down the hanger straight, which he did. Has he been able to retain the position? Yes, he has. So now Hawkins has half a chance, you'd say, of gapping Jackson, at least down the next straight, the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight, past the Silverstone wing, past the Silverstone Hotel. Is becoming very urbanised. Won't be long before... Oh, what's going on there? That's damage, is it? That's damage for Cameron Jackson. Something broke on the left rear corner and his car lost control in a straight line. That is truly remarkable. I didn't see any contact there with anybody, so I think that's just a part failure, but dramatic stuff. And very, very fortunate, Cameron Jackson, that he didn't make contact with anything substantial, because that is, as I said, a very high-speed part of the circuit at the end of the pit straight. And he was heading for something very solid for a terrifying moment there, but thankfully caught the car. That will be his race done. Well, certainly been packed with drama this opening race of the weekend, and it's not over yet, because now Richard Frey is coming back at Tom Hawkins. Look, he's up the inside line into Stowe Corner, and he is going to make what is now third place his own. And that is, of course, second place in Class A as well. Alex Ames leads in Class A. But Richard Frey now moves ahead of Tom Hawkins. Hawkins, of course, is going to try and come back at him round the outside into Club. They almost tangle wheels. This is very, very close stuff indeed. The outside line through the left does become the inside through the right, but the door was firmly closed in the face of Tom Hawkins. And so Richard Frey does move up into that position. So Cameron Jackson's name will drop down our timing tower. He's the cause of the double-waved yellow flags now on the way into Abbey Corner. Marshall's, of course, already dealing with Paul Britton's stricken car on corner exit, which has now, by the looks of it, been removed. And no sooner have they done that than they have another car to go and deal with. But the battle still rages on. And Tom Hawkins in the slipstream of Richard Frey, waiting for his moment. Now, it's often said about single-seater, well, Formula Ford racing particularly, that you don't always want to be at the front of your little group going on to the final lap, and that's definitely going to be a talking point, I think, all weekend long here at Silverstone, not just in the Formula Fords, but in things like the Mazda MX-5s as well. The slipstream so powerful down the long back straight, sometimes being in the lead of your battle, not the best place to be. So I wonder whether we'll see Tom Hawkins just bide his time now, wait for an opportunity on the final lap to reclaim that position. Alex Ames, though, now picking his way through some of the back markers. So cars starting to go a lap down now. That was Vincent J. Oh, he's pointing at... I don't know who he was pointing at there, really. I'm fairly certain Matthew Smith in the number 25 car couldn't see Alex gesticulating there. Perhaps just acknowledging the yellow flags, but now he makes the move. Of course, you're not allowed to overtake under yellow flags, whether that's for position or you're lapping somebody. So Alex had to sit behind Matthew there through the first corner. Lost a bit of time as a result. This, meanwhile, the fight now for 5th position, Thomas Cranecourt and Jake Shortland. So we saw Cranecourt battling with Oliver Buckton earlier on. Buckton actually has dropped back some way, but the number 4 car now battling away with Jake Shortland, who is up from 14th on the grid, actually. So Jake must have had some issues in qualifying. He's leading Class C now. In fact, he's the only surviving Class C car after Paul Britton's demise earlier on. But Jake in this sort of uniquely designed car. This is the Lola T440. Again, not a particularly common car these days in Formula Ford racing. Good to have one out on the grid. It certainly stands out from the other cars design-wise, and it's running pretty well, having moved up from 14th overall now into the top 5. Back to the fight for 3rd position, though. Richard Frey is back ahead, but Tom Hawkins launches through on the inside line. He's overshot the corner, though, and Richard will come back around the outside on the line. Actually, Hawkins was back ahead at the beginning of the lap, but Richard Frey had obviously got him back. Tom tried to retaliate at Club, and that didn't really work. We are disappointingly onto the final lap of what has been an action-packed first race of the weekend for the Brscc Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford Championship, and Alex Ames will sort of be wondering what all the fuss is about, actually, because he's had a very quiet race out in front. Richard Tarling likewise, actually, after their early battling. They did trade the lead a couple of times early on, remember, but after that point, Ames has been able to ease off into the distance, and now the checkered flag awaits for the Van Diemen driver, sat on the pole position, remember, with a 1 minute 12.6. In the race, he's done a 1:11.3, so 1.3 seconds faster. Shows how much the track conditions have improved since that slightly dampened, greasy qualifying session that greeted the drivers this morning. But at the end of the race, there's no doubt about the race winner. Alex Ames brings the Van Diemen RF90 out of club corner, across the line, and takes the checkered flag in the first race of the 2024 season. A solid second place and a Class B victory for Richard Tarling. So the top two, both winners in their respective classes. Then we get a couple of back markers and we wait to see the outcome of this battle for third place, which will go in the favour of Richard Frey. So Richard Frey fends off Tom Hawkins on the final lap to claim third overall and second in Class A. Hawkins is fourth. Jake Shortland should be next, depending on whether or not he's been able to fend off Thomas Cranecourt. Here they come. Yep, there's Shortland. Shortland the winner in Class C. Cranecourt, meanwhile, a guest driver, so doesn't fight for points, but he will come home sixth overall. Oliver Buckton, seventh place, is the Class D winner. And then the rest of the cars behind, all running within classes A or B. Christopher Stone's in 8th. David Porter will come home 9th, I think, unless Lorna Vickers has managed to pick her way through. Ooh, there they go across the line. That looked relatively close. In fact, it was very close. David Porter did hold on to 9th place, but Lorna Vickers behind him at the line by only about 0.3 of a second. So very, very close stuff indeed. There then the provisional result of our opening race of the weekend and indeed of the year. Alex Amos, the race winner, Richard Tarling second, and Richard Freyer in third, Tom Hawkins fourth, Jake Shortland fifth. Then it was Thomas Cranecourt, Oliver Buckton, Chris Stones, David Porter, and Lorna Vickers completing the top 10. Neil Hunt was 11th, Matthew Sturm at 12th, then Ray Smith and Vincent Jay in 14th place, Matthew Smith 15th, 16th Don Boyack, and then of course we saw the dramatic exit for Cam Jackson with that suspension failure by the looks of it at the end of the pit straight. Paul Mason with his equally spectacular spin going through Farm was a retirement. We didn't see what happened to Paul Britton, but I'm sure it was a spectacular exit from the race for him as well, spinning off the road through Abbey Corner. So the cars, as you can see, make their way underneath the podium, and trophies being readied, I think, up on that podium, which we'll get to after, but we'll speak to the drivers hopefully down in the pit lane. The first garage there is Parc Ferme, so the cars all pull through that garage, they gather behind the Silverstone wing in a little holding pen, and somewhere in that vicinity, I believe, is Richard John Neal, who I have the pleasure of handing over to for the first of many times this season, and he is about to have a word with our podium finishers.
Welcome to Parc Ferme, the victory lane for the first time in our weekend, and welcome everybody to our opening meeting of the season. Very exciting to be here, and a plethora of people down here in Victory Lane getting ready to congratulate Alex Ames, our race winner. The situation we've got is that Alex has gone through into Parc Ferme. We might lose a bit of signal if we try and grab him up onto our podium, so I might have a quick dive and see if we can gesticulate at him frantically and get Alex Ames around. They're busy doing handshakes and all that kind of stuff, quite rightly, in Parc Ferme. So let's see if we can get Alex. Now, I don't know some of the drivers by sight, so we'll see if we can get Alex Ames up first. Is that Alex coming? I think it is. So let's, I'm going to head back this way now. And we've got a very special guest to do the presentations today. We've got Rory Smith, who won, the last time you saw me on Formula Ford action was the festival at Brands Hatch. From Brands to Silverstone, the names are great, aren't they, of the circuits? They evoke so much emotion in us. So exciting to be here. Rory Smith is here to do the presentations, which is great. Good to see you, Rory. So let's get the presentations underway. And our winner, Alex Ames, takes the win.
Thank you very much.
Alex, we're going to get you by some Brscc branding so that we can show the world with which club we are, and fairly quiet out front there, but Richard gave you a little bit of a run in the early stages.
Yeah, in the early stages, the car didn't really come into its own until about 2 or 3 laps, and the grip levels came in, and I managed to be able to pull a bit of a gap then. And we were consistently doing really low times. I was like, this is great, this is really great. And then I think about 4 laps to go on the end, the front wishbone top arms come loose. So as you change of direction, the wheel flops one way and then flops back So I was sort of trying to nurse it home a little bit. I was like, please don't fall apart, please don't fall apart. And we got in, and yeah, we're here and we won, so that's really cool.
Well, fair play to you on winning and managing that as well. And there's me saying, oh, it was a breeze for you. So you probably wanted to slap the interviewer. Many people do.
No, it's all good. It's a great event. Lovely to be back at Silverstone again. So yeah, fantastic for Brscc and Formula Ford itself. So yeah, thank you for everybody. So it's good.
Lovely grid as well, isn't it? You know, something for
20 cars for this time of the year is great. Normally people coming back out after winter normally takes a little while, but no, 20 cars on the grid, great. Let's keep going.
What did your winter look like? You know, from last time you drove the car to now, in terms of driver prep and maybe overseeing the stuff with the car.
Yeah, we haven't done. I've got to say, I haven't done very much over the winter. We did the Walter Hayes at the end of the year. Unfortunately, the car stopped on the grand final, so had an ignition failure. So we've done that, checked the car's okay, and that's pretty much changed the gear ratios, and it's ready to go again. So quite cool.
That's a good selling point for this championship, isn't it, as well?
Definitely. You know, it's minimum car prep, very cost-effective motoring, and yeah, it's all close racing, and yeah, it's all good.
I was chatting to Matt Smith before. I think we're going to catch up with the interview over the lunch break. He's a newcomer, and we're saying how cost effective it is, yeah, and it's a super entry level for anybody.
It is. You know, I started Formula Ford back when I was 18, 19, and I gave a bit of a break for a little while, and then I came back because of the racing so close and so much good, and it's value for money as well.
We're very glad you did, Alex. Many congratulations on the win. Thank you for having a chat to us. Well done. Here we'll go on, and we're going to see, here's the presentation. Rory Smith gives him the cap, the trophy, bottle of bubbly as well. Congratulations. I'm hoping Rory's going to stay around as well, because I need to catch up with Rory once we've done our podium presentations. We can talk to, I've got a bit of breathing space here because we're going into lunch break, which is lovely. I've got breathing space now because Mark Werrell, who's looking after circuit commentary today, is having a quick chat with Richard Tarling at the moment. As soon as Richard's done, he'll come on to another interview. Things you have to do as a race driver now. Here he is, Richard Tarling. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Richard, class win, and which is a good way to start. I'm sure you'd much rather have been on the metaphorical top step, but talk us through your race.
Yeah, I had a good start, very good start, good couple of laps really, sort of swapping places, and then it went away a little bit, and I just couldn't keep in the toe of him. Like he's definitely got a strong engine, and I just couldn't. If I wasn't in the toe, I just couldn't stay with him.
Do you know much about the history of your car? I'll come on to your history in a minute, but history of the car, do you know that?
So it was Martin Short's car recently, but he didn't use it much. I think his kids are too big for it. And before that, Kevin Bottomley. I don't know whose car it was originally, but I need to go do some digging really, see whose it was in period.
And you obviously love your race. I mean, I followed you in the early days, Formula Ford and Palmer Audi, that's a memory that springs up. Well, and you're still racing, still love it.
I stopped for a long time. I stopped for 13 years, and then thought, oh, I've been away for too long, I'll just try a little bit, and now I'm out too much. So yeah, but good race, and there'll be other races this year as well, so hopefully a few more stronger guys at the front join in, because it's better to have a dice than being on your own.
Sure, and you know, as I say, class win. We had a Van Diemen winning overall. Reynard, you taking the class win there. And for those of us with long memories in Formula Ford, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Those two names were big, certainly in my era.
Yeah. There's Swifts there. There's a Lola. There's all kinds of different cars here. So it's a good, it's a good era of Formula Ford. You need some good drivers out there to, shorten the gaps out there so that we can get a big bunch of guys racing all together, really.
It's been a really good start to the season. Lovely to chat to you for our first podium. Class win. Many congratulations, Richard.
Thank you.
Well done. Richard Tarling there. Here is Rory, who's going to do the honours with the second position overall. Lovely trophies as well. That's a lovely thing to see. And Richard Frey, third position. Well done, Richard.
Thank you.
Lovely to see you. And obviously Cam had a bit of a problem, but you and Cam were having a fantastic battle there.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed the whole thing, to be honest with you. What was important for me was to try and get a good start, get past Mason, so that happened pretty quickly. Then I had Hawkins, and as you said, his car's quite a lot older, so I was able to get quite a good toe off that, but he's a really experienced driver, so I was able to sort of follow some of his line and what he was doing. Unfortunate what happened there on the start-finish straight. I think he had a suspension fault or a mechanical issue, but then it was me and Hawkins kind of for the rest of that.
Obviously, the grin tells me you enjoyed it.
I absolutely loved it. I'm absolutely buzzing, honestly. I'm on a 10. I'm absolutely buzzing.
That's a good start to the year, isn't it, to come out with that, and obviously another race a little bit later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm here for the season. Team's been absolutely amazing. Dave Bailey, Tom MacArthur, absolute heartfelt thanks. It's an absolute, I mean, I'm third, but for me, it's a team win.
That's absolutely brilliant. Going back to what I was asking Alex about at the start, which was, in terms of preparation for these cars, it's a vastly competitive championship, a lot of variety, but equally it's accessible to a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what's quite nice about the Super Classic, I think, because you can run an older car, you haven't necessarily got all the expense that maybe some other championships have. And also with the one-day series as well, it means you can enjoy all day Saturday, go home to your family on Sunday. It's kind of a win-win, I think.
That's pretty good, isn't it? So going out, obviously you're happy, you made some passes, you've got on the podium.
Yes.
What happens over the rest of the afternoon? Have you got little changes to make now?
Possibly so, yeah. I mean, I want to review the footage with my driver coach, get a bit of feedback from that. We may make some changes between now and second race, sort of see how we go.
So it's actually, that's a good point, isn't it? So it can be a mixture of setup changes in the car, but also some driver. Who's coaching you, by the way?
Tom MacArthur.
Good coach.
100% good coach. And Dave Bailey sets the car up, so it's a team effort. But it can change, absolutely. We need to look at the footage, discuss how that went, and then think about any setup changes for race 2.
Cool. It's great to get that insight. Very well done. Congratulations, Richard. Thank you for chatting to us. We'll let you get your trophy. And actually, this works out rather well, doesn't it? Because we've got Rory delivering the trophy, and I can have a word with Rory as well in just a moment. There you go. Rory, don't go away. You're not life of a racing driver. Lovely to see you.
How are you doing?
And very well, thank you. And last time we spoke was the festival. What a fantastic festival we had last year. Mega event right the way through to the presentations at the end. What have you been up to since, and how's the season looking for you now?
Yeah, it was, first of all, a great event as always, super competitive, and absolutely chuffed to win it again. So it's always a nice thing to come to that event and have a good weekend. It can go either way. So it was very nice to have a good run at it. In terms of the winter, nothing too mad, to be honest. Just preparing ourselves for this year. We had a bit of a small moment at Silverstone the weekend later with the car, so it was just rebuilding that, getting it back to its strength. So we're planning to be back out again this year, hopefully doing a bit of a stronger campaign, so back in the Formula Fords and also doing some of the historics as well, so the single-seaters with the Roll Formula Atlantic. So it's looking to be busy, similar sort of thing again, but yeah, looking forward to it.
We're going to see you at the festival again, looking to make it number 3?
Yeah, definitely. I think I'd be silly not to come back and try and do the third. So I'm conscious that no one's run it 2 years in a row. I don't think anyone's done it 3 times either. So hopefully, hopefully if it goes well, it's a possibility. So we'll give it a go.
The complexion of the festival, it's changed over the years, as everything does in motorsport, but it still has a magic, but a different sort of magic, particularly to me watching it and being lucky enough to work on it is fantastic. It must be the same for you as a driver?
100%. I mean, like, the race has got so much prestige and history around it. Yes, it in the past it meant if you won it, you had a really strong chance to get into Formula 1. That's sort of gone, and it's sort of changed the dynamic of the event a little bit. But it's still, there's so much prestige around it that the level of competition is still outrageous, probably just as high as it ever has been. The likes of Niall and other really quick drivers coming back and doing it every year. The level of competition is so high, so that you can go there and you're going to have a really hard dice, a hard scrap. And yeah, I look forward to it every year. It's the biggest race of the year for me. Yeah, exactly that. The prestige is still around it, and it's such a brilliant event, really.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Good luck with your season. I hope we catch up at some other Super Classics as well. Yeah. Of course, Rory Smith, great to see you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Rory Smith. There, I'm going to do a little bit of a pit walk, I think, because we've got some clips that we recorded earlier on. But before we get to those, a chance just to have a look at what is going on this weekend. We haven't really. I think Andy McKeown will have run you through the various formulae that we've got going on today. Poor old Laura's having to walk backwards with the camera. Sorry about that, Laura. Laura's been working so hard for us this morning, which we're grateful for. People always forget about the camera person, don't they? Those who are longer in the tooth. Do you remember John Noakes on Blue Peter going up Nelson's column? You youngsters won't remember that. But what about the camera op that did it with him? That's what I always say. You need to remember those. So we've had our first race, which is the Brscc Formula Fords, the pre-99s. And we've got Mazda Super Cup next. Now, obviously, because we're in lunch break time now, the Mazda guys and girls, well, we've got a car going out just doing 3 laps mandatory qualifying as well at the moment. I've got a few interviews with the Super Cup guys in the can, and you'll catch those in the lunch break. Then we've got modified Fords. I think the modified Ford paddock is elsewhere, so we might not be able to grab any modified Ford interviews at the moment. Following them, we've got the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5s, and then the SuperSport Endurance Cup. Again, we've had a chat with a couple of the drivers on those. I'm just seeing if I can grab anybody for a quick chat. I'll tell you what I might do. I might see if I can grab, as if by magic, we've turned up at the #1 car, which is Aidan Hills, who won the championship, the Super Cup last year. So I'm going to see if Aidan is here, or Tom Griffiths with Hills Motorsport. So apologies if I wander off camera. So I'm going to go and see if we can find Aidan Hills for a chat. Here we go. I think we've got a little bit of signal. Aidan's actually talking to Bobby Thompson. Aidan, can we grab I'm going to grab you out the front, mate, and maybe we'll get Bobby Thompson out as well a little bit later. So this is walking behind me. Walk this way, Aidan. Aidan Hills, last year's champion. And didn't get a chance to catch up, Aidan, but thank you for coming over and saying hello earlier on. Happy New Year. Good to see you. How's the prep going for the defence of your title?
Yeah, well, not very good until qualifying. I think we didn't do any winter testing, so new tyres for this season. So to come out, yes, they struggled with the balance of the car, but we managed to work obviously with Dave last night and my dad to get the car right. And yeah, night and day, qualifying was brilliant. I felt I had pace to burn. Even from the lap time we'd done, I had so much more in it, so I'm really excited for the race. I've
not even looked at the times yet because we were busy filming everything, and as a pit lane reporter you actually can't be over everything. So was it P2?
Yeah, P2. I was 700ths off patch, but I felt like I could have gone faster. There was a few, I had traffic even on that lap, so there's plenty more to come. But I think it'll be a good race. Obviously around here the slipstream's ridiculous, so to try and pull away is no chance for anyone really, unless there's a mistake from other drivers. So really it's just got to try and be smart, and see what we can repeat what we did last year.
3 out of 3.
Well, I say 2 years in a row we got that, but I don't think I could do it again. I'll try my best, but we'll see. Yeah,
it's probably some sort of record, knowing Andy McEwen, he'll probably know whether that's been done before. Because as they would say in America, Andy has a master's degree. That was a bit of a pun there going on. Anyway, what's the difference with the tyres? Obviously we've got new tyres this year, yes. So different brand. Talk us through that, and also how does it affect the car for you in grip and everything else?
Yeah, so we're on a Kumo now, which we're actually running a dry and a wet tyre. Obviously with the Avons it was all one tyre. The Kumo's, the dry is really good. It's got loads of grip. We're about a second quicker than last year, so the pace is good. It feels cool. The car holds on in the corner. It's very similar to driving on a slick like we did in the Ginetta stuff. So it feels a bit more like a slick tyre. But then obviously when it rains, it wasn't very good. So we had to bring a wet tyre in as well. So that brings something in. We've got a wet and a dry tyre for this year. So it's a completely different type of racing. You've got to, if it's like a mixed race, you've got to make a decision on tyres. So I think it will be a bit more exciting this year.
There's a lot more for you to think about, isn't there, for sure? It's not just a matter of maybe less or more tread.
Exactly, yeah. Last year, you just put new tyres on if it rained. Now we've got to have a completely different tyre, different pressure, different setup, everything. So I think it'll make a fair bit of difference. But I'm looking forward to the challenge.
You've got a lot of guys in your team as well. You were always known for running a team Hills Motorsport, and you were running the team before you decided to come back, and you've got another year of looking after people as well as yourself.
Yeah, well, it worked well last year, obviously, and everyone signed up again for this year. We've had Jack Sycamore, who was our data coach from last year, so he's racing, and we've brought Tom Griffiths in as well. So we've got a really good bunch. We've got quick lads, and I think having Tom in the team this weekend's already shown, because we helped each other in qualifying, and we're second and third, and then we're pole and second for tomorrow. So having a teammate, obviously, with me at the front's going to be good. Running the team, obviously, we've got a really good bunch of blokes and ladies behind the team, with Dave and Carol obviously helping out, and my dad, Paul, John when he comes, Junior. We've got a really good, close-knit team. So thanks to everyone in the Hills Motorsport team that makes my job of driving the car quite easy.
Not long to get yourself suited and booted and get to the holding area now, I guess.
Yeah, I'll head down in a minute. I think we'll get called in about 20 minutes. So.
Aidan, lovely. Thanks for the chat. Always good to see you. And we'll see you on the podium, no doubt. We've got other teams as well, of course. We've got Paul Sheard Racing that are here. We've got Colin Turkington. We spoke to Colin Turkington earlier on. I'm just having a quick look to see if who we can grab. We spoke to George Grant earlier on. I'm going to see if I can grab Rob Boston, actually, because Rob runs a lot of cars. So we'll whiz in. Rob's there. I'm going to drag him out. Rob Boston, tonight, this is your life. You won't remember that. That's far too old. We do the old stuff. Can we grab you out and grab a quick word with you? Do you remember This Is Your Life? Do you remember that? You're probably I thought you were too young to remember that.
No, I used to watch it at my grand's on a Saturday night.
Oh, yeah, you're aging me now, aren't you? Thanks, Rob.
Sorry, mate.
So, how's the prep going? We'll talk Mazda Super Cup first of all, and who you're running. How's it all going?
Yeah, it was good. We've got George Grant and Will Blackwell Chambers back, both trying to chase their titles. You've got George Grant coming back to chase for the Masters title within the Super Cup, and Will obviously for the outright. You know, he's had one title a couple of years ago and wants to go for it again this year.
It's fierce, isn't it? It's not an easy, and hence, you know, the likes of Colin Turkington coming out and having a little play, and being very magnanimous about the drivers that are in it and the task that's ahead of him this weekend.
Yeah, it's great. I think, obviously, we've been doing the Mazdas quite some time now. Our first year in the Mazda Super Cup would have been, I want to say 2010 or 2011. You know, so that's how long the series has been going. And these guys are all very, very well practiced at what they do. The team's all very well practiced. We've dipped in and out over the years, but we come back at it and, yeah, it's harder than ever. You know, everybody's at the top of the game. There's such small incremental gaps between all the front runners that it's harder than ever. Yeah, it's good. It's enjoyable to be here.
I was chatting to Aidan Hills about the new tyre. How have your team approached that, and what sort of difference has it made for you guys? Because it speeded everything up, isn't it, for the drive?
Yeah. So the new tyre is quite different. I enjoy it. You know, there's more grip, more speed, you're going faster, everything's really good. Braking distances are shorter but more accurate. Entry speeds are faster but more accurate. So you have to be, you know, real precise with everything. Some would say it made it easier. I would argue it's made it harder because everybody's able to do the similar things. So to go faster than the next guy is harder than ever. One thing we are personally suffering with is I think Will's car is quite an old car, and I think the extra grip is suffering. You know, we're suffering with the older car that we have here. Maybe a reshell at some point during the season. But
that's good. And what else is Rob Boston racing up to this year?
Oh, you know us, we get everywhere, don't we? We've got TT Cup, the Audi TT Cup, part of the Brscc group again, so we're looking forward to getting stuck into that. We should have...
There's about 300 cars in that, isn't there, at the moment?
Yeah, there's a few cars. Well, I'm actually having a bit of a practice today, actually. We're obviously very new to it. Good opportunity to get a few hours racing in today with the SuperSport Endurance, so we're doing that. Besides that, we've still got our Lotus, the good old Lotus, the RBR blue with gold wheel Lotus. So yeah, looking forward to getting out in that. And then we've got all sorts of projects on in the background. We're doing a lot more in-house work at RBR now, so engineering developments. We have our new chassis dyno as well for dynoing cars and situations. So yeah, we've got a lot going on behind the scenes. Yeah.
A little bit of a commercial, wasn't it there?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, but, you know, we are.
That's all right. That's what we're here for. We're not commercial television. This is live stream. Who's your drivers in the TTs?
We've got Will Stacey signed up for full season, and we've got Morgan Root. He did a little bit last year. Obviously, come from a front-wheel drive rallycross background, so he should be very good. And you might see me for a few appearances as well, maybe.
That would be really good as well. I think Will was in Fiesta Juniors, wasn't he, a while back? And I remember Morgan doing rally. Well, I don't remember doing rally because I remember him coming from rallycross into minis. Yeah, so these guys, and you build relationships, don't you, with these people from the start and help them through.
This is it. We nurture. We do our best. You know, here at RBR, you know, we've always done our best to to be at the top of this game. You can't just have the best car, the best equipment, and be fast. It's the whole thing, and we nurture that along. We like to think we nurture that better than anybody else. So that's what we're really proud of.
I'll let you fight that by the other teams. So it's always great to catch. Rob, thank you for chatting to us. Well done, and good luck. There we go. Two teams. We're going to wander on. See if there's anyone else to talk to. I think the interviews are probably ready to go. But for me, lovely to be walking along this pit. First time I've said this about 8 times today already. First time that I've worked on this configuration at Silverstone, and it is a remarkable facility. The garages just make the cars look that much sharper. I really do have to say. So let's go and talk. Going to talk to engineers. This is a little bit off the cuff. I'm going to stick the nose in here. This is sort of maybe typical of the work that's going on. So tell us about the car and what's happening here.
So we're just doing a 4-wheel alignment on the car, making sure that the alignment is perfectly straight for the driver with his comforts and see what he wants. But we're just adjusting the toe and the camber on the front of the car right now.
And who's the driver?
I've got William Chadwick sitting in the car right now.
We're going to have a word. Will, thank you for pointing that out because I wouldn't have seen that. I'm supposed to be observant in pit lane. Let you guys get on with the important work. Thank you for that. Nice little technical insight there. So, How are you going? So you're getting ready. This is the guys are doing the hard work. And is this from your feedback from quali?
We kind of messed the setup up a little bit, but qualifying was okay. It's one of our better qualies across the last 2 years. I mean, we only managed to do 3 rounds last year, but yeah, it's been okay. 10th is an okay place to start for the first race of the season, and hopefully being able to push forward a little bit will be really good.
And how do you like Silverstone? It's a mega place to come, isn't it?
Very, very nice facilities. As you can see, we're all in lovely garages. This wing facility is really, really nice. My first time here for the international circuit, but I know the circuit. I've never been here before. So, you know, after doing the esports championship, the Brscc held in the winter, and I think we raced this track alongside some, you know, Will Blackwell-Chambers does a lot of the organisation for that, and it helps you learn the circuits a lot on the simulator. So. Yeah, we're giving it a good go, and hopefully we can get inside maybe top 8 in the first race.
Will, what things don't translate from e-racing into real world?
Risk versus reward, I guess, is something that you can't really, when you own the car yourself, it's a lot more chaotic. I think with the setup like you see now, like on a computer game, it's just like 10 seconds of a job to change the toe. Here it takes, you know, an hour or 2, or maybe a little bit less, depending on if you've got everything set up. So it's a lot harder to get your car tuned in exactly how you like it, but I think it's a lot rawer. You get a bit more general, I don't know, it's a bit more of a raw experience. Sim racing is very polished and very refined, and everyone's a little bit closer because people have so much more time to practice. You really have to perform in a much shorter period of time here on the real life sort of things.
Is it a definite must-do now, though, sim? I mean, how old are you, by the way?
I'm 21 years old, and sim racing for me, I did karting, but I attribute sim racing to be the majority of where I've learned all my car control and a lot of the lines. Like, I know this circuit very, very well, but only because I drove it virtually, and that's the same that goes for every other track on the calendar. Before I came to the circuit in real life, I practiced for hours online just to get an idea of where the lines that I'd want to take on the weekend. And I think it's something you see a lot more frequently across higher up junior series and Formula One, obviously. They spend hours on the simulator these days, and it really does work.
One final question, I'll let you go in a minute, because when is this man going to go? Why Brscc Mazdas?
I think when you look at the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship, and like the championships are available for a lower budget across the course of the UK, this is one of the most competitive championships in the whole country, and it's very, very hard to win. It's not something you can just step in and necessarily do well straight away. You really have to work at it. The car's got to be really good, and you've got to work a lot yourself, and it's very rewarding when you get a result in this sort of championship, because it's such a good series that you know, it takes a lot of effort.
Will Chadwick, thank you very much for chatting to us. Good luck for the racing today, and we'll see you on the podium at some point, I feel absolutely sure. We'll taking part in the gas shop. We managed to get one of the gas shocks drivers in with our interviews, which is really good to do. So the thing I haven't done yet is modified Ford, but hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to those on the podium. I think we can probably head into some of the interviews that we were hard at work getting for you this morning. And the first chat, well, what a way to open our programme, is an interview with multi-British touring car champion Colin Turkington. Let's head over and hear what Colin had to say about his joining the Mazdas this weekend. What a fantastic surprise to see Colin Turkington here. Colin, what brings you here?
I'm not sure. I think I'm mad, actually. It all seemed like a good idea, but no, it's a championship that I've watched before. Actually, I was here this time last year. We watched the Minis and the Mazdas, and I just thought that's something that I would enjoy driving. You know, it's rear-wheel drive. It's something that's familiar to me. I know the championship's super competitive, super close, but yeah, so it's on my doorstep. So I thought, why not? You know, I don't have much sort of pre-season testing, and you know, I'll be on the grid myself at Donington Park in no time. So I thought it'd be a good way to blow the cobwebs off. But it's probably going to do a lot more than just that.
How have you found the car in qualifying?
It's I enjoy driving the car. You know, it's like any one MX series. It's quite quirky, and it's just trying to get your head around the best way to drive it. You know, I can get to a certain speed, but then it's trying to unlock, you know, the next few tenths. So qualifying wasn't bad. I think it was, from what I heard on the Tannoy, P16, P17. I got a reasonable slipstream, maybe half the lap, but there's a lot of time in a slipstream, so could have been better, could have been worse, but I think I'm happy where I am, you know, not getting in anybody's road up the sharp end, so just want to enjoy the race, and you know, it's a good bit of seat time for me.
It's great for us having a driver with, you know, the level of championships that you've won come into this, and one could say putting reputation on the line. I don't think that's the case specifically. This is a tough championship, isn't it, as you rightly said, but just fun. Yeah, but you know, any one make championship is really tough and really competitive, and you know, that top gaggle of cars, you know, those drivers could race anywhere. You know, they could race in touring car. So you know, for me, I just wanted to, you know, get outside my comfort zone. It's you know, it's good to challenge myself and, you know, throw myself into a race environment, you know, and all this is to, you know, hopefully help my own season. You know, this is you know, I'm seeing this as my pre-season preparation, so you know, I'm not here to win the race. I'm here to, you know, soak up the experience and you know, hopefully make some friends. With touring cars, obviously you're racing against the same people all season, and you do that over many years, but this is a complete new set of drivers, isn't it? How much mindset is there going towards thinking about the fact that you are racing with new people?
Well, the good thing is I don't know who anybody is. You know, normally there's a livery up the side of somebody's car that gives it away, but I haven't a clue who's who on the circuit, so that's they all just look the same to me, so that's a good thing. But yeah, I just want to enjoy the race experience, you know, and you know, I'm driving with Paul Sheard this weekend, and you know, they've been super welcoming, and so have the Mazda Championship, so just want to enjoy it, really.
It's great. Thank you for taking the time out to talk to us. I know, you know, you're here for a bit of fun, so you never know, we might see you on the podium. But Colin, thank you. Have a great weekend.
Super. Thanks a lot.
Abby Eaton. Do you know what? The last time I was here was the year you won Super Cup, believe it or not, in the international circuit. Yeah, a long time ago. But great to be here again, and great to have you racing. Tell us about your entry this weekend.
Well, this is a last-minute entry from George about 3 days ago. Do you want to do SuperSport with me in the MX-5? And obviously I'm going to say yes, because I love driving these things. But yeah, just jumping in and having some fun with George, really. He's obviously here with Super Cup as well, so it's a bit of extra seat time for him.
He always loves being busy, doesn't he?
I don't know how he does it. I'd be knackered if I was doing all the racing he's doing.
How's your season shaping up outside?
Ongoing. We're on to Plan C now, so hopefully within the next week I can sign contracts and get it all announced.
That'll be good. And obviously with the qualifying that you did the earlier stint?
Yep, earlier stint this morning. There's a little issue on the car that we just need to basically get all the wheels off and have a look underneath it. But yeah, circulating, and we've got a 2-hour race, so many laps.
A little issue, what was it?
Vibration front right, maybe something wheel bearing related, but until we get in and have a look, we're not sure.
Okay, very good. Well, welcome to Silverstone. Great to see you. And as I say, a nice sort of synergy for me with you being here last time and to start your championship campaign. I'm going to grab a quick word with George, who's in the car. Let's see if we can muscle our way in. I think George is going to get out, actually, and give us a much better shot. So, George, who is a big supporter of our racing. We're very grateful for Clapham North MOT and Downforce Radio. George, lovely to see you. We just caught up with Abby. What a nice thing. I said to Abby, this was, last time I was here, I wasn't working, but it was the year Abby won the Super Cup. So, nice thing for me to do there, and great that you've got her along and on board. What does it add to you as a driver, having someone like Abby in the car with you?
Style, pizzazz, professionalism, you name it. I mean, Abby is the consummate professional, of course, and as you know, she does a lot of stuff in Europe, Lamborghinis, GT series, all that sort of stuff. But obviously her love, to be fair, is actually Mazdas. That's where she cut her teeth. And of course, what is even better, we've got a whole flood of British touring car people here this weekend, which obviously is a testament to the Brscc and what they've done.
It's a mega meeting, isn't it? And what a lovely place to start off. You know, it's the pit lane, the pit facilities here obviously are the top because the Grand Prix is here, and it reflects on the cars. It makes the cars look shinier to me.
Yeah, well, it's quite nice that for the first time we've actually got some dry weather, right? So, but everybody's obviously on form. They've had a good winter. They've all sort of lumbered up and raring to go, basically, like we all are, you know.
And again, you're doubling up, aren't you, Mazdas and Endurance? So we can't keep you out of the cars, can we?
No, it's basically, as you remember, a couple of years ago when you had me in the pit lane, I think I got the Guinness Book of Records for the amount of, or so I was told anyway. But yeah, I'm only doing 2 this weekend, obviously in the Super Cup, the 2-hour race this afternoon, and obviously the Mazda Super Cup, which is really what I'm gearing up for. Yeah, but it's great to have Abby, of course.
Absolutely right. Business good over the winter?
Business is trickling in. Yeah, I mean we've now got a very recognisable brand, which is the idea when I took over from my dad, to kind of like move it up a gear really. It's all about, it's very similar to motorsport, right? It's doing the basic things unbelievably good, you know, and that's really what, you know, it's a process. Business is no dissimilar to that really. So anyway, business allows you to go racing and obviously support the Brscc and obviously charities and all that sort of lovely stuff as well.
It's the whole thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great stuff. George, lovely to see you. See you on the podium.
Richard, lovely to see you. And you're looking fine. All the best, everybody. Cheers. Thank you.
Our opening race of the day, of course, was for the pre-1999 Formula Ford 1600 cars. And we saw a little bit of a mishap for the guy that was running in 3rd position in the race, Cam Jackson. Cam is here, and Cam, first of all, we were trying to tee up an interview with you beforehand. We didn't manage to get that done, but sadly, the things didn't go to plan.
No, not really. It was a bit of a shock. I hope you don't mind. My son Ozzy wanted to come along for the interview, didn't you?
It's a family sport. He's more than welcome.
Yeah. So, yeah, it just suddenly let go. It was the rear right suspension, the rear link, the bottom link, sorry, just snapped at the clevis and just tried to fire me into the wall. So it's a shame, really, because we've done a lot of work on the car and it was going really well and I was really enjoying the race and, yeah, lucky not to have a bigger crash.
Sounds like terminal for the day. You done?
Yeah, I'm a bit. I'm just dusting myself off. The car was shiny, brand new, you know, yesterday. Yeah. We had a couple of mishaps in testing as well. Just kind of chalking it up as lessons learned and put it back in the trailer and just, yeah, try again another day.
The car does look beautiful. Obviously, we're not going to be able to get the pictures now. We saw it on track. I'm punching very much above its weight in class with you at the wheel.
Yeah, it was going really, really well. It's covered in mud now, unfortunately, so you won't get any nice pictures of it. But we wanted to treat this like a test, and yeah, I think we've concluded it's you know, we made some changes and they've worked, and yeah, looking forward to the next one.
To put it into perspective of the other cars that we've seen in Formula Ford, and whatever age of interest in 1600 that you've got, you can follow cars from that era. You can even get a car, and yours is the oldest one in the race, a 69 Winkelmann.
Yeah, it is, and it's nice that you can race, you know, with these other cars. They've all got different characteristics, and some of the older cars are very draggy, so you lose out on the straight. But the mechanical grip that they have is fantastic, and obviously if it's mixed conditions and a bit greasy like it was in qualifying, then they can always punch above their weight.
And there's a lot of historic interest, isn't there? I looked up online, as I often do, about it, and there's like registers of Palaces, which I think was the associate name of the chassis, so there's a lot of historic interest in those cars too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like, I don't know if you follow Formula Junior and stuff, you know, that's where Formula Ford came from, but there are people out there who know vast amounts about who did what with what car when, and you know, it's like a family tree kind of thing, isn't it? And yeah, it's amazing what's out there.
And is your youngster going to be taking part in the Ginetta Juniors or Fiesta Juniors?
Go-kart. Yes or no?
Already have.
You already have had a go?
He already has.
Haven't you?
Good man.
Are you fast?
And modest as well. Cam, thank you for changing. Enjoy your family time. Thank you again for changing. Sorry that we lost you in the race. Hopefully we'll see Cam a little bit later on in the season back with us in the pre-99 Formula Fords. They're wonderful cars, superb era, and if not, maybe we'll see him at the Formula Ford Festival later on, which is kind of our end-of-year race for the British Racing and Sports Car Club. More interviews coming up. We started off, you might remember, with Colin Turkington, and we retain that flavour of British Touring Car Championship with a chat with another driver, multi-race winner in British Touring Cars, Josh Cook. Bit of a touring car thing going on. We've already spoken to Colin Turkington. Now, Josh Cook, it's great to be here. Josh, you've been coaching Daniela Sutton. How's she going?
Yeah, obviously she's the Brscc Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner for 2024. She's had limited time in the car, but the progress she's made is actually quite incredible. So yeah, looking forward to how the weekend goes. Obviously, with this being a non-championship point scoring round, it's a good one for her to find her feet and sort of get a race under her belt.
It's a nice vibe, isn't it, having that non-championship feel? There is a pressure because everybody's competitive, but it takes a little bit of the pressure away.
Yeah, of course, and as racing drivers, we've just had a good few months off, so everybody will be a little bit rusty. But it's nice to be able to come to such a big venue like Silverstone, go through all of the procedures. We can make all the mistakes now, as teams and drivers, and iron out any bugs that we have to make sure that when we go to Brands Hatch, we can hit the ground running.
Absolutely right. And what better venue for me? This is the first time for me working here, but it's the home of the Grand Prix, isn't it? These are the pits that the Formula One teams come in. So for the young people to come in and get their baptism in this environment is mega, isn't it?
Yeah, even just firstly, the facilities here are just fantastic. And then even the small things like the driver's briefing that we had this morning for the Fiesta Juniors, we did in the F1 driver's briefing room. So it's quite a special place to come to, and I don't think there's a better place we could have come to start the season.
Absolutely right. ClubSport are very well invested in this, haven't you? Been the guys behind it and the sort of brains of the technical side of the new championship. How's it panning out for you guys?
Yeah, so that sort of went back to the design of the car originally. But the concept of the championship is to keep all the cars as obviously cost effective as possible, but as close as well. So all the engines are sealed, they're all to the same specification, everybody's got the same parts, they all come from the same supplier. So it's a really good way of keeping the championship controlled, but also just trying to keep it affordable for people that want to start out racing.
Fantastic. I'm going to drag Daniela. Daniela, we're going to keep this live, so I'm going to get you over. Sorry to interrupt. Here's Daniela Sutton, winner of the scholarship. Josh, sorry to boot you out. I was going to leave you in short. How good's Josh been as a coach?
He's been amazing, actually. I'm learning a lot from him and a lot from the technique, and then with technique comes the speed built with it.
And how's it been since the school? Talk us through what you've been up to since the last time we spoke to you on scholarship day.
So we've done a test day or 2 test days at Alton, and then we jumped into this weekend, and then we've been still searching for sponsors and keeping those relationships with sponsors for this year and next year and the years to come, hopefully, in my racing career.
I saw the helmet draw yesterday on social media with the ducks that were going in. Ducks are a big part of Sutton World, aren't they?
Yeah. So I said this in my during the scholarship, actually. I have a duck by Duck Company UK, and they made it specifically for me, handmade ducks, and it's in my racing colours, and it's designed in my helmet colours and my kart suit colours.
You did the draw you did out of I think it was your first racing helmet was for guests and name on the car. Same team or the same company won both prizes, is that right?
Yes, that is true. That is right.
So is it different ones next time, or does everybody go back in the draw again?
I think it should be different ones next time, so we'll take that company out and then do the rest of the DS50 Club members.
I was saying to Josh, it must be lovely for young people to come here to this facility, which is the one that is used for the Grand Prix. It is the centre, isn't it, of motorsport? But in your own words, how do you feel?
Surreal. It's honestly amazing to be stood in a paddock where F1 drivers have been, BTCC drivers have been, historic racing drivers that are honestly inspirational to all of us.
We wish you well. Congratulations again on getting here, which is good to see. And we'll catch up with you over the course of the season. Daniela Sutton, best of luck.
See you later.
So now we turn our attention to the SuperSport Endurance Cup, and I'm pleased to say, hopefully, an old friend, Kevin Clark. Lovely to see you, Kevin. Tell us a little bit about the car that you're racing this afternoon.
Well, it's the first time out for this car because I destroyed my other one a couple of years ago now. So yeah, it's just going to get bedded in nicely, hopefully, and I'll be kind to the car if the car's kind to me.
And what brings you into this endurance champ? Obviously, it's a Brscc. I don't remember seeing you in Brscc since probably Eurocar days.
No, it just appeals to me, the fact that it's an endurance race and I've got a co-driver who wants to drive with me, so good. I do like the longer races. Yeah. And I'm gonna do as many as I can because the clock's ticking.
Tell us about your co-driver and what's the split on the timing for tomorrow?
Well, the thing is that with endurance racing, you have to think on your feet. If a situation arises, you've got to take things into account and try and do your driver changes to your advantage and your refueling to your advantage. But I know we're tied with how much fuel we can hold in the car. But as I say, we don't make a plan we're going to stop at that time. You go on your feet, and if there's an opportunity, let's take it. And if he wants more driving time, he should get faster.
As ever, Intersport car looks absolutely mint. How many hours would you say goes into a machine like this?
Oh, I've been building this car for 12 months now, but I have been busy running customer cars as well. But yeah, basically 12 months, and over the years you get more fussy. So like you want to do a bit more and a bit more each time. But yeah, I'm quite proud of the car because it's come out nice.
You mentioned an incident that brought about this new car. What happened there?
I had quite a big crash it was the 750 Motor Club race I was doing then, the 2-hour race. I was pleased to say I still won it, but yeah, I had to come together with another car. It was just a racing incident. I don't think the guy holds me responsible, and I don't hold him responsible. We just touched, and it just touched my car just at the wrong point, that it just turned me 90 degrees into the pit wall. Yeah, I must say, I didn't think I was ever going to walk again when it happened. It was a real big crash, and it took, over an hour to cut me out the car. So I was, I was worried at the time. But as usual, all the marshals did a fantastic job. They did a lovely job of chopping my car to bits and cutting all my overalls off and everything. But hey, I was walking and I was racing actually 2 weeks later. So I was, I felt very fortunate, to be honest with you. So then I thought, well, I carry virtually a whole spares package for this car, so I thought, well, I'll put it all on another car and start again, so that's what we did.
That's brilliant. It's lovely to see you, and we look forward to seeing you on track a little bit later on. Yeah. Thank you, Kevin, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Nick Grinder, a very warm welcome back. Tell us the story of what happened at Brands last year, first of all.
It was a pretty monumental crash, 4 cars involved. I think 4 cars totaled in the accident. So it was somebody got spun coming out down the hill at Paddock. Car then bounced back out the tyre wall onto the track, and there was just nowhere for the other 3 cars to go. And yeah, we all sustained injuries and medical centres and broken bones. So yeah, I think most of us are all recovered now.
It's great to see you back, and we were looking forward to seeing you in the championship full-time last year. On the back of your Masters Championship win, your overall win, of course, at Snetterton the season before, and it scuppered the plans, didn't it, somewhat?
Yeah, it finished it up. Yeah, the car was a complete write-off, so it was a new build, and we would have missed just too many meetings in the championship to make it worthwhile. So hence why we've built a new car now. So it's all brand spanking new for this meeting, and then yeah, it's a little bit different to the old car, and we're still getting to grips with it.
And new rubber as well now?
Yeah, they've obviously dropped from the Avon to the Kumos. It seemed to be a better tyre, personally. Don't know how the other drivers feel, but yeah, we'll see how they go for the rest of the year.
The other key thing for me is yourself and Jack, you're back in the Mazdas rather than going off and doing something else. So what is it that draws you back? Is it the experience, previous experience you want to build on, or is it the fact that you just love it?
All of the above. It's a good championship. It's a very competitive championship. There's not many good one-make championships out there at the moment. Yeah, the paddock's quite friendly, and just want to see how good we are.
Excellent. Welcome back, Nick.
Cheers.
Jack Brewer, very warm welcome back to the championship. We haven't seen you since Brands last year. Talk us through that and what it's taken to get you here.
So a brand new car for this year. The 2024 car is brand new chassis. The only thing that's stayed the same is the engine and the diff. We had to replace literally everything on the car. There was nothing left. But yeah, really good to be back.
Did it take you the year to get back, or did you just sort of think we could have got back but just drew a line under it and waited for this year?
I think we could perhaps have rushed it back, but with the change to the Kumo tyres, there was no point in driving around on the Avons and not learning anything. So we decided to take our time, build the car as well as we can, and it's turned out pretty well.
Good. Qualifying complete. How was it?
It's very fast out there. The slipstream was massive. I really enjoyed it. I'm about where I expected to be at the moment, to be honest. There's a few improvements we're going to put on the car for next round, hopefully. But yeah, it was nice to be back.
That's good. With the time out of the car, do you do anything else racing-wise? You know, sims or karting or anything like that? Track days?
A little bit of sims, but mainly it's just been testing this car throughout the winter. We got it ready in sort of November, really. Spent a lot of time in the wet. Yeah, no, it's just been getting back used to the car, and then all that, just I go and hit the gym and get myself ready.
That's good. Talking about the sims, it's something I'm getting a little bit more interested in. I'm too old to go and do it myself, but what sort of rig and software do you use for sim practice?
Oh, see, I don't actually have one myself anymore. I just occasionally participate with a team called Avanti Racing for Simply Race, and just go and do a few endurance races with them when they need me, and gonna have a bit of fun, really.
Fantastic, keeps you sharp. Well, very warm welcome back. Great to see you. Good luck for the racing.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, we're looking forward to the Super Cup race. That'll be coming up in a few minutes' time. First of all, the Gaz Chance Mark 1 Championship, and the top-seeded returning driver is Adam Sparrow. Here he is.
Hello.
Much pressure?
No, not really. Sort of quite chill. It's first round, and we're at Silverstone, so it's just get a solid foundation for the season coming up.
So it's a long season, isn't it? Because you've got 3 races per round, and a lot of people champing at the bit to try and sort of, knock you off the status of being the top returning driver in it. And does that put any real sort of pressure on you at all? Because obviously last year's champion's moved on, and we'll see him in the Audi TTs, which is exciting. But do you just regard it as a fresh season, a new start?
Yeah, it's a fresh season, new start. I'm just excited to get going and get in some races, to be honest. We're at Silverstone. It's always a bit of a lottery at Silverstone. The slipstream's so powerful that there's always so many people in it. So it's just get a solid foundation, get some points in, make sure I finish, and see where we end up.
It's never won in the first weekend, is it? It's a very, very long campaign. BC Cars Motorsport, always good to see them back. They look after you well?
Yeah, look after me well. Brian works well with me, and yeah, we've kept with him. This is our second full season with him. Second full season race in the championship, and yeah, works well with him. Yeah.
What's the winter routine like? Because obviously it's a while since we've seen you. What sort of things do you get up to? Do you get back in the car, track days, testing?
So we had a test day to run in the engine, and then a test day to just see what the new tyres do. But the other thing I've been doing is a lot of kart racing as well. So yeah, I've done 3 at my local kart track at Kimbolton, and got a win, a second and a win in the first 3 months. So yeah, just keep the racing cobwebs off and get ready for this.
It's a good thing, isn't it, to keep sharp, and fair play to you if you can do it. And karts are completely different to car racing, isn't it? So good discipline, but good for the overtaking practice, good for the jostling, good for the mindset.
Yeah, so to drive, they are very different, but racecraft is not too far between. There's a little bit less vision in a race car, but the actual racecraft and the racing brain is very, very similar.
Qualifying. Now, I've made this excuse already, and I apologise for doing it, but being a pit lane reporter, we're busy filming. I didn't see who finished where in quali. How did it go for you?
Yeah, so 4th in qualifying. It's close enough, get a good start, and it's looking like it's going to be between myself, Jack, Luke or Tom. So we'll see. I think it will just be the 4 of us, maybe some others tagging you on, and yeah, I think it's going to be good fun.
We look forward to seeing you out on track. Hopefully see you on the podium. Adam, thanks for chatting to us, and we'll catch up with you a bit later on.
Thank you very much.
So there we go. I think that's probably about all we've got time for in terms of catching up with some of the drivers that are taking part today. I was going to have with Jonathan Fields, and he's just behind us, but we're not really any more time. What we will say is thank you to everybody who's chatted to us down here pre-race. We can now crack on with the rest of the races. Whatever you do, stay with us.
Thank you very much, Richard. Sterling work as always there, keeping us entertained through the lunch break and catching up with a few of the characters within the Brscc paddock, many of whom will now be turning their attention trackside, as we will, because it's a busy afternoon of racing, actually. Didn't have the chance to mention it earlier, but 7 races today, 6 of which, of course, are coming your way over the next few hours. And we're going to kick the afternoon off with perhaps the most highly anticipated of those 6 races to come. It is the opening round of the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship. This, the grid. Patrick Fletcher has actually snatched the pole position away from the reigning champion, dominant champion last year, Aidan Hills. They will share row 1 ahead of Tom Griffiths and Ollie Allwood, with Joe Wiggin and Lee Britton sharing row number 3. Row 4 of the grid is where you find Will Blackwell Chambers, with Sam Heading, one of the real stars, I think, of this season. Sam, keep an eye to him, starting from 9th on the grid, the returning Jack Brewer. More on him in a moment, with James Cossons in another of the Hills Motorsport prepared cars alongside Alex Stott, and Jack Sycamore share row number 6. Then we've got Wilbur Tiley and Martin Tolley together on row 7. Row 8, Ollie Hall and Colin Turkington. Yes, that Colin Turkington, the 4 times British Touring Car champion Colin Turkington, trying his hand at Mazda MX-5 racing this weekend. Then Alistair Dendy and Nick Grindrod share row number 9. Row 10, completing the top 20, Amy Watts, daughter of former British Touring Car racer Patrick and current C1 pedallar Patrick Watts. Amy also races alongside him in the C1 series, but out in the MX-5 today alongside Steve Kite on row 10. Row 11, Ewan Thomas and George Grant, with Clive Powell, Bruce Robinson and Kamal Khalsi at the back of the grid. There were a couple of drivers who were disqualified from the qualifying session, Jim Barrett and Aaron Herbert, so they will presumably be starting at the back of the grid. And in fact, if I open up the grid sheet, it might have some information. Yes, they'll be at the back of the grid with a 10-second delay to their race start time. So the rest of the field will accelerate away at the start of the race, and Jim and Aaron will have to wait those 10 seconds because of a championship regulation infringement after qualifying earlier on today. So, the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, if you're new around here, if you're new to the Brscc, well, this is sort of the top tier, if you like, of Mazda MX-5 racing here in the UK. The Mazda MX-5 has always been a really popular race car here in Britain, and the Brscc these days runs arguably the 3 most popular Mazda MX-5 championships around. The Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, which will be out tomorrow. They run on a single-day format using Mark 1 MX-5s. Then you've got the MX-5 Championship itself, which also runs Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s, but for the slightly more experienced driver or drivers who are willing to go all in on the 2-day format and sort of aspiring young pros on that grid. And then you've got this one, the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, which uses the Mark 3 MX-5, so not the latest generation of MX-5, although that is in the pipeline, we believe, to get more of the Mark 4 out on track in the near future, but this for the Mark III car, which still proves to be as popular as ever. And really last year this championship had, I would say, its best season ever, certainly as far as the driver lineup that we got in 2023. By far the most competitive the grid had ever been. We've had big grids before, we've had very competitive racing before in Super Cup, but last year the strength in depth that we had meant that it was almost impossible to predict. I remember distinctly walking around the Silverstone paddock about this time last year ahead of their first race, trying desperately to predict who the champion would be, and most people at best could narrow it down to about 6 or 7 potential champions, and others were claiming we could be well into double figures as far as people who could fight for the championship, which made it all the more remarkable really when Aidan Hills came along and quite simply dominated. He was unstoppable in 2023, claiming by far more wins than anybody else over the course of the season, and often reasonably comfortably as well. It's very difficult to break away at the front of the field in a Mazda MX-5 Super Cup race, as we're going to see, I'm sure, today. But if anyone could do it last year, it was Aidan Hills. He won the first 5 races of the year, then claimed another 2 at Croft, then another 2 at Snetterton, another 1 at Cadwell Park, and then managed to win 1 race here on the international circuit on his way to the championship. An 11th victory of the season that was for Aidan Hills, and it really was an incredible achievement, especially considering Aidan had actually taken a year or 2 out of the car in order to focus on running his team, the Hills Motorsport squad, which will see many cars out on the grid running under that awning. Aidan still very much hands-on as a team boss, team owner, but also out there as a very, very fast driver indeed, and looking now to try and claim the title for a 2nd year in a row. He's back to defend it, but will have, I think, even stiffer opposition this year, because a lot of the drivers who were being tipped as championship contenders last season perhaps needed that year just to really perfect their craft, and they're going to come into this season now fully prepared, fully ready to go, and we're going to be seeing, I'm sure, a slightly tougher campaign this time around for Aidan Hills. You look at the likes of Tom Griffiths, for example, entering into his 3rd season now racing in Super Cup. He's quicker than ever. Ollie Allwood's really got his head around the Mark III now. You've got Joe Wiggin coming back, former Mark I champion Joe Wiggin. In fact, a whole host of former Mark I MX5 champions up and down the grid, really. Will Blackwell Chambers another. Jack Brewer is going to be interesting to watch because he, in the number 93 car, we last saw on the grid at Brands Hatch a year ago and had a pretty nasty accident coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. The car was written off. He was pretty banged up as well, but good to see him back on the grid. And, you know, realistic about his chances, I think, because he was still learning the car and the championship when, unfortunately, he was forced to sit out the rest of the season. But a bit of pre-season testing, and he's on the pace as well, qualifying inside the top 10. There are so many drivers who I think will have the potential here to win races right from the off. And the fact, actually, that Aidan Hills hasn't been able to claim the pole position, albeit he's still on the front row, was less than a tenth of a second off pole position, but still, he's not starting first on the grid. That sort of exemplifies that, I think. It's going to be a tough season for him this time around. Mentioned Patrick Fletcher, who did get the pole position. Well, he managed to nab 3 race victories last year, including a race here at Silverstone. In fact, the last time we raced in 2023 was here on the international circuit at Silverstone, and we had 3 different race winners. Aidan Hills won the first one on his way to the championship. Patrick Fletcher won race 2, and James Cossons then went and won race number 3. Now, James has had a slightly disappointing qualifying session this morning, starting only 10th on the grid at the wheel of car number 24, but James was the runner-up in the championship last year. That win at Silverstone was one of 4 that he got in quick succession, actually, at the end of the season, because he broke his duck finally at Donington, the penultimate round of 2023, did James. Got a win in race 1 on the Saturday, and then went and won the 2 races on the Sunday as well. So James Cossons with 3 wins from 3 at Donington, then won the final race of the season in 2023, and would rather have been hoping, I think, to sort of use that to catapult him into a championship campaign in 24. Now, nothing to say that he won't be able to do that, but starting from 10th on the grid, not quite ideal for this first race of the season. So as you can see, cars leaving the assembly area now, then they'll make their way around to the grid, and then we will be good to go racing. The outlap from the pit lane for most of the categories, certainly standing start categories, will be counted as the green flag lap. In some cases, they where it's a rolling start, there may be an extra green flag lap in order to fully make sure the cars are in order and up to speed, got tyre temperature up. Certainly cars that run on slick tyres. These cars don't run on a slick, they run on a semi-slick tyre, but they still need to generate a bit of heat, and they can still be fairly lively in the opening laps. So that's going to be something that we definitely need to watch out for. So cars make their way down through Stowe Corner towards the beginning of a new adventure in 2024. Place your bets, everyone. This is going to be one of those championships you really want to follow in 2024. Always make the point that British club racing is as competitive as anywhere, but honestly, I think championships like this one, and there are a couple of others actually underneath the Brscc banner that I would put in this category as well, they're as competitive as any championship full stop, really, around the world. You know, you look right up to the very top end of motorsport, and you'll struggle to find closer, more exciting racing than you get in a series like the MX5 Super Cup. So this is definitely going to be worth watching. The Silverstone International Circuit, really the perfect place for MX5 racing too. It's wide, the long straights mean the slipstream really takes effect and allows for a lot of side-by-side racing and overtaking, but it's difficult to really assert dominance around here. The inside line for one corner is very often the outside line for the next corner, so unless you really get your elbows out and force the issue in a braking zone, it can be quite difficult to actually make a move. You can get alongside people very easily, and that's where perhaps you'll see a little bit of teamwork going on, drivers even pushing each other, bump drafting down the straights to try and get that edge on another car, because ironically, once you get into the corners, where usually overtaking tends to happen, it can be harder to actually make the move. So you want to really be pulling out down the straights, getting a nice big slipstream, slingshotting past the other car, and then trying to just get in line into the next turn. So a bit of jockeying around going on the grid there. That's the number 13 of Wilbur Tiley. Now, Wilbur Tiley is the highest placed of the club drivers. We'll mention this more in the race if I get a chance, but the drivers, the cars are all in the same class, but the drivers separated into classes. So you have the Pro class, which does what it says on the tin, really. Top 11 cars on the grid run within the Pros category. There's then a club class for those drivers who perhaps have a little bit less experience, and within both of those classes, a Masters category. And I always forget the age that a driver has to be eligible for Masters. I think it's 45 years old, but I'm willing to be corrected on that. But anyway, that's for the more mature driver, but some of them still run in the Pro class. Ollie Allwood these days, which is very difficult to believe, qualifies as a Masters driver within the Pro class. So we have technically four classes of driver, but the big fight is going to be at the front of the field for the overall race win, and we're about to see it kick into life then. Brace yourselves, everyone. The beginning of the 2024 Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship is upon us. The lights are out. We're away in racing here at Silverstone. A very even start made by both of the front row starters, actually. Fletcher on the right, the black and red car. The blue and orange on the left is the reigning champ, Aidan Hills, and he, I think, has got the preferred line, really, through Abbey Corner for the first time and around towards the braking zone at Farm and Village, although Fletcher squeezing across him, actually manages to force the issue, like I said you'd have to do, and manages to move through into the lead. That looked to me like Lee Britton coming up into third from 6th on the grid, so he's had a brilliant start in the red number 50 car. Lee, another driver who really started to come on song at the back end of last season. He's actually been demoted back behind Tom Griffiths, but still 2 places gained for Britain from 6th on the grid to 4th. Way out wide goes Ewan Thomas in the number 11 car, but bounces his way back onto the track. Now, this is the slipstream effect that I was talking about, and Aidan Hill's trying to use it to reclaim the race lead. He goes to the outside of Patrick Fletcher, whilst behind Lee Britton is up the inside of Tom Griffiths for third. The lead doesn't change, but third place does. Lee Britton up ahead of Tom Griffiths then, and he will now set off after the leaders after a brilliant opening lap this has been for Lee, ducking and diving there to try and defend the inside line into the club chicane. Joe Wiggin in the background has snatched a break, almost gets into the back of Sam Heading, but just manages to avoid the contact, thankfully. So round club they go. Ollie Allwood now nipping his nose up the inside of Tom Griffiths as well. Griffiths really, I think he outbraked himself slightly into the club chicane, ran out wide. That compromised his exit speed, and so Allwood is up the inside. Ollie Allwood is the highest placed of the AB Motorsport brigade, but he's got a teammate, Sam Heading, not that far behind him. So 2 of the AB Motorsport cars starting to get themselves together. At the front of the field, though, it is Patrick Fletcher versus Aidan Hills. They're trying to escape the baying pack behind, who are 3 abreast into the hairpin. Up the inside of everyone goes Joe Wiggin. Levers aside Tom Griffiths, bullies aside Sam Heading, and they both bounce back onto the track just ahead of, I think that's Will Blackwell Chambers in the number 43 car. Elbows out, stuff indeed, and they are still 2 by 2 as they go out onto the hanger straight and down towards the braking zone at Stowe Corner once again, where if anything the slipstream will bunch them even more closely together. If they're not 3 wide by the time they reach the braking zone, I'll be very, very surprised. Well, actually, they've sorted it out quite well. Tom Griffiths back up into 5th place as Aidan Hills went for the race lead with a really late lunge up the inside of Patrick Fletcher. Just as they disappeared from shot, it did not work, and Patrick Fletcher on the outside line managed to keep the momentum and managed to keep the place. But that was interesting that Aidan Hills felt the need to go for what was quite a risky move there. He clearly feels that if he can get to the front of the pack, he might well be able to stay there. Not an easy thing to do, though, as we've seen time and again in the past. You can get to the front, but almost impossible, really, to break away. So only 2 laps into the season, I'm out of breath already. Patrick Fletcher leads the way, Aidan Hills second, Lee Britton third, and Ollie Allwood the leading Masters driver in 4th. Then it's Griffiths, Wiggin, Heading, Blackwell Chambers, Stott and Sycamore. Where is James Cossins then? James Cossins hasn't made any progress, really. In fact, if anything, he's lost ground. He's back down to 11th now. So James Cossins, runner-up in last year's championship, really struggling for whatever reason in the number 24 car. There he is, look, new livery on James's car, the orange, black and white machine. Was he possibly even losing another place there to Wilbur Tiley, or was he gaining one at the expense of Jack Sycamore? No, that was Wilbur Tiley going past him in the number 13, so there's something amiss with James Cossins' car. There has to be, because he's normally got a little bit more pace than this. Right, Patrick Fletcher learning from his almost mistake a lap ago. He defends the inside line this time. Aidan Hills tries to go the long way round, but actually, as we saw from Patrick a lap ago, the wide line through Stowe, you can keep a bit less steering lock on the car, carry a bit more speed through the corner. It's the longer way around, but you carry more momentum off the turn, and now Aidan Hills tries to use that to his advantage, hops the curb down at Club. Very pleased, by the way, to see they've got rid of the ridiculous sausage curbs that were on the apexes of those two corners in previous years. Slightly smaller curbs there, still enough to deter you from corner cutting, but not enough to wreck your car if you hit them hard enough. Lee Britton, though, is back up the inside now and continuing to charge forward, trying to move into second place. Aidan Hills just manages to fend him off, but that was because I think he hit that curb through club, lost a bit of traction coming off the chicane, and that hurt him all the way on the drag past the pits and into the first corner. But with Patrick Fletcher now starting to drive more in his mirrors, look at what it's doing. It's bunching the whole pack back together. So a couple of laps ago, the top two, maybe top three, had broken away from the field. But now look at it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars in a line, all the way back to Blackwell Chambers. Then Alex Stott and Jack Sycamore completing the top 10. That was Wilbur Tiley out onto the grass. And that should hopefully allow James Costans through into 11th, hopefully for his sake anyway, because he really wants to try and build his way up the order if he can. Again, defensive line taken by Fletcher into Stowe. Hills having to try and go the long way around, not able to do it there. Look at the back of Aidan's car. Aidan, a former rally crosser, he's very comfortable with a slightly loose car. And that's definitely what he had then, as he was really leaning on the tyres. But now Fletcher's the one out of control nearly, gathers it together, but missed the apex by a country mile. And again, it stacks everybody up behind. Tom Griffiths look trying to get up the inside of Ollie Allwood. I think he'll succeed in doing so. That's for 4th position. And Joe Wiggin will get a double slipstream now down the pit straight and might be able to challenge into the first corner. Fletcher somehow still hanging on. Then Hills, Britton, Griffiths up to 4th. And Allwood fends off Joe Wiggin for 5th position. But Patrick Fletcher and Aidan Hills both on and perhaps slightly beyond the limits of adhesion there through the last couple of corners. But still, they remain the top two. Oh, Allwood up the inside of Griffiths from a long way back. I think more trying really to defend from Joe Wiggin, which he did, but almost careered into the side of Tom Griffiths' car. They avoided touching, though, thankfully, as Aidan Hills could not be a lot closer, really, to Patrick Fletcher as they head out onto the back straight. So, deep breath everyone, that's 6 minutes of the 20-minute race done. And still action aplenty. We're side by side for 3rd now, look, as Tom Griffiths goes to the outside of Lee Britton. Oh, and Aidan Hills again, jigs to the inside. What a move from Aidan Hills. If that works, that is the move of the day already awarded to him. That was a brilliant late jink up the inside, but it puts him on the outside line now, heading down through the Vale and into the club chicane. Fletcher should be able to ease him out wide, which he does. Clever placement of the car there from Fletcher, and he manages to hang on, but Aidan Hills throwing everything at this. Tom Griffiths doesn't give Lee Britton much choice but to go beyond track limits there, levers him over the edge of the road, and rather NASCAR-esque now, Lee is in danger of getting hung out to dry. Ollie Allwood comes up the inside, go Wiggin up the inside. I think Britton had to reach out and fold his mirror back out there. There might have been a bit of paint traded between he and Griffiths going through club corner. But Lee Britton desperately just wants to get back in line now. Once you're out of that slipstream, you lose so much speed down the straight. Aidan Hills is out of the slipstream, but that's because he's making another lunge up the inside against Patrick Fletcher. He's throwing everything at this, but hasn't yet been able to unlock the door, has he? Patrick Fletcher quite happy, actually, to let Aidan have the inside line there because he knew he would have the momentum off the turn. And that indeed is how it transpired. Tom Griffiths very much a part of this fight now. So we've got once again the top 3 cars on the grid, in grid order, back in the top 3 positions in the race after Griffiths didn't have a great start. Now that's interesting, that's very interesting. Griffiths pulls out with Aidan Hills and almost gives him a bit of assistance down the hanger straight. Is that enough for Hills to make this move stick? It might just be. He's got his nose ahead, he's going to go the long way around, but as we know, that gives him the inside line down through the Vale. Tom Griffiths is up alongside them as well. 3 wide for the race lead, down towards the club chicane. Griffiths bails out of it sensibly. Who will come out of this on top? Aidan Hills on the inside line, slides over the curb, and the reigning champion, car number 1, is back in position number 1, but my word, did he have to work hard for that. Now what he wants to see is Patrick Fletcher and Tom Griffiths continue to knock lumps out of each other behind him. If they keep battling, Hills might just be able to break the toe. But so far, that's not really happening. Look, 1 straight, and they're right back together again, with even more cars now joining in the train. Sam Heading, Alex Stott, Will Blackwell Chambers, Jack Sycamore, all in a long line. As Aidan Hills just moves across the front of Fletcher's car in the background. Sam Heading was doing the same to Alex Stott. That nearly ended in tears. Griffiths is the one who goes out wide and might just be able to steal a place here from Patrick Fletcher, who was very much delayed on the apex there. But we've seen what happens if you try and go around the outside in this championship, and Tom Griffiths goes rally crossing out onto the hanger straight, and Patrick Fletcher was always going to lean on him slightly there. Now, has that opened the door for Ollie Allwood, I wonder? I think it has, with a bit of assistance from Joe Wiggin. He's got to the inside line. And I think he's going to get ahead of, in fact, they'll both probably get ahead of Tom Griffiths. In fact, Allwood has a go at Patrick Fletcher as well. So Ollie Allwood trying to convert 4th place into 2nd. That was a heck of a push that he got from Wigan down the back straight. Is that going to work? He's on the outside line, heading into the chicane. This is getting very, very busy. Surely the car will get through the corner. Griffiths makes it 3 wide. There's inevitable contact. They're all still pointing the right way, but Tom Griffiths, well, that was a bit of a banzai move up the inside, and it almost worked. It actually will end up costing him a place, I think, because Lee Britton now has the run. Sam Heading will try to follow him through. On the back of this group now, we have got James Cossons and also the returning Nick Grindrod, who was involved in that nasty accident with Jack Brewer at Brands Hatch. So good to see them both back out racing with us full time again in 2024. New cars for the pair of them, but Nick Grindrod, a race winner now in this championship, looking very, very quick indeed. Britton really fading though here, isn't he? He's just found himself on the wrong line at the wrong time, and he's now trying to find a gap back in line ahead of Sam Heading. So that would be 6th place, I think. But Sam's not going to let him, and here we go again, out onto the grass coast Lee Britton. You don't want to be on the outside line going out onto the hanger straight, do you? You've seen how wide they go when they're single file. If there's someone to your outside, you're really under no obligation, actually, to let them back in line. So it's a risky place to be, the outside line. Down here at Stowe, it's a bit safer because there's tarmac runoff area on corner exit. That's not the same everywhere around the Silverstone International track. Dare I say it, things calming down for the lead slightly now. Patrick Fletcher, though, is going with Aidan Hills, isn't he? In fact, he's much later on the brakes there into the club chicane. Wiggins slips up the inside of Allwood for 3rd. And Ollie Allwood's got Tom Griffiths now nipping at his heels as well. That was Will Blackwell Chambers sideways in the background. And that's Griffiths almost into the side of Ollie Allwood. A couple of times I've seen Tom try to get up the inside there through the second part of club, only to have the door sort of closed in his face. But he hadn't really got himself out of the gap in time that time. Heading moves ahead of, or stays ahead of Britton for 6th position. In fact, no, gets ahead of Britton. He was behind Lee half a lap ago. But now Lee's going to try and sail through on the inside line into Village. There is Will Blackwell Chambers, meanwhile, 3 abreast. James Cossons on the outside. And who's that in the middle? Alex Stott? No, it's the 91 of Jack Sycamore. So Jack Sycamore, I think, will manage to come out of that slightly better anyway than James Cossons did. Nick Grindrod behind, then Jack Brewer. Then Colin Turkington. So there goes Colin Turkington in one of the Paul Sheard prepared cars. We'll talk about him in a moment, though, because this is the battle for the race lead. And Patrick Fletcher with a power move being attempted round the outside. Surely he can't drag right past Aidan Hills. No, not a chance. Aidan manages to stand his ground on the inside line. But Patrick Fletcher, with a really good run in the slipstream there, almost was able to clear the reigning champions car. Tries it again now down into Vale. Aidan knows exactly where to place the car. He spent enough time defending race leads in this championship in recent history, and he's not going to leave the door open, is he? Tom Griffiths doesn't leave the door open either for Joe Wiggin, and Ollie Allwood comes through on the inside as well. So Tom, I think, learning here that if he's going to go around the outside of people and get shown the edge of the road, then he's got to do the same thing to them. Oh no, that's a nasty shunt. That is Will Blackwell Chambers, and is that the number 12 car, 13 maybe, of Wilbur Tiley? I think it might be Wilbur Tiley. They've tangled down at Club Corner. Now that is certainly going to require a safety car, because that's 2 very damaged cars on the racing line, and lots of fluid pouring from them as well. So I suspect we're going to get the race neutralised here. Hands out of the cockpit. Does that mean the safety car boards are out? We're not seeing anything on the timing screen just yet. So yellow flags were definitely out there, and people are slowing down. So I think we must have gone safety car. Oh, in fact, red flag. Red flag is out, so the race being stopped. That's a shame. Now we are past half race distance, and we're almost bang on 2/3 race distance. So there is a chance that this won't get restarted. But again, we'll have to let you know when we get some word from race control. But that's a real shame that the race had to end that way. 2 damaged cars, and an awful lot of recovery work to do. Of course, the marshals and recovery crews will first want to make sure the drivers are okay, but that is not the way you want to start your season, is it? Will Blackwell Chambers was further back, in fairness, than you'd have expected him to be. Wilbur Tiley was running pretty well as well, actually. I think they were both sort of on the fringes of the top 10, but unfortunately neither of them going any further. A field, for now at least, making its way around to the grid, so that's a good sign, because it means that hopefully they're not anticipating this to be a particularly lengthy stoppage, and therefore we might still get a race restart. So cars then pick their way through the debris. and the recovery vehicle making its way down there as well. So if we do get a restart, then it's going to be fascinating to see what happens this time around. But Aidan Hills will sort of be hoping we don't really, because he has got his way into the lead at just the right time, really, the perfect moment. Finds himself out in front of the pack and, well, again, had to work hard for that. But this is the Aidan Hills way. He won those 11 races last year, but not necessarily at a canter. He always had a fight on his hands. It's not like he disappeared up the road and won by 20 seconds, because no one wants to see that. What we want to see is close racing, and that's what we got last year. It's just that 9 times out of 10, or 11 times out of about 26, he was the one at the front at the end of the race when the curtain fell and the checkered flag waved. Aidan Hills had got himself to the front of the pack and stayed there, so that is his talent really, his racecraft, picking his moment, knowing when to push, knowing when to settle, and he certainly excelled at that last year. There is the reigning champion, looking out of his window, waiting to try and get some news maybe on what's going on. Patrick Fletcher and Tom Griffiths, if this were to be the end of the race, would be his fellow podium finishers. Timing screen says finished, but that doesn't necessarily mean the race is finished. That's standard procedure these days with TSL timing. Our timekeepers, the timing screen shows a checkered flag and says the race is finished, but that's just their sort of reset button. They may soon give us a notification of a race restart time, but of course they'll first want to make sure the incident down at Club Corner has been dealt with sufficiently. They'll want to try and assess how long this may or may not take to get sorted. So that's an unfortunate way for our first race of the season to go, but I think that race, what we've had of it so far anyway, has rather proved my point really, that there is not going to be one dominant driver this year, I don't think. Even if Aidan Hills keeps on winning races, he's got stiffer opposition this time around, I think. Already seeing a noticeable improvement in pace from the likes of Tom Griffiths, from Sam Heading, Alex Stott up there in the top 10 as well. Lee Britton was a factor for race wins at the back end of last season, but already in the mix right from the get-go in 2024. Lee, of course, did finally, felt like he was cursed for most of last season, but he did finally get a race victory at Cadwell Park. And my word, did he have to fight for that as well. I seem to recall that being a really epic race up in Lincolnshire. But has now finally broken the duck, got his first victory of his MX5 Super Cup career. That was promptly followed by a non-finish at Donington Park, but I'm sure he'd rather I didn't mention that. Focus instead on the fact that he was then back in the top 5 again at the final round here at Silverstone. Bit unfortunate really for Lee that he got muscled out of that lead group, because 7th place, if that's where he ends up being classified, doesn't really do Lee's pace justice. We'll have to wait and see what the plan of action is here, whether or not we get a race restart, or if that is going to be it for Super Cup. Again, I think if they were going to call it, pretty sure there's a gate in the pit wall that they could have brought the cars into the pit lane through by now, so I'm hoping that means they're anticipating that they will regrid them at some point, but we'll have to wait and see. Silverstone circuit looking a bit different now from how it did years gone by. That previous shot there, we had a good view of the bridge that now links the new Silverstone Hotel to the Silverstone Wing complex. You can wake up in the morning, have your cup of coffee and a pan of chocolat, looking out over the Silverstone pit straight, and then amble over into the wing, jump in your car and go racing. And that's what a lot of drivers have chosen to do this weekend, I think. Facility changing hugely, even over at the other end of the track. We've got the new accommodation buildings being built. It's a whole village actually that's been constructed over the last 12 months or so over near Maggots and Beckett's. That's going to be really, really special when that is all finalised and fully open. So Silverstone changing its face once again, moving with the times. And it is the home of British motorsport for a reason, the home of the British Grand Prix, of course. And it's a fantastic place to come racing, whether it's here on the international circuit or over on the national circuit on the other side of the track, which is a real favourite among the drivers because that always guarantees close racing. They will be, no, they're not back at Silverstone again this year, actually, the MX5s. They go to Snetterton next in April, Alton Park in May, Anglesey in June, then Croft, Cadwell Park, Donington Park and Brands Hatch to conclude the season. So the MX5s back on the Formula Ford Festival weekend now at Brands, which they were for a number of years. These days, the MX5 paddock well and truly unified in that all three of our championships tour the country together. There was a period where the Super Cup were a permanent feature on the TCR UK support package. Now, what's this that is being looked at on Joe Wiggins' car? They've got, I'm not sure if that's a scrutineer or a team member. I suspect a team member, just having a look at the car, and he's got the wheel cranked to the right. I think he's worried that maybe there's some bodywork rubbing. That wouldn't be the most shocking piece of news I got today if I heard that he had some bodywork rubbing, because he has been making friends on track, as Joe, as he often does, never backwards in coming forwards, never afraid to stick the nose in. It's what's made him a very successful one-make racer over a number of years, but the team member there just being allowed to adjust that bodywork on the front of the car and making sure that everything is a-okay. Now, that is... who? Is that Wilbur Tiley? Or, I confess I've not met Wilbur. It's definitely not Will Blackwell Chambers, that much I do know. But driver looking on, I have to presume that's Wilbur. Down at the Club Corner area where this incident has occurred. Here, actually, through the camera there, the wind billowing across the track. It is fairly breezy here today, overcast but dry, not bitterly cold, certainly compared to what we've had over recent weeks here, but certainly not the warmest of summer days, spring days. But that rain that many people were predicting would be here today, actually now delayed slightly. When I last checked yesterday evening, expecting perhaps a slightly damp start to the day tomorrow, but it should then dry up. I hope it does dry up, because tracks like Silverstone, where we do get this sort of slipstreaming racing, you need the whole track, really, to be raceable. If you've got a damp track where there's one clearly faster line than the other, or a drying track where the same applies, that doesn't really yield the best of racing. So I'm hoping we stay dry. There were a couple of spots of rain as I was walking back to the commentary box at the back end of the lunch break, but they seem to have passed, luckily. So, continuing to wait it out then. There's Jack Brewer, new livery on his car. Just inside the top 10 now, actually, is Jack. Perhaps 11th for Jack Brewer. One place ahead of Colin Turkington, who, well, I'd say is enjoying his debut in the championship. He hasn't necessarily been mixing it at the very front, but relatively little track time. I know he did a test day at Alton Park about a week ago with Paul Sheard and his team. Now, timing screen has now updated to say formation lap. The time has gone back to 20. Now, obviously, it won't be a full 20-minute restart, but that does suggest to me that we're going to go racing again. We started early, I think, after the lunch break, for this exact reason, really, so that if there was to be any delay, it wouldn't affect us too much. So, yeah, this race wasn't due to finish for another 5 minutes, and obviously it's going to overrun slightly, but clearly the people have been race control, confident we can make the time back up again elsewhere. So just awaiting news on what the new race distance may be. There were 7.5 minutes left. I'd imagine we'll go somewhere around 5 minutes for the race restart, but waiting for official word on that still. Marshall's out in force and getting their moment in the spotlight, and should give our first of many shout-outs that I'm sure we'll have this season to the marshalling team. Lots of them here, I noticed. Every Marshall's post is very, very well stocked with Marshals, which is not always the case when we get into the height of the season and there are umpteen different race meetings taking place across the country. It's not always the case that we have enough marshals, really, but good to see them out in force here today. And the volunteer marshal system here in the UK, the best of anywhere around the world, really. And that's why we are so... that's why we're so grateful to have them here, because they really do. They provide the heartbeat that allows the UK motorsport scene to thrive in the way it does. Right, whilst we are waiting for a race restart, I believe we can hear from a couple of people maybe who caught up with Richard John Neal a little bit earlier in the day.
Wonderful to see a commentating and interviewing colleague, Jamie Peters-Ennis. Jamie, you're track crew this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm all armed with the tablet. Bit different to what I usually do within the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. But yeah, we're looking after the 3 minis with Sussex Road and Race, and hopefully going for class wins, because we've got 2 cars in the same class in Pro C, and then we've got an R53 in Club C as well, which is the 3 driver crew.
I was going to ask you about the 3 drivers. Let's name check them, and also then we'll get on to qualifying. So who are the drivers?
So we've got Chris White, Matt Mills and Jonathan Salem. Fans of the old Renault 5 Turbo days will recognise Jonathan Salem from back then, and also the early iteration of the Renault Clio Cup. So because it's a 30-minute session, all 3 drivers still have to do their 3 laps. So what I'm planning on doing is getting them out there for sort of about 8-10 minutes each, but as long as they all qualify, because it's a 2-hour race, not really fussed where they are on the grid, because, as we say, it's a long way to go, and hopefully with the pace of the car, we'll be right at the sharp end.
You can always tell a good interviewer or a good interviewee, because you preempted my question about how do they qualify, so save me asking anything. But yeah, you're a busy guy. I mean, you do a lot of work for us presenting on Fun Cup, which we're looking forward to later on in the season. Also, obviously, you work here today with the team, but also you do a bit of marshalling, and it'd be wrong for us to ignore the marshals. So thank you for what you do for the marshals, and that's a key job, isn't it, as well?
It is, yeah. I've already done one day. I had to go a bit of rally marshalling, which was very different. Not used to having a tree as a protection rather than barriers. That was a fantastic event down in Dorset. Yeah, really busy with the Fun Cup this year. Huge live stream coverage, which we'll see at Alton Park in 3 weeks' time starting. And yeah, with Sussex Road and Race as much as I can, and obviously lots of other adventures as well throughout the year. I'll try and squeeze in a few marshalling days this year, but I'm already up to 50 events this year already, so yeah, I might want to see if I can spend some time at home at some point.
Good lad. Jamie, thanks. Have a great weekend. Lovely to see you.
Thank you, guys.
2 interviews for the price of 1 here. Alan Bowles and Jeff Page. Jeff, I'm going to start with you. Thank you very much for getting involved and sponsoring the championship this year. What are your thoughts as we look forward to the campaign?
Well, I think it's going to be very competitive. Alan's managed to get a fantastic grid for the first race, and I expect that to go through the whole season. Just looking forward to some close racing. Weather's good today, so be interesting, be exciting.
Alan, a lot of hard work gone on over the close season to get where we are today. Pleased?
Very pleased indeed. Yes, a lot of hard work, but as you can see, 20-car entry, very worthwhile, all the hard work and effort that's gone into it. So looking forward to some good racing this afternoon.
Silverstone International, this is actually my first time working here, and the thing that strikes me from a working perspective is this is state-of-the-art facility, isn't it, where the cars are now, and it emphasises how well prepared all of these cars are.
Some of the preparation on these vehicles is second to none now. You know, everybody's raised their game. The criteria was, can we please have professionalism in terms of appearance? Let's create the best advert we can for the category. The category wants to go forward. We need to raise the profile of the category. We want to start looking to push up towards 30 cars of a race entry, and then we've got something to shout about and build Formula Ford back to where it belongs.
Absolutely right, fantastic. Jeff, what are you looking forward to this season?
Well, I think I'll back Alan up what he's just said. You know, the preparation. Alan and I walked around the dummy grid earlier on, and some of these cars are stunning, beautifully prepared. The amount of hours, because I do race preparation myself, the amount of hours that have gone into some of these cars, fantastic. If it keeps this way for the rest of the season, it'll be good. I think the whole championship's looking good. You know, double headers. Hopefully the weather stays in our favour, as it is at the moment. This afternoon, as Alan says, there'll be some great racing. Very close, very competitive, and beautifully prepared cars.
Closing thought on this one. I'll go back to Alan, and we were chatting earlier on, and all 4 classes have got good entries, haven't they?
We have more than one car in every category, so each category has got somebody to race of their own age, but that means they're going to be mixed up anyhow. Cam Jackson's going to be fighting with the more common cars, newer cars, so there will be somebody here for everybody to race with, and all we can say is if anybody wants to join us, please feel free. There's plenty of Formula Fords in garages that need to come out and join us. It's all for the fun of the sport. Yep.
Whatever.
Create a pyramid from karting to start in Formula Ford.
Absolutely fantastic. Whatever era of Formula Ford you're interested in is represented here and represented superbly. Alan and Jeff, thanks ever so much for joining us. Enjoy your day, enjoy your season.
Thank you very much indeed.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, guys.
No problem. Thank you.
Well, good stuff from Richard there. Lovely to hear, again, from more people within the paddock. We've got plenty more people that we'll hear from over the course of the next day and a half or so. And plenty more we will hear from Richard as well. But, unfortunately, what we're not going to see much of for the time being, at least, is MX5 racing, because they have decided now to send the cars back to the paddock. So I don't think we're going to be getting a race restart, which means that provisionally Aidan Hills has claimed a race victory, with Patrick Fletcher and Tom Griffiths joining him on the podium, as was the case with grid order. And then further back, Amy Watts was leading in the club class at the time of the red flag, and if she is classified the winner, that would be her first club class win as well. So with a very familiar sight at the front of the field, but a new winner in the club class. That's exciting to see. So cars then are taken back through to the paddock area. We may or may not have a chance to chat to some drivers with Richard. We'll have to hang on and wait and see with that one. But this is all because the incident down at Club Corner is going to take a little bit of time to sort out, and so no point keeping the drivers sat waiting on the grid, and we will simply allow the marshals and the recovery team to do their job, and we will then hopefully get some racing back with you again before too much longer. The next race due to be the Modified Ford Series with a 15-minute race, a huge and eclectic grid of Modified Fords here to entertain us today. We'll then have the opening round of the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship, the Mark 1 Championship if you like, followed by another race for the pre-99 Formula Fords, because they are, I think I'm right in saying, only racing with us today. Yes, they're not back tomorrow. Then we'll have the opening round of the BRSCC, or actually not the opening round, but the first race of the season for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, non-championship weekend for the juniors, and then we will round things out with a 2-hour race for the PBS Break SuperSport Endurance Cup Championship at the end of the day. Right, cars back in the pit lane, which means drivers are back in the pit lane as well, and hopefully able to mingle with them and chat to a few is Richard John Neal.
Not sure if we're going to get an official podium because of the race stoppage time, but we can talk to Aidan Hills, who was in front when the incident happened. First of all, obviously we're hoping that everyone is okay in the car, but frenetic stuff from you guys out front in the early doors of that one.
Yeah, it's pretty much just picked up where we left off last season. Great race, great respect with Patch, to be honest. We can ride, he's not many people you can drive wing mirror to wing mirror with and not actually have contact, so matter of respect to him. Obviously, first and foremost, hope everyone's all right in that crash. Obviously the cars look quite damaged when we came past, so that's the first thing we've got to worry about. But yeah, massive thanks to the team, thanks to everyone at Hills Motorsport, and thanks to Tom, because without his push down the back straight that lap, I probably wouldn't have got round Patch. I eyed it up a few times, but didn't quite have the legs down the straight. I made sure I nailed onto the back straight and had a bit of a push from Tom, which got me round, and yeah, from there it sort of managed to just control the race a little bit.
He's sitting on your car now.
I know, yeah. He can do what he wants.
Let's just bring him in. Well done. This is what I like about the camaraderie. It's nice to get one shots, but also to get two. And you know, they say in life, start as you mean to go on. If we're going to see racing like that throughout the year, we're in for a real treat.
Yeah, no, I echo what Aidan said. I missed what you said at the start of the conversation. I hope the two drivers are all right. I saw Will and another white car, so I hope both drivers are okay, as you said. But hats off to Aidan, off the line. We were very close, but we gave each other enough room, and he sent it on the inside of the hairpin. And another driver, I might have had to give a bit more room, but I thought Aidan, you know, he has good car control, and it was very good racing between me and Aidan. So I'm chuffed with the pole, and happy with P2, and we'll see what we can do in the next one.
Yeah, pole was quick, wasn't it, out of the box, and you're obviously sort of happy with the new rubber. Much time on it?
Not too much time, to be honest. So, for example, we did the first lap, and that was our first time where we had to go straight do a flying lap. So we weren't sure whether the tyres were going to warm up okay or not, but it seemed to come all right. which was good.
That's good. Many congratulations. I think you might have to grab a quick word with our circuit man as well. How you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah, good, thank you.
Congratulations.
Nice to be back.
Yeah, so is that an official third? Do we know if it's...
Third place, yeah.
Joe, really good to see you, and to see you back, because sometimes we see you in, sometimes we don't.
Yeah, we had a bit of a terrible year last year, so we kind of saved some money and worked a bit on it over the winter. We haven't done any laps, the hernia operation, so it put me out for a while. But we're here, we're third place. I've never been more thankful for a red flag because of the count back. So no, I'm happy I'm finishing the right way.
That's good. Just looking down at the overalls, what's with the Bosch? Is that a nickname that I didn't know about?
Yeah, that's my nickname, yeah. Probably judging from the car when it usually has a few dents. That's why I get called Bosch. But no, Bosch by nature, Bosch by name.
Much to, again, I'm asking, it's a little bit of a repetitive question, but change of rubber, that can upset things, but all the top guys always seem to cope with it.
The top guys always seem to be there, but I can't stand the rubber, to be honest with you. Don't like it at all. It's not really suits my style. I've had to change how I drive in one day, and haven't got my head around it yet. I'm sure by a couple of rounds in we'll like it, but it's not a change I like. So, but third place, I don't know. I can't really argue with that.
And it was really tight, wasn't it? I mean, not just the sort of three of you. There was sort of 5 or 6 people that were in that top group fighting it out. And, you know, long may that continue from the viewer's point of view.
No, definitely. It was good racing. I was 8th at one point, so it shows what you can do around here. But no, good racing. Obviously, hope everyone's all okay. That looked like a nasty one. And hopefully for a better day tomorrow, and we can back it up with a few more.
Fingers crossed. Thanks for having a quick chat with us. Really appreciate that. And apologies that it's not a sort of formal podium, but obviously we're not sure whether the race distance has been declared and so on and so forth. Having said that, are they just disappearing over there to get trophies outside? Because we've got club class to look at as well. Now, who was winning that? Was it Steve Kite or Amy Watts that was winning in the club class? That I'm not sure. Let's see if we can find Amy, who's in car number 9. So bear with me if we can. Otherwise, it'll be back to Andy. So Nick Grindrod's there. Amy Watts did win the club class. Thank you very much. And that's a good job. We got producers and editors and people telling us what's what. I'm squeezing through here, but Laura might not be able to. Sorry, Laura. Not much room to get through. And I'm going to be, if we're looking for Amy Watts, let's see if we can. I'm probably going totally the wrong way. And particularly important because it will be Amy Watts' first class win. No, not out here. Apologies for that. Guess where we're going to go now? I'm going to go back. So let me go back and see if we can find Amy. To be fair, there was a little bit of confusion over that. Obviously, the safety of the drivers involved in any incident is absolutely paramount. So that's the first thing we have to do. I'm going to go this way. And we'll just have a quick look round. No, I'll tell you what, Amy Watts' car is not here, so it looks like we're going to have to hand back to Andy McKeown. So Andy, apologies we can't do a club class, not even a podium, is it for you, but can't get club drivers. We'll hand you back to Andy, who will be having a look forward to the modified Ford cars, which will be coming out very shortly.
Richard, sterling work, giving us a guided tour of the Parc Ferme carriage down in the Silverstone wing pit lane. There is the best news that we've had, really. Drivers out of cars. They will be checked over in the medical centre, I'm sure. The cars themselves have been removed from the scene. There'll be a bit of fluid and debris maybe to be cleared. But that means the track is pretty much good to go, I think, actually, for our third race of the day, the modified Ford series, which is coming up next. And as I said, a magnificent grid of cars that we have for you. 43 of them, 43 cars. It'll take us half the race to run through the whole grid, really. There are that many of them, and all of them blue oval, but basically any kind of Ford that you can think of is going to be represented in some capacity on this near capacity grid. So really, really well supported series this, as always. And it is a series, important distinction to make, not a championship, so there are no championship points allocated. There will be no champion at the end of the season, but instead everyone's simply racing for trophies, and they are won within different classes again. So there are about 16 different classes, I seem to recall, for modified Fords. We've got Class A, SA, B, B+, Class C, Class, that's not too many, I think 4 classes. I can just about manage 4 classes, I think, across the 43 cars entered. But you win your class, you win a trophy, and you get to lord it over the rest of them until the next round, and they get a chance to perhaps try and steal that away from you. But at the front of the modified Ford grid, we have got actually 3 of those classes represented across the first 2 rows. So as you can imagine, quite a bit of mingling goes on between the classes, and drivers who perhaps aren't really fighting you for class positions still end up very much being a factor in your race, which is what we like to see. So we'll certainly get a lot of that, I think, when we do go racing, hopefully in the relatively near future. The pole position taken by James Allen in his Ford Focus RS, 2-wheel drive Ford Focus RS, which has been rapid every time it's been out there. Not always had the best of luck with that car, I seem to recall. A couple of incidents, a couple of mechanical failures, but he set the pace in qualifying with 109.496, just under 0.4 of a second quicker than Dave Cockle, who starts alongside him in his 90s Ford Escort Cosworth. Got Tommy Field in a Ford RSR Escort Mark 1, and then a Mark 2 Zac Speed Ford Escort of Malcolm Harding, that is always one of the fastest cars out on the track. Tom Ovenden in an RSR Mark 1 lines up next, ahead of Mark 2 of Piers Grange, highly modified Mark 2 of Piers Grange, and then the Cortina of Josh Payton. That's a bit of a giant killing car, that actually. It doesn't look much when you see it, but it goes like the clappers and it handles really, really well from memory. The Cortina should be a factor. Then Ralph Higson in his Mark 1 Ford Focus Turbo. Pantelis Christoforou in the Mark 2 Escort is next, ahead of the RS2000 Mark 2 of Paul Neville. And then the top, well, he completes the top 10, but there are Fiestas, there are Focus STs, there are Capris, there are Ford Fiestas further back of varying ages. We sometimes have the Puma out as well. I don't think we've got a Puma this weekend. We do have the V8-powered Euro car, Ford Taurus of Luke Bennett, starting 23rd. That thing makes a noise that will shake the ground when it goes past you. And a very distinctively liveried car as well. That hopefully we'll get the chance to pick that out when we get the race underway. It's a great grid of modified Fords. And pretty tightly bunched, actually. Top 3, James Allen, Dave Cockle and Tommy Field, within half a second of each other in qualifying. Granted, not the longest lap in the world. They all lapped it within 1 minute and 10 seconds. But we have, I think, every chance of a close battle between them. And Dave Cockle and Tommy Field, actually, who will line up second and third on the grid, are both in the same class, both in Class SA. So they are battling for not only overall positions, but they are genuinely fighting for class honours as well, in what is a short race, just 15 minutes. So got to get your get a bit of a move on, really. The classes, by the way, so you have classes A, B+, B and C, all of which are for UK and European Ford production 2-wheel drive cars. Then you have classes SA and SB, which stands for Super A and B. Super A for the fastest cars, basically. In fact, essentially, Super A and Super B are the same as classes A and B, but you don't have to have a Ford engine in the car. So if you're running a Ford engine in your Ford, then you run in classes A through to C. If you're running a Ford chassis without a Ford engine in it, then you run in one of the super classes, Super A and Super B. So cars at the front of the grid, for example, Dave Cockle and Tommy Field, they might look like a Ford Escort Cosworth and a Ford Escort Mark 1, but they're not. They're not underneath anyway, engine-wise. They are slightly different. Quite what engine's in them, I'm not actually entirely sure, but that will vary. But that's nice to see, actually, because you would have thought a champion or a series that has a specific manufacturer's name in its title would be fairly strict on what engines comply to the regulations, but that isn't actually really the case with modified Fords. They don't outlaw cars just because you've stuck a Chevrolet engine in it. Blasphemy as that is in certain parts of the world, I know, but over here in the UK we're not that fussed, as long as we get to see the cars out on the track, and we will hopefully get all 43 of them out in the relatively near future. So we're just waiting for news on when the cars will leave the paddock and head to the track. But in the meantime, Richard has been out and about again, catching up with drivers in the paddock. Let's see who he's got this time.
Callie, one of many newcomers into the championship this year. What are your thoughts going into the first weekend?
Just got to get our head down. Of course, we're very excited for this season, but we've just got to try and get up to pace and just try and perform our best, really.
Tell us a bit about your background.
I started karting from quite early on, and we just went through Bambinos, Honda Cadet and Junior Rotax. But then we saw this opportunity arise, decided to take it, and now we're here.
What's the connection with motorsport? Was it something that, you know, mum, dad or whatever got you into, or have they got a background in the sport?
No, not at all really. My brothers just started with rental karting, and then by the time I was old enough, I had a Bambino kart ready for me and a Honda Cadet that I could race in. So, no, it's been a good journey.
And how are you mentally? I mean, what do you have coaching-wise? Some of the drivers we've been talking to have got, you know, like psychologists helping with them, driver coaches. Who driver coaches you? I saw Bobby Thompson here earlier. Is he helping you?
Yeah. Bobby Thompson's helping me out. But no mental coaching or anything. Just got to get our head down and just focus on this season, really.
Do you have any routines that you do? Say, casting your mind back, kart racing. How do you prepare to get yourself ready for the race?
A lot of data. Just watching a lot of footage. Just making sure we know what we've got to do going into the sessions. And once you got that sorted, then then I'm ready for the session. So it's pretty good.
We're getting ready for the first qualifying session here. We wish you well. Lovely to meet you, and we look forward to catching up a little bit later on in the season.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks.
Good stuff. You can see the immediacy of the interviews because we've got Finn suited and booted, helmet on, ready to go. Thanks for taking a moment to talk to us, Finn. Couple of race wins last year. Mega introduction to the championship for you.
Yeah, I mean, we took to it really well. My first ever car weekend, we came home with a first-in-class second on the road and a first-in-class first on the road. So, and then we repeated the same thing at Donington with another win. So, yeah, been good.
Nice to come into a new campaign with that momentum behind you, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've had a lot of racing experience in the past. I mean, I've done 8 years of karting, so it really helped me when coming into cars. You know, the transition was really good. I mean, I found it quite easy.
I've not spoken to any of the other young people today about the teams behind it. You with 2010 Racing, so tell us a bit about them and your experience with them.
Well, I mean, they've been amazing so far. I mean, all the coaches have done loads for me, really, and the team, they know exactly what to do all the time. We're always bang on with the setup, and yeah, it's just been amazing so far with them.
Well, thank you for chatting to us, and the very best luck for first quali.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you, Richard. So they were some of the Fiesta Junior drivers just before they went qualifying this morning, but they will be back out racing in the relatively near future. So we will have them out actually later on this afternoon, won't we, the Fiesta Juniors, in their sort of pre-season Champion of Silverstone competition that they've got running right here this weekend. Right then, we do have other Fords about to head onto the track though. We've had confirmation on the timing screen. We've moved on now to race number 3 of the day, and it is for the modified Ford series. Like I said, a big grid of cars to go through, and 43 of them hopefully will be taking to the start of the race. We'll wait to see exactly how many of them make it out there, but it would be good if we could get a full quota of mod Fords and get some really, really entertaining battling over, like I said, a very short, sharp 15-minute race. Track cleared of debris, cleared of fluid. They've had the course car out there just checking it over as well to make sure that we're good to go, and the decision has been taken that we are, which is good news. Just waiting now to get some cars out on the racetrack, which we should hopefully have in the near future. So like I said, James Allen then on the pole position, and Dave Cockle starting alongside him. You can see the Jaguar safety car, by the way, just waiting in the background. Now, modified Fords, I think, are a rolling start, are they not? It's been a while since I saw one of these races. I'm fairly certain that it is. So the safety car will lead them around. Rolling start, yes, for modified Fords, get my teeth in. So they will be released from assembly to the grid. They will then have a countdown on the grid, and then they'll be led around on the pace lap. So we've got plenty of time to build up to this one. as if we hadn't had enough already, but we will have 2 laps basically, and a big part of the reason for that is that a lot of these cars run on slick tyres. First category that we've had racing today that run on full slicks. Now, full racing slick takes a lot more work to get it up to speed and get it up to temperature, so that's why they need to have that extra lap behind the safety car or lap around the track in any capacity really, just to make sure they've got the tyres up to temp. So that is what is going to be happening momentarily when we get the cars out there. So rolling starts for Modified Fords, ClubSport Trophy and the SuperSport Trophy as well, which will be taking place later on this afternoon. ClubSport Trophy will be with us tomorrow. Tomorrow we lose... no, we don't lose Modified Fords. They've got another race tomorrow. So we gain, basically, the ZEO Prototype series. They've got a good grid of cars as well, somewhere in the 20s, I believe. We also gain the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship and the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy, who will have their 45-minute pit stop race in the afternoon. Today's long-distance race is a proper long-distance race, 2 hours for the PBS Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup Championship. A really good grid of cars will be taken to the track in that one. And... again, an eclectic mix of cars, multi-class racing, pit stop strategies to unfold, so that's going to be a highlight at the end of the day for sure. So there was a great amount of excitement when we saw the timing screen change to say that race 3 was about to get started, but actually we are yet to see a single modified Ford released from the assembly area. Assembly area, by the way, is just behind the grassy area on the left of shot, so we can't really see them from here. They pop out underneath a little bridge at pit exit and turn out onto the circuit that way. So the cars will eventually be back out and racing. Wind picking up. Still this slight threat of rain maybe later on in the afternoon, but hopeful that we'll get everything in before that ever arrives, if it ever arrives. There you can see one of the medical vehicles just heading back on posts, having dealt with the incident in the last race. So that's what the ambulance is doing out on the circuit. Don't panic, it's just heading back to where it came from. And that's, I guess, the reason why there's just been this slight extra delay, because we can't go racing until all of the safety vehicles are back where they need to be. Just looking at the forecast for tomorrow, it's now looking like a fairly soggy Sunday, actually, at least in the morning. Clears up in the afternoon, but overnight and into the morning is when the bulk of the rain looks like it's going to be with us. I think this medical car might be going all the way around a lap of the international circuit, so we've got to wait until it gets to its base down at pit entry. So we've probably got a few more minutes actually before the cars are released, and then, like I said, they've got these 2 warm-up laps essentially as well, so it'll be a good few minutes before the race starts, so plenty of time, I think, to catch up with another of our Fiesta Junior drivers who Richard spoke to earlier on today.
Henry, one of our finalists at the scholarship, and you managed to get some budget together. I think a limited campaign at the moment?
Yeah, at the moment we can only afford to do the first 2 rounds of the season, so we're looking for sponsorship to allow us to continue, but we're going to make the most of what we have and see what we can do in these first 2 rounds.
How's the testing and preparation gone?
Oh, it's been awesome. Like, it's a surreal experience to be somewhere like Silverstone. Like, for me, it's been a dream ever since I've been a child, just to get to drive around the circuit, and our paces look really good so far. It's really promising, so I'm really looking forward to get out there and show what I can do in qualifying.
You've come from a very strong karting background. How would you describe what you've experienced coming into the car racing world for a karter who might be looking at doing the same?
Well, it's a big difference. When you come to a paddock like this, you're like, where is everything? Because it's just so much bigger, you get lost. But it's a surreal experience really, because everything's just so much more professional. I mean, lots of karting championships are really professional, but just the standard of everything around here is just amazing, and especially in a championship like Brscc, it's like everyone's so good, and it's an amazing experience for anyone to come to this championship really.
How's the adrenaline?
Not too high yet, but I think as we get closer to qualifying, the nerves will kick in, adrenaline will get higher, and just looking forward to get out now. So yeah, it's going to be good fun.
Wish you well, lovely to chat to you, and you never know, might see you on the podium.
That would be amazing, so I'll hopefully see you later.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, mate. Well done. Jack Brewer, very well. Warm welcome back to the championship. We haven't seen you since Brands last year. Jacob, top-seeded driver coming back. Does that give you any pressure, do you think?
I mean, it gives us a bit of pressure, but it doesn't take away from the fact that we were second in the championship last year. It gives as much confidence, if not more confidence, in that regard.
Great championship to come back to, though.
Yeah, it's great to see everybody again. You know, everybody comes back from last year, so it's nice to see the old team as well. It's just great to come back for another season, so give it another knock.
I've spoken to some of the other drivers about how they prepare immediately before an event, but what's your winter like between championship last year and now?
A couple test days if we can fit them in, but mostly sim testing. On the run-up to this event, did about 9 to 10 hours on the sim during midweek, about 2 hours a day. Yeah, that's mostly it for me.
Studies?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, it's forgotten in regards to racing, but yeah, I've been at college over the winter, so doing A-levels.
Well, very good. It's nice to catch up with you, and we look forward to seeing what you do with all these new boys and girls that are out there.
Yeah, nice to see you too. Thank you.
Best of luck. Thank you.
You too.
Always nice to see a young man very enthusiastic about his studies, but hey, when you've got the opportunity to go and forge a career as a young racing driver, I can absolutely understand them prioritising that. Now, drama, I'm afraid, already. We've barely got the modified Fords out on track, and Wayne Crabtree has run into some issues. I suspect his bonnet came loose, hadn't been attached properly maybe, so the marshal having to assist him with that. But look, we've got modified Fords on the track. We are almost ready to go racing in the opening round of the modified Ford series, and now you can see what I mean about an eclectic mix of cars. Don't be fooled into thinking this is your bog standard one make Ford series. We will have one make Ford racing later on in the shape of the Fiesta Juniors, but this is a proper mix of cars across, well, just actually across the top 3 cars on the grid. You've got cars spanning 4 decades plus of Ford history, all within half a second of each other at the front of the pack, which is fantastic to see. That's the Ford Cortina Mark II of Josh Payton that I mentioned earlier on. Little Cortina, always a bit of a crowd pleaser and a bit of a giant killer too, so should be competitive in this race, which will get underway shortly. Now the cars are lining up on the grid. They won't stay there for long. They will then be led around by the Jaguar safety car, and they will do a green flag lap, roll up 2x2 to the start-finish straight, and then they'll be released for a rolling start. So it will be a 2x2 rolling start and a 15-minute race when we get there. So James Allen on the pole there is the number 26 car. That's Alan Breck in the Ford Capri, the Jägermeister liveried Ford Capri, and one of the most iconic liveries from the period. And there's a similar one on the Ascar, I think that is, further back, which definitely the Ford Taurus, that stands out among the crowd. And yeah, it's not really starting that much further back, actually. There's number 63, that's Lloyd Jameson. We've seen him further up the order than that. So Lloyd Jameson runs in class Super A, so same class as the likes of Dave Cockle and Tommy Field at the front end of the field. In fact, there's a group of Super A cars outside the top 20. Malcolm Wise starts 22nd, Luke Bennett 23rd, and Lloyd Jameson, who we just saw, 24th. They're all in the same class. So, in fact, they are 3rd, 4th and 5th, respectively, within their class as far as qualifying order went. Then at the back, you can see some of the Fiestas. They run predominantly in, well, actually, depending on what specification they are, either Class B or C. So we've got some of the ST150s that are out there. In fact, we've got, yeah, Mac McCarthy in an ST150, Chris Burley, and then you've got the ST170 of Jay Hinton as well. So subtle differences in the specification of the Fiestas. A couple of the newer generation Fiestas as well. As you can see, Nigel Craig was that in the, no, it wasn't Nigel Craig, it was Matt Chambers, 69, not 96, in the ST240, the more powerful Ford Fiesta, and then the Ford Focus Estate of Alex Howe. Now that car again is normally a lot quicker than 42nd on the grid would suggest. Might be minus a car at the back. I don't yet see number 48 Paul Solb pulling into position in his Focus Mark 1. No, I don't think we do. So we're missing one then, unfortunately, but still hopefully 42 of them set to be released on the green flag lap as we get ready for round number 1 of the 2024 Modified Ford Series. What a sight that is. Look at that. Take a picture and save it as your phone wallpaper as soon as you can. The Silverstone wing with a big crowd of people watching on from the wing, by the way. They will be friends, family members, team members, and perhaps just people who are along for the day. It's free access up onto that that sort of veranda that they've got, and stretches the entire or half the way down the enormous Silverstone wing building. And now James Allen hasn't got going. The pole sitter's car refusing to fire, and the Ford Focus that should have been starting from pole position now unfortunately may not be. We'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, let's take a look at how... Oh, there he does get fired up. That's good news. So he will be able to reclaim his position at the front of the grid. This is how the rest of the grid looks. So James Allen and Dave Cockle, row 1. Row 2, Tommy Field and Malcolm Harding. And then the third row of the grid shared by Tom Ovenden and Piers Grange. So that's the top 6 on the grid, and again within those top 6, great variety of cars. We've got the Focus, the Escort Cosworth, Mark 1 Escort, Mark 2 Zaxby, the RSR Escort of Tom Ovenden, and another Mark 2 of Piers Grange. Then we had Josh Payton and Ralph Hicks in row 4, row 5, Pantelis Christopherou and Paul Neville, and row 6, Chris Baker and Alex Boehm. Then row 7 for David Guthrie and Martin Reynolds, with Wayne Crabtree and Mike Thurley next. Then Rob Lewis and Tom Abbott on row number 9. Row 10, Oliver Bullion and Alan Breck, Todd Garner and Malcolm Wise share the 11th row. Row 12 is where we find Luke Bennett and Lloyd Jameson. Then it's Sam Shimwell and Cliff Pellin with Tyler England and Stefan Marsh on the 14th row. Row 15 for Gary Johnson and Mick Head, and then the 16th row, Jay Hinton and Dave Barrett. Row 17 is shared by Nigel Craig and Piers Warwick, with Gary Littlewood and Mac McCarthy on row 18. Row 19, nearly there, is Sean Fairweather and Darryl Taplin, Matt Chambers and Colin Claxton, with Chris Burley, Alex Howe and hopefully Paul Solb, although I don't see him at the back of the grid, completing the 43 cars. So a couple to watch for from the back of the grid. Certainly some interesting battles at the front, and a very relieved James Allen should have been able to pick his way back through to pole position. If you lose a few places on the green flag lap, that's fine. You're allowed to come back to where you should start. If you fall right to the back, if everybody else overtakes you, then you have to start from the back of the grid. That didn't happen though, and so it is the two-wheel drive Ford Focus RS that starts from pole position. Dave Cockle alongside him on the outside line. Tommy Field and Malcolm Harding in their Escorts are next as we get ready to feel the roar. Across the line they go. We are racing in the modified Ford series. The speed picks up. The Focus on the inside line trying to fend off Dave Cockle, who goes right round the outside into Abbey Corner. Oh, and we've got dramas before the flag, I'm afraid. 44 and 26. So 26 we mentioned was Alan Breck, 44 Oliver Bullion. They were set to share the 10th row of the grid, but they never got there. They've crashed coming through Club Corner, and they haven't even started their first race of the season. That is not an ideal start to their day. Oh, and more drama as well. That's from the back end of the green flag lap, isn't it? Someone has had a stoppage on the way down the link road. Sensibly, the safety car is being scrambled, but what a messy start to the race that was. That's a shame. Safety car is called for, and I don't think... Where's the Focus gone? Oh, it's James Allen sort of buried in the field. I don't know what's going on, and I know that's not what a commentator's supposed to say, but I have no idea how we got here. We have got somehow Dave Cockle leading the way. Then it's the two Escorts, isn't it? So Malcolm Harding I can see in third. And is that Tommy Field up in second place? I think it is, with James Allen down into fourth. And a truly bizarre turn of events. Well, a few bizarre turns of events at the start of the race. Neither of these cars will fire back up again, or they're too damaged to be moved on their own. So they're being pushed out of the way. So they're the number 44 of Oliver Bullion, the Fiesta. And behind him, that car really isn't moving, is it? There's some steering damage at the front that's preventing the car from rolling forward. Certainly there was some front-end bodywork damage to Alan Breck's Ford Capri, the Jägermeister Capri. That's such a shame to see that car in strife early doors. But that will not, I imagine, have been caused by a bit of a stacking up effect through Club Corner there, as some drivers perhaps were accelerating, anticipating the race start, others didn't, and they all sort of met in the middle. So Cockle leads at the end of a messy opening lap. Tommy Field second, Malcolm Harding third, James Allen fourth from pole. So he's really had a roller coaster of 2 or 3 minutes, hasn't he there? Piers Grange fifth ahead of Tom Ovenden, Pantelis Christopherou, Josh Payton, Paul Neville and Wayne Crabtree, the top 10. So Super A cars filling up the top 2 positions. Cockle and Field. Then the Class B plus leader in 3rd is Harding. Class A led still by James Allen, despite that disastrous start. And Class B by the number 16 machine of Chris Baker in 13th place. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen the different coloured numbers denote different classes. And I think, do we have any Class C cars out there today? Yes, we do, and they are led by the number 13. You can see, or you will see in a moment further down the order, that was the Class C leader, Dave Barrett, in his Fiesta Z-Tech. In fact, he's got a bit of opposition in that class. Gary Littlewood in his Fiesta, and Darryl Taplin as well. So 3 quick Fiestas, relatively evenly matched Fiestas as well, all at the front of the Class C pack. So the Escort that I think had the trouble on lap 1 was, oh, not on lap 1 actually, on the green flag lap down at this part of the circuit, was number 29, I reckon, which was Mike Thurley, who was started 16th, or was supposed to start 16th, but never made it that far. I think he's got going again now, though, and has tanked on at the back of the field. We have lost Abbott in the number 62 car, the Sierra Sapphire, Tom Abbott. He's not made it round at the end of lap 1. We know about Bullion and Breck. Oh, in fact, Abbott, I think, as I said, that has been reinstated into the order, so we're missing 3. Bullion and Brett we know about. And who was that? That is Malcolm Harding to the pit lane now. So Malcolm Harding from 3rd position takes the Zack Speed Mark II Escort into the pits. So what is going on here? I don't see anything obviously wrong with that car, but there must be a problem. It wouldn't obviously be voluntarily pulling into the pit lane. Now, the pit lane is a bit of a shortcut here at Silverstone. It's actually quicker than going through the final few corners, even at race speed. So Harding is officially now showing as the race leader, but isn't actually, because he's stationary in the pit lane. So Dave Cockle will move back through into 1st position. But what a shame that is, though. Malcolm Harding in the same class as Piers Grange, who now moves up into 4th place overall and leader of Class B+. So, cars weaving around, trying to keep heating those tyres. Like I said, a lot of the really powerful cars in the super classes, in particular, running on slick tyres. This is not what they wanted to see. But, Dave Cockle in the Escort Cosworth, 4-wheel drive at his disposal. He'll be pretty happy about that right now, as he prepares for what could be a fairly slippery restart if it's his tyre temperature has dipped too much. Towards us comes the pack of cars, a couple of the Fiestas, a couple of the Escort Cosworths in there as well. Caught a glimpse of Rob Lewis. Rob Lewis you'll have heard on our broadcast before. Doing some pit reporting and some commentary. That, by the way, is the 126 car. That was one I really wanted to try and pick out. That is the Ford Taurus Euro car, which has that V8 engine in it of Luke Bennett. Runs in Super A, though, so I don't think it's a Ford V8 necessarily that he's got in it, but what a stunning car that is. And again, you only see 1 or 2 of them out anywhere around the world, really. Euro car, sort of Europe's answer to NASCAR back in the day. And again, running that iconic Jägermeister livery. Now the only car running that livery still in the race, of course, but that thing makes a heck of a noise as it rumbles past. Even at low speed, actually, but especially up at full racing speed. Hopefully we'll get to experience in the near future. Frustrating this for the drivers, of course. They sat around for a while during that previous delay, not really doing anything, and then they finally got released onto the grid. There's a bit more sitting around, then the green flag lap. The race sort of started, but amidst the confusion, decision taken to neutralise the race on the safety car. In the background now, I think I can see the Capri of Alan Breck being dragged through a gravel trap, so that's nearly out of the way. In a moment, when we pan through the final corner at Club, we'll be able to see what sort of situation the track is in, whether they've got both of those cars out of the way. As Antelis Christopher sets the fastest lap of the race. Everyone's setting the fastest lap of the race now as the pace has picked up slightly behind the safety car. There you can see no cars at the side of the road. So once the recovery vehicles are out of harm's way, we should be able to go racing, which I would hope would be at the end of this lap. That would certainly be the hope. Malcolm Wise pops up as the fastest lap setter. There he goes in his Escort Cosworth. So I'm intrigued to see, well, there's a few things I'm intrigued to see really when we get going again. We've now got 2 Super A cars back at the front, but James Allen, who was quicker than them all in qualifying, running third, and he's only going to have less than half the race to go now to try and reassert his authority. Cockle and Field ahead of him were both within a few tenths of the pole time in qualifying. The question is, though, where do those cars generate their lap time? You would imagine probably down the straights for the Escorts, or certainly the second-placed Escort, the Tommy Field car. More modern cars perhaps slightly better on the brakes, so how's that going to pan out? They might be very even over a single lap, but in race conditions, does one car have an edge over the others? We'll hopefully about to find out. Safety car heading towards the pit entry, and is in the pit entry with its lights off, which is good news. That means we're going racing again with what's going to be just under 6.5 minutes still to go. They come towards us then. So Dave Cockle leads the field. Tommy Field in his rearview mirror. Cockle looks to try and get the hammer down in the number 95 car. Lightning McQueen number on the side of it. And look at Tommy Field with a huge twitch there from the tail end of the car as he accelerated under extreme power through Club Corner. We're back underway again then here at Silverstone with exactly 6 minutes left on the clock. And Dave Cockle executed a very good restart there, combined with that little moment for Tommy Field. It means that he was actually 8.5 tenths up the road by the time they got to the line even. Challenge on for third, look though. Piers Grange now going up the inside of James Allen. So far from challenging for the lead, James Allen actually fading slightly down to 4th position, well, only briefly, gets back up alongside Piers as they head through the link and down towards Chapel Corner. Right round the outside goes Grange. Supreme confidence there in his tyre grip. And in fairness, the confidence paid off because he comes off the corner still in 3rd place. But actually, that Focus is a rocket ship in a straight line, and it blasts straight back through. So Piers Grange was 3rd, then he was 4th. And he'll have to try again now to find a way back ahead of the Focus. But that's what I mean. It's not always the cars you expect to be quick down the straights that are quick down the straights. And sometimes the cars that you'd think would struggle around the corners because they're 30 or 40 years older than the car they're battling with. Sometimes actually they're a bit lighter and they're able to really be nimble and agile. And that's exactly what you saw there from Piers Grange, wriggling his way round the outside of James Allen as he did. Josh Payton has moved up into 6th place as well, ahead of Pantelis Christoforou. Here further back, a good little battle. That's the 959 car of Mick Head in the Martini livery. Used to be, for a while anyway, the Ford Works World Rally Team livery. That was getting a lot of attention from a few interested spectators when I walked past it in the paddock earlier on this morning. Yellow flags at Abbey again. That's been a familiar sight, hasn't it? Who's double waved yellows actually to what's happened here. There must have been some sort of drama. There's almost a drama down at Village. That's Rob Lewis up the inside into the braking zone. The number 16 is his intended victim. Has he managed to find a way through? Well, the move's still ongoing, really, but Rob very enthusiastic about his modified Ford racing and pretty enthusiastic lunge up the inside there. It's still not quite paid off, though. He's not yet managed to clear the other car. Now it's a drag race down the straight, a drag race that ultimately he loses and could lose another place as well, I think, by the time they arrive down at Stowe Corner, which he does. That looked like yellow flags off in the distance at Club as well, so is there another drama at Club Corner? I wonder. There nearly is. Wayne Crabtree there. Oh, now I thought that was a lock-up at first, but that actually looked like the smoke lingered as he was under acceleration, although it's cleared up now. Maybe a bit of bodywork rubbing somewhere on a wheel arch, but he heads to the first corner, still ahead in that private little battle. Now there is an Escort Cosworth there charging through the order. That's Malcolm Wise, isn't it? Malcolm Wise in the yellow and white Escort, number 28. He was the one coming up ahead of Lewis and Baker and the rest in that little group, so that is a car on the move, and its next target will be the number 61 of David Guthrie in his Ford Fiesta, just ahead. Rob Lewis still hasn't managed to find a way past the number 16 car. They're about to accelerate down the hanger straight, and in fact Rob now tries something really adventurous and goes right around the outside of it, going through the link there at Chapel, and that I think has potentially worked on Chris Baker. Chris Baker, by the way, started 11th, so he's dropped down, well, actually only a position or two. I think it's just that Rob Lewis has gained quite a few. He was 17th on the grid. He's knocking on the door of the top 10 now. He's still going around the outside of Chris Baker. Terrific battle this between the Focus, which is on the inside line, and the Escort RS, which is on the outside line. Can Rob finally seal the deal? No, they're still side by side, and now he's on the outside line in the Driving Talk sponsored car podcast that I believe Rob has some involvement with, because like I said, when he's not racing a car, he's talking about racing cars. In fact, I really wouldn't put it past him to be talking about racing cars right now as he's battling against them out on the track. He has an encyclopedic knowledge of all things Ford, and very passionate about this championship, as I said. Again, tries to get alongside Chris Baker, but not able to do it there. And now this is a recovery truck at Abbey. Turn 1, I think this is, isn't it, that this car has been removed from, and it's Matt McCarthy. So Matt McCarthy, unfortunately, in his Fiesta, needing recovery from Abbey Corner, and that's why we had yellow flags out there for a moment or two. Right now, we get the move made down the back straight by Malcolm Wise, past the number 52, that was, the Ford Focus of Ralph Higson, the Mark 1 Ford Focus. Don't see a lot of those out on the track, do you? In fact, you don't see lots on the road these days either. Ooh, Dave Cockle. Now, this is for the lead. This is for the lead of the race. Tommy Field has caught Dave Cockle, and he's gone right round the outside. He's not quite made that move stick through the link. He's on the outside line through Chapel. Bit of traffic on the horizon. Dave Cockle having to get his elbows out. The turbo smoke there as he hits the loud pedal going out onto the back straight. Is that going to give him enough power to hang on? I think it did. So he retains the race lead. James Allen there is back up into 3rd place now. They're well and truly amongst traffic, and I wonder if that had a little something to do with Tommy Field suddenly being all over the back of Dave Cockle. He's driving well, don't get me wrong, is Tommy, but is he going to be able to find a way past the very experienced Dave Cockle? Well, this might help. He's got Alex Howe in the Focus Estate just ahead. Howe started on the back row of the grid. He's picked his way through a few positions, but look at the way Tommy Field's car wriggles around under acceleration. Now they're going to get to the timing line here with just time for one more lap. So it's going to be a one-lap shootout now between the two of them, ducking and diving their way through the lap traffic. And Dave Cockle is under all sorts of pressure here from Tommy Field. Where does Field make the move, though? Because we saw last time down the hanger straight that Cockle's definitely got the advantage in a straight line. So Tommy's going to have to get adventurous. That car a lot lighter, and seems to change direction and accelerate a little bit more quickly. Is that going to be enough for him to gain this final position then on the last lap and steal the race victory? He couldn't be any closer to Dave Cockle as they come out onto the hanger straight for the final time. James Allen nearly tangling with the back marker. It's all going to come down, though, to the final couple of corners. Dave Cockle's going to get away down the straight, but Field will have the edge through Stowe Corner. He's later on the brakes. He carries good speed into the apex of the turn. But can he get close enough to challenge down into the Vale and Club Corner? I think the answer may be no. I think Dave Cockle has just about got enough here to hang on, but Tommy Field throwing everything at the final braking zone, makes the change of direction, but he's just not quite going to get there. Dave Cockle is going to withstand the pressure, and he is going to claim the victory in race number 1 of the season in the modified Ford Series. Took us a while to get going in that one, but when we did, we had some terrific action, and it's Dave Cockle who comes out on top, also claims the victory in Super A class, which is the same class as Tommy Field. James Allen in 3rd place is the winner in Class A. Piers Grange in 4th place, the winner in Class B+. And then Tom Ovenden in the Mark 1 RSR Escort in 5th is the victor in Super B. Now, Class B is the other car we're looking for. It's the white and blue car that just went out of shot. Car number 16, Chris Baker, who has fended off Rob Lewis here. He's actually now got his hands full of one of the newer shaped Fiestas coming down towards us. Todd Garner, I think that is, slipping through. But the car just ahead of them is Chris Baker, and he is going to come through now to claim a victory by the looks of it in Class B. Off Club Corner he will come. The checkered flag awaits him just behind the Taurus Euro car of Luke Bennett. And that is a solid performance from Baker. Found himself battling away with Rob Lewis, who's in a B+ car. The only other class we're waiting for then is Class C. I think we've actually already had the Class C winner. Yes, we have. Number 75 has already crossed the timing line. That's Gary Littlewood. Now, when I last checked, it was Dave Barrett leading that class. So what happened to Dave? I wonder. He finished 32nd, Littlewood 30th. Oh, but less than a second adrift. So, yeah, that was a good battle for Class C. Didn't see it on the stream, but that was a good battle going on. And lead change potentially there in the closing stages. There almost was a lead change for the overall victory as well, but it didn't quite happen in the end. And it was Dave Cockle, not David Guthrie, Dave Cockle, who claimed the race victory from Tommy Field second, James Allen third, then Piers Grange and Tom Ovenden class winners. 4 of those 5 drivers at the front of the field were class winners. Josh Payton, Pantelis Christoforou, Paul Neville, Martin Reynolds and Wayne Crabtree, all in Class B plus, complete the top 10, ahead of Lloyd Jameson, Malcolm Wise and Luke Bennett, a trio of Super A drivers. Chris Baker then was the Class B winner, down there in 14th place, ahead of Tom Garner, Rob Lewis, Ralph Higson, Sam Shinwell, Malcolm Harding, who recovered nicely, and Stefan Marsh completing the top 20. 21st was Guthrie, who was, well, actually he wasn't, because he was in the pit lane there when the checkered flag flew, so Gary Johnson will likely gain a place ahead of Cliff Pellin, Tyler England, Jay Hinton, Mike Thurley, and Piers Warwick. And then Nigel Craig was 28th, ahead of Alex Howe. All of these cars 1 lap down. Gary Littlewood, Sean Fairweather, Dave Barrett, Mick Head, Matt Chambers, Darryl Taplin, Chris Burley. The last of the finishers, because we lost Matt McCarthy, we lost Alex Boehm in that one as well, and a handful of others who didn't see the checkered flag. But we have some happy drivers waiting down in Parc Ferme, and they'll be even happier to be greeted momentarily by Richard John Neal.
Yeah, great race once we got the safety car done. That was really superb. And Dave Cockle having a good race with Tommy Fields. Fantastic machinery. Hopefully we'll get a chance to look a little bit closer in tomorrow's build-up to the racing. Dave, let's get you over. Dave Cockle takes the win. Dave, can we get you round? Let's whiz in. Dave, can we go and grab you for a quick well done? Many congratulations. We'll get you as best we can by the Brscc signage. Yeah. And I think am I right in saying last season wrapped up here on the International, and you had 2 class wins that weekend as well?
Yeah, I had 2 class wins. I had 2 second places. Jason Davis won both races. So yes, I've been rapidly trying to improve car over winter, and Jason's not here. But all credit to Tommy and that weapon. Yeah, we had a great time when we got going eventually. But
Tommy's here actually. Good race between you two, and lovely to see warming things up, because it's a bit cold, but it's keeping you guys warm in there, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, mate. They're very, very, very warm cars, but it's great, mate. Really, really enjoyed that. It's so good when you've got someone very close pace and you're chasing each other like that. It's great. It makes it. The thing is, when you're out in the front on your own, a race lasts forever, doesn't it? Yeah. And with that, I didn't realise it last lap.
Safety car aside, but 2 completely different machines. So talk us through, how that affects the various corners here.
It's difficult. Obviously, Dave's got 4-wheel drive. You've got a lot more traction out of the turns and a little bit more power. But obviously, through the quick stuff, I seem to have, because you don't get the push, I seem to have the edge on him. So over a lap, we're very similar on times. But obviously, when you've got that yo-yo effect, it's good to watch. It's nice.
How long have you had the RSR?
It's not actually mine. It's Stuart's. Stuart Days, but it's right there. Look. So he just gives me the privilege of driving it. So yeah, he's had it from, October last year. We did Thruxton, a little club event. Then we did the live fest at the end of last year, the full live fest. And then obviously today. So hopefully we can try and roll out the year,
So you test drive, or are you going to hand it back to him, or?
He's never driven it.
He's kind of bought it for you to play with, really.
It's nice of him, isn't it?
And Dave, much work over the winter. I asked the same question of a lot of people, but busy winter getting ready for this?
Nothing major. We dry something the engine, which I had issues last year where I was constantly putting oil in it. It was always on my mind, low oil pressure. So that's been a big thing. So I forgot about it now. It's taken care of. So I've been able to think more about what I'm doing on the track. Yeah.
A decent start. Have you got a quiet evening planned now, or is there a little bit of a focus on Ford camaraderie this evening?
Yeah, there'll be some Ford camaraderie.
And almost lightweight.
And almost guaranteed a few beers.
A few beers.
It's all It's TLC time, isn't it, really?
Yes,
It's getting ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they take some looking after.
It's supposed to be a bit warmer tomorrow, isn't it? Is that going to affect things as well?
Maybe the tyres on the last few laps. I mean, obviously we didn't really get to see the tyre degradation then because we did, what was it, 4 laps behind the safety car. So when you've got a whole 12-lap race, the last 3 laps it doesn't matter if it's that or that. They're hard work because the tyres are just shot, you know.
Getting the coolest cars on track, so we'd love to speak some more. Maybe catch you tomorrow morning and have a chat about the machinery as well. Good to see you too. Thank you very much. And James Allen, very quickly. Sorry to wind everybody up. I know we've got cars on track. James, we'll make a habit of chatting to you here at Silverstone. National last year. Well done. 3rd place and a class win.
Yeah, class win. Good. It's not what I was going for, but yeah, I had my paddle shift system didn't quite work on the start, so I had to get myself through. But at that point, I'd not been able to warm anything up. Fortunately for the safety car, it allowed me to get some heat into my tyres, but the gearbox wasn't playing ball. It wasn't, so.
Is that sortable tonight, or is it a big problem?
It's not a big problem, but it just happens at the wrong time.
Doesn't it always?
For me, it seems to be, yeah. We'll sort it. We'll be out tomorrow. Although we'll be 3rd, but it's what it is.
Okay, James, thanks for chatting to us. Cars on track. Good to see you again. James Allen. So we've got Gaz Shocks, Mazda MX-5s next, and then we go endurance racing. But as I mentioned, Mazda's next up, Gaz Shocks Championship. And back with the man who we said earlier on, my American friends would say he's got a Mazda's degree. Here's Andy McEwen.
Thank you, Richard. I don't know whether to laugh or cry at that. I'm going to choose to see the funny side. Right then, Mazda MX-5 Racing coming up next, and this should be a good one. So this is sort of, in a way, it's become the feeder series, really, to the MX5 Super Cup, who we saw out on track earlier on. These the older spec Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s, but don't be fooled into thinking that this racing will be any less exciting. Oh no, if anything, it sometimes aims to top even what we've seen in the Super Cup Championship, and we've got a really, really competitive grid of drivers. Very familiar grid of drivers. Most of the drivers we'll see at the front of this field are the same sort of faces that we saw at the front of the field last year, with one exception, that being the champion from last year, Steve Foden, who's now gone off to race other things. I believe we'll be seeing him out in the Audi TT series that's going to be supporting TCR UK this year. So he's stepped onwards and upwards into that, and that has opened the door brilliantly now for everybody else, really, to have half a chance of winning, because he was dominant last year, was Steve Foden. That car-driver combination was just so rapid, they could not touch him, really, and he went on an incredible winning spree mid-season to wrap the championship up here at Silverstone on the international circuit last year, but he didn't win any of the races here on the international circuit. In fact, 2 of them were won by Jack Noller, who's going to be lining up 4th on the grid for this one, and the other was won by Tom Langford, who snatched the pole position. So that's a good segue, I think, into how the grid's going to line up for this one. It is Tom Langford on pole, Luke Pullen alongside, Jack Noller and Adam Sparrow on row 2, Jack Moody and Rob Smith on row number 3, ahead of Ben Short, Levi Aisbett with Neil Chisnell and Will Chadwick completing the top 10. Then it's Tim Dorr, Adam Craig, Harry Storer, Chris Thelwell, Richard Wootton, Chris Wright, Bill Taylor, Graham Rumsey, Clive Chisnell, Simon Privet, Jonathan Fieldend, Richard Bartlett, Tim Storer and Ugo Carini. And just in the nick of time, we've got through the grid, the green flag has been waved, and we're about to get racing underway then in the 2024 Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. The 5-second board is aloft, the red lights are on. It's an AB Motorsport front row, but which of them will get into Abbey Corner first? Well, let's find out. Not a great start, I'm afraid, for Luke Pullen, who's got a new car for this year, but he didn't get it off the line terribly well, and so Tom Langford will be uncontested in the end into the first turn. Adam Sparrow versus Jack Noller for second. Tim Dorr making friends already, and the Australian, I think, clattering into the side there of the number 88 car of William Chadwick, who I expected to be a front runner, but he's lost a lot of ground already as a result of that little knock. Side by side into the first braking zone they go. Someone steaming up the inside, and thankfully avoiding everybody else. That was the number 3 of Richard Wootton, but a couple of others on his outside having to scatter to the side of the road to avoid contact. Tom Langford, though, leads the way. Freshly re-liveried number 75 car for Tom, who hopefully is in for the full season this year. If he is, then you'd have to say he's going to be a real title contender. He was a front runner and indeed race winner last season, and expect more of the same from him really this time around. In fact, he won the very first race of the season here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit last year, and That was, as far as I recall, a fairly uneventful race victory for him. No dramas whatsoever. And he was able to claim a win, but unfortunately wasn't able to do the full season. So hopefully he'll be around for the full campaign in 24. He will lead, by the looks of it, the opening lap of the race. Jack Noller, Adam Sparrow and Luke Pullen close behind. That's Tim Dorr trying to go to the outside of one of the Go For It racing cars. That did not work for him. Slots back in line behind, nose to tail they run them, off club corner, and we have got a drama further back. Bill Taylor off the road. Bill Taylor, a guest runner this weekend, one of two guest drivers, should point that out. He and Rob Smith both are not eligible for points, so we sort of ignore as far as the final classification is concerned when it comes to points giving out. There is the side-by-side battle for second place, though. Adam Sparrow looking to the inside of Jack Noller. Brian Chandler prepared car of Adam Sparrow. Not able to quite finalise the move. Now he might be able to. Now, which way does Luke Pullen go behind? Luke, is he going to try and make it 3 wide, or is he going to try and push Adam Sparrow through? I think that's going to be the case. So Luke Pullen pulls up behind Sparrow, and they'll both try and go in tandem here past Jack Noller, which they do. That's the power of the slipstream, and that's the power of working together. They don't have to be teammates that you're working with. A temporary truce can be formed often between drivers of different teams just to try and benefit them and get them to the front of the pack. Pulling back into podium place, and I don't know whether they're trying to create a livery that you can't miss or that you can't see on the number 27 car, because it's got the camo livery and then the brightest of bright orange wheels and roll cage. So they've sort of gone halfway towards creating an invisible car and then backed out at the last minute. But Luke Pullen, not one for backing out normally, and he's going to be looking to try and get past Sparrow, or actually perhaps work with Sparrow until they catch back up to Langford, which I think would be the more sensible thing to do. Then Jack Noller behind. Noller, another driver who really came on strong at the back end of 2023. And he's looking for more race victories this year, that is for sure. Side by side there on the outside line, another of the AB Motorsport cars. That is Rob Smith, who I don't think is doing the full season, but that is, as far as I know, Rob Smith, ex-British touring car racer Rob Smith, who also these days races a lot in the Fiesta Senior Championship here with the Brscc. Son Sid Smith has done some Fiesta Junior racing. He's been out in Southern Europe racing Porsches, actually, recently. I'm pretty sure that is the same Rob Smith, who is in car 99. He always was number 99 in the Fiestas anyway, and he's running with AB Motorsport this weekend. AB Motorsport have 3 cars inside the top 5, actually. Then you've got Jack Noller up there as well, the Go For It racing driver. And as I said, Brian Chandler running the number 19 of Adam Sparrow. Bit of pressure being applied here actually to Rob Smith from the 544 of Jack Moody. Good to see Jack up there towards the top 5. Ben Short behind as well. He's always rapid when he comes and races with us here in this championship. Fastest lap set by Luke Pullen, and in fact he chooses not to continue working with Adam Sparrow. Look, dives to the inside at Abbey Corner, breaks rank and moves into second place. Now that's interesting. They'd been working together, but were they actually catching Langford? I'm not convinced they really were. Well, slightly, but Pullen obviously feels that he's going to be quicker out in front, and you wouldn't argue with him on that one really, because he and Langford were quite a bit quicker than everyone else in qualifying. They worked together for the duration of that qualifying session, so it's possible that others just didn't really execute quite as well in the session, but we'll now see what pace Luke's really got, whether or not he's able to drive away from Sparrow or drag Adam and Jack with him. Jack Noller for now choosing not to pass Adam. Luke's having to defend, but Adam Sparrow just moves across in the end back onto the racing line. I'm guaranteed to call Adam Sparrow Jack Sparrow, by the way, especially because he's battling with Jack Noller, so I'm going to apologise now before I say that. It happens almost every time those two get themselves together, but Adam Sparrow, third place at the moment, Jack Noller behind him, and both of them chasing the number 27 car ahead. Now this time around, I think they might have gained slightly on Langford, even with that jockeying for position down the back straight. Let's see what the lap times are. Langford comes across the line and does a 1 minute 20.6. A full 10th quicker was Luke in second position. But that was, like I said, with a couple of little defensive moves. So if he and Sparrow just work together now, they should be able to bridge that gap pretty rapidly. They're still within the slipstreaming range of Langford, but obviously the closer you get to another car, the more powerful that slipstream becomes. So see how long it takes for them to close in. Pullen getting away slightly now from Sparrow. Luke got his first victory, finally, at Donington Park last year, and as is so often the case with young racing drivers particularly, they wait and wait and wait for their first victory, and then they get 2 straight away, and that's exactly what happened. He won 2 races at Donington. A bit like actually we saw from James Cossons in the Super Cup. He hadn't won a race until Donington Park last year, then won all 3, so that's why it was a bit of a surprise to see him off the pace really in the Super Cup race earlier on, but Luke Pullen definitely not off the pace. He set the fastest lap, he's closing in on the race leader. And in a moment or two, I'm sure we'll check back in with them. Meanwhile, those further back battling away. Number 3 is Richard Wotton, defending the inside line. Number 62 to the outside of him, Chris Wright. Not able ultimately to make that move work. Tim Dorr here, still stuck behind Levi Aisbit, which was the Go For It racing car that he was dicing with earlier on. Tim Dorr, another AB car. Tim owns an Audi TT Cup car, which I think he's intending on racing this year, but possibly doing double duty where he can, and sticking with his MX5 racing as well. One of the most popular drivers in the paddock, Tim Dorr. And he is at the moment enjoying a good battle just inside the top 10, but crucially for Tim, leading the Masters category. Well, he's not really. Rob Smith is leading the Masters category, but doesn't score points, so Tim Dorr effectively is the Masters class leader. Right, back to the leaders then. Overall leaders heading down the Hanger Straight. Tom Langford has been reeled in further by Pullen, who's just improved upon his own fastest lap pace. Is he going to try and make a move on Tom, or is he going to work with his AB Motorsport teammate? For now, the move doesn't come. I think Luke, content with the fact that he's been able to catch the leader, doesn't feel the need really to make any really daring moves. We're still not even halfway through this race after all, and as I touched upon during the Formula Ford race earlier on today, you don't always want to be in the lead until the very last lap of the race. Make your move, not even at the start of the last lap here at Silverstone, down the Hanger Straight really on the final lap. It doesn't hurt sometimes to practice that move a couple of times earlier on in the race, so I'm sure we will see at some point Luke try and pull out of the slipstream, make the pass. But for now, I think these four are quite happy with the fact they're pulling away from Rob Smith, Ben Short and Jack Moody behind. Keeping this to, for now anyway, a private 4-way scrap. Langford leading the way. Langford got that win here on the Grand Prix circuit. Didn't win, no, he did win again, but not until the very last race of the season here on the international circuit. So he only won 2 races. It was the first and last races of the year, and they both came at Silverstone. So Langford, perhaps a bit of a Silverstone. Oh no, that's Pullen! That's Pullen with a left rear wheel that has gone flying from the car. I do not believe it. The exact same thing happened to him here at Silverstone at the start of last season, when the left front wheel it was then became detached, and almost exactly the same thing has happened again as they come out onto the Hanger Straight. The wheel is bouncing down the road, and I'm sure a disconsolate Luke Pullen pulls to the side of the road and is out of the opening race of the season. The Pullen curse strikes again. One of the unluckiest drivers on the grid, does not deserve it, but unfortunately he's not going to be scoring any points from this first race of the season. That now leaves it a 3-way fight at the head of the field, and a penny for your thoughts, Luke. I would love to know what's going through his mind right now. Probably wouldn't be able to repeat it on air, if I'm honest, but I'm sure he is thinking, what do I have to do to get a bit of good fortune? I didn't see any contact. I haven't seen him striking curbs particularly hard. So quite what has led to that failure at the back of the car, I don't know. We saw that actually again in the Formula Ford race, didn't we, earlier on? One of the cars suddenly suffered a right rear failure. So not entirely sure. But anyway, Luke Pullen out of the race. Means it's now a 3-way fight for the lead. Langford, Sparrow and Noller, with Rob Smith now up into 4th position. And Short peeking to the inside of Rob there as they head out onto the Hanger Straight. Halfway through this race now. And I'll say a 3-way fight for the win. Actually, Langford, now he doesn't have his teammate behind him, he's pulling away slightly from Sparrow and Noller behind, but of course that will likely change when they all get to the end of the lap. The slipstream bunches them back together. Ben Short almost tapping a bit of Morse code onto the back of Rob Smith's car. In fact, there is a slightly suspect black mark on the right rear corner of Smith's car now that I don't think was there before, so it might have been a bit of paint exchanged. There goes Tom Langford's race-leading car through shot. There, Rob Smith behind. I like that Langford, he's put that little blue bit on the front of the car, which does make the car look like it's very, very happy, as it would be, because it's leading the way, and it hasn't really been contested so far. Just when I thought Pullen might be about to challenge, his race derailed rather spectacularly. So now a very happy Tom Langford in a very happy number 75 car continues to lead the way, but he hasn't got this race won yet. Ben Short, meanwhile, still can't find a way past the Rob Smith car ahead. Oh, now he can, because Smith's off the road. Rob Smith deposits himself in the gravel trap. Now, what has happened there? Is that another rear suspension failure or something? I don't think so. I thought at first that right rear wheel was at a slightly funny angle. Maybe not, but it's very unlike Rob Smith to just lose control like that. In fact, almost unheard of. So something strange happened there. And that means he's out of the race. So AB Motorsport, that had the other teams pretty much outnumbered, at least inside the top 10 not that long ago, are suddenly seeing their numbers dwindle. They still lead the way, but now Brian Chandler will be starting to think, hang on, I've got a chance of getting a car onto the top step of the podium. Jack Noller will be trying to do the same for Go For It Racing. Rob Smith is going nowhere for the time being, still stuck in the village gravel trap, which is a long way off the road though, so I don't think we'll need a safety car for that. Pullen's car is also in a place of relative safety, so we should be good to keep going under green flag conditions for now. But another dramatic race. This has been an eventful day so far here at Silverstone. First day back at school, but certainly a lot of action in our 3.5 races that we've got through so far. Ben Short here looking to challenge Jack Moody, then Neil Chisnell, who had his hand out of the cockpit there for some reason. Oh, because they're entering that yellow flag zone, aren't they, at Village. Just sort of warning Levi Aisbett not to try and launch an attack. There is Rob Smith's car, still very much stuck in the gravel. Will they choose to leave it there? It's a long way off the road, but it's right in the firing line if somebody else got it wrong down there. And it also now takes one of the good, really good overtaking opportunities off the table now. Could make the last lap a little bit more difficult for the likes of Adam Sparrow and Jack Noller if they're still stuck in the wheel tracks of Tom Langford, who they just can't seem to quite get on terms with, can they? They close in at times, but never really within striking range. And then he just seems to get his head down and pull away. Langford clearly has a quick car. Again, there changes direction well through the club chicane. Gaps them by a length or so. Ben Short ahead of Jack Moody now, so that's been another change for 4th place. These two have swapped positions a couple of times. Ben Short up into 4th place now. And Jack Moody stuck behind him. Then we have Levi Aisbett back ahead of this group. And Neil Chisnell now with his hand out of the cockpit. They must be heading into another yellow flag zone, are they? Into Abbey? No yellow flags there, so I don't know what he was waving at. Tim Dorr behind him, then Harry Storer, who moved up from the Clubman Championship not that long ago. And Graham Rumsey completes the top 10. So 5 3/4 minutes to go. Rob Smith's car still there. Rob is now admitting defeat and getting out of the car, so his day is done. 2 more races tomorrow for the MX5 Championship drivers though, so it's going to be a busy old weekend like it always is, and this is where the Clubman Championship often is very popular with drivers who don't want to do 3 races in one weekend. Tom Langford would quite like this race to be over, actually, because he is now really starting to feel some pressure from Adam Sparrow and Jack Noller, who have been resolutely working together, really, until this point. No sign of Noller trying to force a move on Adam just yet. So this is going to be fascinating scrap now between these 3. Out past the pits they go. Langford weaves to the middle of the road, trying to break the slipstream. Weaves back over to the racing line again, though, before Abbey rides that curb on the way in to widen the corner entry, but then he misses the apex slightly. Does that now mean that Adam Sparrow is going to have a bit of a run into Village? Well, there is presumably still a yellow flag here, so no overtaking permitted if that's the case. Can we see a yellow flag? Well, actually, no, I couldn't. So I think they now, the race control have decided that the drivers all know that that Rob Smith car is there. It's been there for a good 3 or 4 laps now. And no need, oh dear, no need to keep the yellow flags out. That was a big moment there as they came across the back marker. There is a 5-second time penalty, by the way, for, well, there was already one for Richard Wotton, but now one for numbers 62 and 13. 13 is Levi Aisbett, who runs in 6th position, and 62 is Wright, who runs outside the top 10. But whilst all of that was going on, we've had a change for the lead. And not just that, both Sparrow and Noller have been able to get themselves ahead of Tom Langford. So Tom Langford's really got it all to do now. Noller goes defensive, heading down the hill into the Vale. And that could be all that Adam Sparrow needs to break clear now of these two. We're inside the final quarter of the race, so any advantage that Sparrow can find at this point could be really, really useful. Crosses the line with half a second in hand. Would like a bit more than that, I'm sure, but he will get that if they start battling behind. Now, what Langford needs to do here is learn from what Noller and Sparrow did. They dedicated themselves to working together and trying to just inch closer and closer to Sparrow by doing that. Langford needs to just exercise a bit of patience here. He can still win this race, but he needs to make sure that he is patient and works with the driver ahead, who at the moment is Jack Noller. If they start scrapping, then it's Sparrow's race to lose, surely. Down the hanger straight they head again. 3 minutes left on the clock. And Sparrow moving to the inside line to cover then, feeling the heat, feeling the pressure, feeling the need to defend. And he's not going to move away from that white line in a hurry, is he? Now drifts back over to the middle of the road because he knows that Noller's not going to slip up the inside. Langford takes the widest line into the corner of all of them. That should yield a bit more exit speed, but actually it's Noller who comes off the corner really well, but then sort of gets blocked in by Sparrow. Langford gets a run on the pair of them and thinks about going 3 wide. Right round the outside goes Jack Noller, snatches a break. That didn't quite work, but that was an ambitious attempt at a move, and it very nearly paid off. He might yet get an overlap, actually, though, through the middle part of Club, which he does. They are side by side, and Langford's going to have the best run of the lot of them. 3 wide into Abbey Corner, anyone? It's not a great idea, I don't think, and actually there isn't really the space for Langford to do it, unless he goes to the middle, which he thinks about doing. Noller will get the advantage. Langford goes back to second, but now Sparrow has the momentum from the wide line into Abbey Corner, and he will carry that speed all the way through the left-hander at Farm, tries to find a gap on the inside, which is promptly blocked by Jack Noller. But this is game on now between these three at the head of the field. They've got nearly 10 seconds in hand over Ben Short. They don't need to worry about him. This is just a gloves-off fist fight, and somehow Langford has picked his way beautifully back through to the race lead. He was third half a lap ago, but he made the right moves. He used his experience in one-make racing, and he has got to the front of the pack once more. Tom Langford came out of the BMW Compact Cup Championship, which provides racing much like this. He's now going 3 wide down the hanger straight as they go either side of him. He was that busy watching Noller, I think he forgot about Adam Sparrow, who goes straight through on the inside line, and he reclaims the advantage once again. So Noller back to the front then, Langford right back with him too. This is what I mean. As soon as you start going offline here at Silverstone, you might make the pass, but you're going to lose all of your momentum coming off the next corner. And then you're straight back under threat again. Langford, for now, is the leader. They're going to be starting the final lap of the race here. Disappointingly, this is one of those races you do not want to end, but Tom Langford, now he's back in position, will be very eager to see the checkered flag. He weaves over towards the pit wall, down the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight, and into Abbey Corner he goes. Now he's defending the inside line, and Noller's going to try and commit right to the outside line. That's the dirty side of the road. There's no grip. He's off over the curb, and that will drop him back into the clutches of Adam Sparrow, who gets to the inside line, heading into the braking zone at Village Corner. Langford confident there that he didn't have to defend, and rightly so, because actually Sparrow was well, sailing straight on. They all go straight on, well, the top two do. Sparrow sideways in front of Jack Noller, who will get past him, but surely had to lift off the throttle, and this could just hand the victory to Tom Langford. Jack Noller is back through into second position, but I don't think he's going to have time to hunt down the race leader, who weaves from side to side, breaking the toe, desperately trying to keep them at arm's length with half a lap of racing to go in what has been a sensational and dramatic opening round of the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. Langford looks good for the win, but Sparrow is back into second place. Look, with a lovely move up the inside at Stowe Corner. Jack Noller gives him a helping hand through the apex, but that is not going to be enough for them to close in on the race leader. It's all about the fight for second, and Noller, interestingly, doesn't go for a move into the club chicane. So it looks like this is how it's all going to finish. Tom Langford, as he did a year ago, is going to be a victor in the first race of the season here at Silverstone. Tom Langford went from first to third and back to the lead in time for the checkered flag. flag. Langford the winner, Sparrow second, Nolla third, and the three of them covered by less than a second at the end of a thrilling opening round of the championship. Jack Moody got back ahead of Ben Short for fourth position there on the final lap, and Tim Dorr might have finally got the better here of the number 13 car of Levi Aisbit. I think he has. So Tim Dorr crosses the line in 8th. He is your Masters class winner, and he is genuinely the Masters class winner as well, because of course the guest driver of Rob Smith out of the race midway through. Don't be fooled into thinking that the exciting battles were confined to the front of the pack either. This is the fight going on for 10th position. Graham Rumsey was 10th at the start of the last lap and will still be 10th because, of course, two of the drivers in that group, Richard Wotton and Chris Wright, received 5-second time penalties, presumably for exceeding track limits. In fact, Richard Wotton's time penalty was increased from 5 to 10 and then to 15 seconds by the time of the checkered flag because he continued to abuse track limits. Well, that was quite exciting, wasn't it? A 20-minute thrill ride in the Gazshocks Mazda MX-5 Championship here at Silverstone. A few drivers will be bitterly disappointed with how their races went, but Tom Langford is not one of them. He is a race winner for the second year in a row. He manages to hang on and win the opening round of the championship. Adam Sparrow second, Jack Nolla third, ahead of Jack Moody and Ben Short completing the top 5. Neil Chisnell was 6th, Harry Storer 7th, Tim Dorr 8th, wins in the Masters class ahead of Levi Aisbit, whilst Graham Rumsey and Chris Thelwell complete the Masters podium. Chris Wright then was 12th, Richard Wotton 13th, and Clive Chisnell came home in 14th place. 15th place then for Tim Storer, 16th for Simon Privet, 17th Ugo Carini, and Jonathan Fields then the last car on the lead lap. Richard Bartlett was a lap down, Bill Taylor retired to the pit lane late in the going, Rob Smith spun into the gravel up at Village, and the luckless Luke Pullen out with a, well, 3 wheels on his shiny new wagon for this year. Non-score for him, the same as well for Will Chadwick actually after earlier drama, so 3 potential front-running finishers there, not able to make it to the flag. Well, that is our first MX-5 Mark 1 Championship action of the season done. Lots to unpack after that, so let's head down into the pit lane and do just that with Richard John Neal.
Yeah, danger of getting run over here because we've got the cars coming into through our little tunnel into Parc Ferme, and we're just waiting for the last couple of cars to come through. We're going to head over. Actually, I'll tell you what, we're not going to get our backdrop here, Brscc backdrop, but let's have a word with Tom Langford. Tom, congratulations, lovely to see you again. We're making a habit of this, aren't we? First day of the season at Silverstone. Change of track, of course, because we were, I think, National or GP last year.
Yeah, GP last year, and I'm hoping to keep the habit the same, Rich, actually. I just want to say a special thank you to my sponsors, Next Wave Safety Solutions, my Folio from Germany, Midland Tyre Shaving, and Caesar Auto Electrical. That race was crazy. My gosh. Right until the last lap. I didn't know when the last lap was, so I was just trying to hold it for as long as I could. These guys are a class act. We all left each other space, and it was really tough, as you can see.
As a journalist, I sort of sometimes write the positions down midway through the race and then annotate it as I go through to give me the picture of what happened. It finished the way it was halfway through the race, but so many changes in between. A credit to all three of you, really close racing. I don't think there was any contact anywhere.
None at all, none at all. Absolute class act. The rest of the guys there. Really enjoyed it. Shame Luke couldn't get on the podium as well. He had a technical issue, but I really enjoyed that one. I didn't know, thank you very much, I didn't know where I'd finish in the end. Just thankfully it was the top spot.
Glad you got the hat on, because we didn't, because the cars were coming in, we couldn't get by the signage. And also you three were 10 seconds clear, battling hard. And normally there's this adage that if you're battling, you're slowing each other up, and that's going to allow everyone else in. But you had the length of the Lewis Hamilton straight between you and fourth.
I think we're all aware how powerful the toe is around here. So we're only doing it sort of right at the end of the hanger straight usually, and the rest of the time just towing each other along. So, yeah. What else can you say? I really enjoyed that one.
Fantastic. Hopefully the first of many for this year, Tom Langford. Well done. Let's have a word with our second place man, Adam Sparrow. Here's Adam. We're going to get you over by the signage, Adam, so we can, because it's Brscc and we're rightly proud of it being a Brscc formula. Hopefully we can get that in. And yeah, I was just saying to Tom, what a really good, clean race it was between the three of you, and yet so clear from your perspective, you look more relaxed than when I spoke to you earlier on, which is you've got that race out of the way.
Yeah, got the first race out the way. Everything's all good. Seems like both AB boys had a little bit more stability at the rear towards the end of the race. I think myself and Jack seemed to drop off a little bit more. But yeah, it was a good race, clean stuff, and I think more of this season between the four of us.
My circuit colleague Mark Werrell was saying one of the engines sounded a bit fluffy at times. Was that yours, or do you know if it was one of the others?
I didn't hear anything, so it wasn't mine. So that's the main thing. Might have been Luke's, because I know he had a moment and then seemed to come off. I don't know if there was a diff or a drive shaft that went on that, or I'm not too sure. But yeah.
It's a long campaign, isn't it? The any Mazda Championship, but a good sure-footed way to start.
Yeah, exactly. P2 is almost perfect. So, yeah, I'd like to say a massive thank you to BC Cars Motorsport for Brian and their continued support, and also a massive thank you to the support from the MX5 shop supporting us this year, and it's great to have someone supporting us this year.
Brilliant, Adam. First of many interviews, I hope, on the podium for you, so well done. Congratulations. And third position, Jack Noller. Let's go Jack over. I can't remember, Jack, have we? There we go, a little round of applause for Jack as well. I can't remember if I've interviewed you before on the podium or not. So a pleasure for me to get you on the podium for the first time as well. Lead there briefly, so many place changes though, cracking race. Well done to all three of you.
Yeah, it was an amazing race. Like, it was changed so many times, that race. I've got to say, such a shame to see Luke out in the way it was, but amazing fighting all in all. It was like, when do you want to take the lead? When do you want to go for that fight? When do you want to work together? When do you want to not to? Made a mistake on the last lap, thinking it wasn't the last lap. So that added by probably a little bit easier than I should have, but you live and learn. Round 1 of 22 or whatever it is this year. Massive, great to be on the podium to start, so a really good start to the season.
Was your background originally, was it sim originally before you came and raced anything? Am I right in saying that?
Yes, it is. I did a lot of esports and sim racing. I'm currently working with Williams esports and that, so that's really cool. I've worked my way through there, and that's part of my day job as well. I do engineering and events that run the simulators and stuff like that, so couldn't have quite afford karting and stuff like that, but I did hire karting and that. But before I came to MX5s, this is the first time doing any sort of owner stuff like this.
For me, that's a great story that people that do sim racing, I mean, I've got a young son who's doing a little bit of that. He's thinking, I'm not going to be able to afford to race, but you've proved that you can do it if you're in that environment.
Yeah, and maybe it's not one-to-one, but it's very, very close. And not only the skills you pick up from racing can be useful, but engineering skills as well, knowing how to set up a car, what springs do, what dampers do, and all that sort of stuff you can pick up from those sims now. Yeah. So it's really, really useful, not only for being able to train your racecraft and train the car control and that, but also how to understand the logic of the car itself.
Much to do before the second race of the 3 this weekend?
Hopefully not. One of your colleagues in the interview said maybe my car was misfiring. I hope it isn't. So hopefully it was just a trick of the audio, but we'll give everything a once over, make sure everything runs well, and then we'll go from there.
Well, thank you and the other two guys for super racing. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. Well done, many congratulations. Jack Noller, great to get a first interview with youngsters like that. I appreciate their background and the progress that they make. It's fascinating for me, as one of the older guard, as it were, to see these youngsters coming through the ranks. Absolutely brilliant. And that's what the Brscc and the Mazda Championship do, because Mazda got their own ladder. Anyway, enough wittering on from me. We have now got the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup Championship cars coming onto track. So time to hand you up once again to Andy McEwen.
We will have at some point the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup Championship race, but we've got 2 more races to do before that, Richard. And the first of those is going to be the Brscc Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford Championships. The single-seaters back out. Then it will be the Fiesta Juniors with a 15-minute race, and then we get into the 2-hour SuperSport Endurance Cup action at the end of the day. So a busy afternoon still ahead of us. We've still got 3 races and 2.5 hours worth of racing still to come here from the Silverstone International Circuit. Now, it's the second race of the day, this, for the Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Fords. Their first one earlier on was very entertaining, certainly in the early stages. Alex Amos and Richard Tarling were locked in combat at the front of the field, but about half race distance maybe, Alex was able to start breaking away. He broke the toe and was just able to gap Richard and pull off into the distance. Richard Frey, though, in third place, had anything but a straightforward run to a podium. He had to fend off Tom Hawkins and also had Cam Jackson to contend with for much of that race until Cam's car very inexplicably but very dramatically exited the race with some sort of rear suspension failure, the first of two now that we've seen in various categories today here at Silverstone. Rear wheels just becoming suddenly less attached than they should be, and that has certainly put a bit of a dampener on Cam's day. Hopefully he gets out there for this one though. The Brscc Super Classic Pre-99 Formula 4 Championship coming up next. So Formula Fords rumble their way out of the pit lane then, getting ready to go for their second round of the championship. And we will have the Formula Ford action throughout the season, on and off on our live stream coverage. Always a highlight of the race weekend. This then is how they line up. It's based upon the race results from the one earlier on today. So Alex Ames and Richard Tarling share row 1, Richard Frey and Tom Hawkins row 2, with Jake Shortland and Thomas Cranecourt completing the top 6. Round 4 then we will find Oliver Buckton in the Eldon Mark 8 with Chris Stones alongside, whilst the top 10 is completed by David Porter and Lorna Vickers, with Neil Hunt and Matthew Sturmer on row number 6. Row 7 for Ray Smith and Vincent J. Matthew Smith starts then 15th ahead of Don Boyack, and then we get into those who didn't finish the earlier race, so we'll have to wait and see if they're out there. Cam Jackson, number 7, should be starting 17th. Paul Mason, hopefully, will be 18th. He exited, remember, after a dramatic spin up at Village in that one. And Don Boyack, and Paul Britton, I should say, was also an early retirement. Wait to see whether he gets out at the back of the grid. So, cars heading around to the grid area, and Alex Ames looking to just do what he did before, really, fend off the early advances from Richard Tarling and try and build a bit of a buffer. Now, I don't see Cam Jackson at the back of the car. The red Winkelmann looks to be a non-starter, and I think we're missing Paul Britton too. He wasn't on our grid graphic, was he? So I think he's perhaps withdrawn from the event, but Paul Mason was there in the black number 44 Swift, the 1994 Swift chassis. So he should be quick, really. He should be able to get up there and say solidly get into the top 5, really. That's where he was running when he had the spectacular spin at the beginning of the lap. Still not entirely sure how he got there, really. Just drifted offline and put a wheel on the grass. That was that. Lost control and around and around and around he went. So no major damage done by the looks of it. It looked initially like there might have been, with some bodywork scraping on the ground, but I think in the end they managed to get that number 44 car fixed. You can see him at the back of the pack, weaving from side to side as they approach the grid hatchings. The Super Classic Formula Ford Championship going through a bit of a change, really, over recent years. It's sort of been born out of the Northern Formula 4 Championship that based itself primarily in Alton Park and Anglesey up in the northwest of the country, and with the National Formula 4 Championship being no more for this year. The newer cars off racing elsewhere, but there still needed to be a home for the classics, and that's very much what the Brscc have done very well here, actually. I mean, we had 19 of them entered this weekend, down to 17 now, but still a healthy entry, and more on the way as well. You can be certain of that. We'll get well into the 20s mid-season once some of the winter projects have been completed, perhaps, by drivers. Almost all of these cars are prepared by the drivers themselves, not like things like the MX5 championships, for example, where a driver can approach a team and hire a car or give the team their car to prepare for them. Here the drivers do really all of the work, both on and off the track, often on their own as well, having to service the car and fix the car on race day by themselves. But this is what makes it all worth it, though. The green flag waved at the back of the grid, and it's time to go racing once more here at Silverstone. The red lights go out, and who is going to get the best of the starts this time? Well, most definitely it's Alex Ames from the outside of row 1. He's going to hold the advantage, heading towards Abbey Corner then for the first time. Tarling second, Freya third, and Tom Hawkins fourth. So grid order at the front of the pack. Jake Shortland there, steaming round the outside line, keeping an eye on Paul Mason further back, the black car, there he is, look, just sweeping round a couple of the slower runners. Matthew Smith, number 25, one of his early victims, and there's a spin, and around has got the number 14 car on cold tyres, and that is Neil Hunt, who thankfully did not stall the Mondial, and has been able to get going once more. But again, we saw that in the earlier race, cold tyres, lack of grip in the early stages, all too easy to lose control. Now, will Richard Tarling be able to make a bit of a menace of himself here with Alex Ames, as he did in race number 1? The first couple of laps, they traded the lead a couple of times before Alex eventually asserted his authority on the race. Well, Alex isn't exactly getting away here, but Tarling hasn't looked like challenging on the opening lap. Oh, and around goes another car, and that was the 4th place car of Tom Hawkins. So Tom Hawkins with a spin in the Swift, the 95 Swift, but largely the same car really as that of Paul Mason, who there, right on cue, flashes past our camera on the pit straight. Mason's got his way up into the top 10 now, but contrasting fortunes, I'm afraid, for Tom Hawkins, who's all the way down in 16th place. Another driver, I think, there, just to get caught out on cold tyres. So Britain... Mason, excuse me, continues to march forward. Matthew Sturmer now he's overtaken, so that's 9th place for the black number 44 car, which should continue to gain positions here, I think. Quite a bit newer than some of the cars immediately ahead of him. David Porter, the next one, number 50, to be dispatched with pretty easily. Which, of course, is the same job now that faces Tom Hawkins, who has dropped basically to stone dead last with that spin. Here we go, on the inside. David Porter can't really do anything to defend from Paul Mason, even though they're actually in the same class, aren't they? Porter and Mason, both Class A cars. Porter in the 92 Van Diemen, so interesting that he really couldn't do anything there to fend him off. Good battle here coming down towards us, the number 25 car that is, ahead for now, Matthew Smith. Matthew Smith, 14th place at the moment, well, sorry, behind I should say, behind Lorna Vickers. Was 14th, now 15th, because Tom Hawkins has got past the pair of them, but Lorna Vickers in the number 15 car, the blue machine hanging on. These two both running in Class B, and they're fighting over 3rd place in Class for the time being. Class B for cars built between 1982 and 1989, as often is the case with Formula Ford racing. The classes denoting different eras of cars, so the classic Class A cars are the newest cars. They're the late the 90s cars, built between 1990 and 1998. Class B 1982 to 89, Class C 1972 to 81, and then the 70s, the pre-70s cars running in Class D. We don't have, we do have a couple of Class D cars still running actually, side by side there meanwhile, and that actually is one of them. That's the 2nd placed Class D car, number 63 of Matthew Sturmer, which was defending its position. Oliver Buckton, of course, is the other Class D machine, and that was Tom Hawkins, who was steaming past Sturmer. Now tries to do the same thing to David Porter ahead, who was also overtaken on the previous lap by Vincent J. Here comes Hawkins. Oh, well, that's interesting. Porter not making life easy for him at all. Didn't really fight off Paul Mason, did he, when he came calling? And maybe he should have applied the same logic to his battle with Tom Hawkins there, because he fought it out. He ended up getting muscled out at Abbey Corner and loses a place now to Matthew Sturmer. Again, granted, not in the same class as each other, but Ray Smith behind is in the same class as David Porter. He doesn't want to lose a 3rd place within the same lap, does he? So not even 5 minutes in yet, and plenty of storylines to follow in this one. Alex Ames continues to lead, though, by 1.3 seconds. So he's got away from Richard Tarling a bit more quickly this time. Tarling is gapping Richard Frey, who doesn't have Tom Hawkins to battle with this time, of course. So slightly easier job, perhaps, for Richard now. Down the hill comes this battle now then between David Porter and Matthew Sturmer. Sturmer late on the brakes. We've seen this before, haven't we? Some of the Class D cars very good under braking, and the same true there for Sturmer. Moves through into 11th position. Ray Smith in behind in the number 159 car. But there you see again the power of the newer machinery. Sturmer had got past David Porter, but Porter's car is a early 90s Van Diemen, which sails straight on at turn number 1. He did not have the confidence to turn in then, did he? And as a result, Sturmer goes back by him. But Sturmer in the number 63 machine. Will he be able to stay ahead when they next go down the Hanger Straight, I wonder? Well, we're about to find out. There are the new buildings being erected up near Maggots and Beckett's complex in the background. And when people are living in those, they'll have front row seats for this kind of racing week in, week out. Silverstone hosting so many race meetings over the course of the year. The inside again goes the number 50 of David Porter, back ahead of Matthew Sturmer. There, meanwhile, is Oliver Buckton. He's the Class D leader, and he's battling away with Thomas Cranecourt behind him. And actually, they're not that far behind Jake Shortland, who is the Class C leader. And I think he is now the only Class C car on the track, with Paul Britton non-starting. So a class win guaranteed for Jake, but obviously he wants to finish as far up the overall running order as he can. So, this David Porter and Matthew Sturmer battle, they've now got a few more competitors involved. Number 159, Ray Smith, chopping the nose off Lorna Vickers, who then runs a little bit wide onto the dirt at Abbey Corner and loses a place to Matthew Smith. Matthew Smith in the distinctive Reynard 84F there, with the sort of air box almost hanging over his right shoulder. Meanwhile, Cranecourt and Buckton battling away. Cranecourt has got past Buckton now. But again, we saw this from Buckton in race 1. Very confident under braking. Does not yield positions easily. And he's going to think about maybe making a move down at the club complex. But no, not quite close enough in the end. You'd imagine he'll probably lose time down the next straight as well. This battle continuing to rage on though. We've got around the outside. Wow, that was Matthew Smith. A little bit sideways over the exit curb. Battling now with Ray Smith, and up the inside of Ray. Running wide ahead of them was David Porter. He does not seem to have a lot of front end grip, does he, David? Carries good commitment in the braking zone, but they can't really get the car turned in. It's like he's very tentative under steering. Doesn't really want to commit to the turn. Oh, jinx out of the slipstream heading down towards Abbey. Now, he's done this before and then gone straight on at the corner. Gets it turned in a bit more nicely this time, though. And David Porter back ahead of Matthew Sturmer. So Porter regains his 11th place, I should say. Sturmer now left to try and fend off Matthew Smith behind him. There is Sturmer's Class D rival, Oliver Buckton. Still scrapping with Thomas Cranecourt, though, who defends the middle ground heading into the club. Both of them a bit sideways under corner entry, but it was a productive amount of sideways for Oliver Buckton. Got the car rotated nicely, but just nowhere to go with it. Didn't really want to go around the long way at club. Instead ducks back into the slipstream, tries to stay with the number 4 of Cranecourt heading into Abbey Corner. In fact, he's able to pull out of the slipstream. That's impressive, and we know he'll be good through the corner at Abbey. And eases Cranecourt out over the exit curb. So Buckton, I think, will have this now. Goes through, but then Cranecourt ducks back to the inside line. Brilliant racing between both of them. And Cranecourt reclaims 5th position. Now, all of this battling, though, is allowing the 7th place man to close in, that being Paul Mason. Lorna Vickers, I'm afraid, is in the pit lane. Her race is over. And it looks like she's heading straight back to the paddock as well, so it really is over. But, yeah, keep an eye on Paul Mason. 7th place at the moment, but he's definitely catching Cranecourt and Buckton as they squabble ahead. And then the next car behind him is Tom Hawkins, albeit about 6 seconds further adrift. Round the outside goes Cranecourt. The screech of tyres told us that he hadn't quite got the car stopped, but managed to keep it on the island. While this scrap continuing to rage on further back, David Porter, Matthew Sturmer and Matthew Smith were all under a blanket as they went onto the Hanger Straight. Now to the last corner goes the 5th placed battle. Wait now at Stowe for the next group to come through. Oh, that's Lorna Vickers back out, so not 100% sure what her reason for pitting was. That was a very brief run through the pit lane. almost like she was serving a drive-through penalty, but she wouldn't have been, I don't think. Not seen any notification of penalties in this race so far. So 4.5 minutes remains in this second race of the weekend for the Brscc Super Classic Pre-99 Formula 4 Championship. And the battle's ongoing now. Paul Mason has caught Crane Court and Buckton now, and should make pretty light work of them, really. He's obviously got good pace over these two. He's in a newer car than both of those are, but he's yet to experience the committed late braking of Oliver Buckton there. It almost paid off for Oliver, but he did in the end have to concede. Actually drops back some way as well, having run offline there through Stowe. So Crane Court will be the next one to be in the firing line. There though, Alex Ames with the camel livery on his yellow number 21 car, and Alex is in pretty dominant form today, isn't he? No one's been able to touch him really. Waved by one of the back markers there. That's number 14 of Neil Hunt, who isn't going to make his life too difficult. Neil, of course, had that spin early on, didn't he, up at Village. Finished 11th and 5th in Class A in the earlier race. Well, he's right now running down in 15th place and 8th in Class A, 8th and last, unfortunately. Alex Ames continues serenely on his way. A very, very strong performance from the number 21 car so far, and barring any real dramas, any mechanical failures or anything like that, he should be a worthy race winner here, a double race winner to start off his season. Perfect for his Class A championship campaign. Richard Tarling looking good in Class B at the moment. Paul Mason, meanwhile, has now got past Thomas Crane Court, so that's 5th place. I think he should have time to catch Jake Shortland, actually. Jake Shortland is only a couple of seconds, well, 4 seconds now up the road, so I think Mason should be able to catch. Mason has been lapping, actually not much faster than Shortland, so perhaps not. Have to monitor that one. Meanwhile, this is the number 25 of Matthew Smith, trying once again to get past Ray Smith. Matthew Sturmer having now dropped down to 14th place. So Sturmer's race has unravelled a little bit here in the overall running order, hasn't it? He's just not been able to maintain his position quite as well as he might have liked. Out through Club. 25, Matthew Smith with the 13th place at the moment, 3rd in class. But under no threat from Don Boyack, who is a whole lap back. Lorna Vickers also. Lorna was in this group and was battling Matthew for class position until her, as yet unexplained, visit down pit lane. This group about to be lapped by the race leader, though. Alex Ames turns his way through. And 7.7 seconds his margin. He won race 1 by 3.8 seconds. And that was, yeah, there were no safety cars in race 1, were there? So that was a genuine 3.8 seconds. His pace in this one, fastest lap of 1:11.2, so he's gone faster in this race than he did in race 1, but I think consistently just faster than Richard Tarling, who there in the background comes towards us. Paul Mason, meanwhile, having got past Thomas Crane Court, actually not getting away from him at all. So forget catching Jake Shortland, which he's not really doing. I think Paul Mason's final lap or two of racing are going to be mainly spent focused on the mirrors, trying to keep Crane Court at bay. Leader comes through, though, to start the final lap of the race, and it will likely be the final lap of the race for the group of cars ahead of him as well. And that group of cars is the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th place group of David Porter, Ray Smith, and Matthew Sturmer, who I suspect are going to be lapped. That means that they will see the checkered flag along with the leader at the end of this 13th and final tour around the 1.8 mile Silverstone International Circuit. Ames slips past Matthew Smith, having already got past Matthew Sturmer. And we'll do the same, I think, down the back straight to Ray Smith and David Porter as well. So a little bit of action for Ames right at the end of the race. Richard Tarling, I don't think, is going to catch that group. He's going to have a fairly lonely run to second place, but Alex Ames has negotiated the traffic well. checkered flag waiting then at the end of a very, very fruitful day here at Silverstone for the number 21 car. A very comfortable race win in the first race of the season earlier on, but this one, quite literally an uncontested one, didn't lose the lead at any point in the early stages and has marched well clear of the pack to claim a very, very good double victory here at the start of the season. 2 wins from 2 for Alex Ames here at Silverstone. He wins in the Brscc Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford Championship, and it's another Class A win for him. A double victory in Class B for Richard Tarling. Second place overall for him, with Richard Frey due eventually in third place. Got a few of the back markers coming through first. Neil Hunt is one of them. There goes Richard Frey, who is third for the second time today and second in Class A for the second time today. Jake Shortland comes home in fourth and claims victory in Class C. And Paul Mason, good recovery drive that from the back of the grid to finish inside the top 5 and on the class podium. Thomas Cranecourt comes home in 6th and 7th place then for Oliver Buckton, the Class D winner. Tom Hawkins 8th after his early spin. Vincent J 9th, and Chris Stones will be the final car to see the checkered flag. So another entertaining race for the Super Classic Formula Fords. And this is provisionally how they ended that one. Ames the victor, Richard Tarling second, Richard Frey third, ahead of Jake Shortland and Paul Mason. Thomas Cranecourt 6th, Oliver Buckton 7th, Tom Hawkins 8th, Vincent J 9th, Chris Stones completed the top 10. And it was David Porter in 11th, Ray Smith 12th, Matthew Sturmer in 13th place, and Matthew Smith in a hard-fought 14th position. 15th, Neil Hunt, 16th, Don Boyack, 17th and last, Lorna Vickers. So all of our 17 starters reached the flag. We didn't see Cameron Jackson, we didn't see Paul Britton in that one, but all of the others able to reach the checkered flag in one piece. And have gathered a little bit of extra data, a little bit of extra information, dusted off some of the cobwebs at the start of the season, and they will be looking forward, I'm sure, to their next round. Where is their next round, I hear you ask? Well, Alton Park is the answer in almost exactly a month's time. Then they head to Mallory Park, Donington, Alton again. Brands Hatch and Silverstone on the national circuit will be the venue for their final round at the end of September. So that's Formula Ford action done for the day. Another brilliant victory there from Alex Ames, and he, along with the other podium finishers, are about to arrive down in Parc Fermé, where they'll be greeted by Richard John Neal.
Alex Ames takes the win, 2 out of 2, identical podium actually, but it's fantastic to see such great cars out racing once again. And Alex obviously got the problem sorted out from race 1. Let's see if we can grab a word with our race winner. Alex just shaking hands with Richard Tarling, and a little bit of race explanation going on. Sorry to butt in, guys. Alex, can we get you over? Just grab a quick word. Congratulations on another fine win. And car sorted now?
Yeah, that's much better. No, we did a little bit of setup changes in between, obviously, where it had come loose. And actually, it handles a bit better than it was before. So, yeah, I think I did the same time as I did in the first one, but I could keep just consistently doing those times, which it didn't really drop off, which was, fantastic. I think Rich has got a little bit of a problem with the engine on his, so I was hoping he was going to tag on to us a little bit more, but hey, 2 out of 2, I'm happy with that. It's all cool.
It's a great start. Where's next on the agenda?
Next on the agenda, I think I'm going to do hopefully the national round here at Silverstone with United. So just to mix it with some of the more modern cars, then I hopefully do a little bit more with the Super. I'm going to hopefully do Alton Park, and yeah, so we'll be out doing some more.
That's great. That's really good to hear, and I hope that we get to see you on the podium as well. Alex Ames, 2 out of 2. Congratulations. Faultless stuff, really, from Alex Ames. Let's talk to our second place man, just grabbing his Heroes of FF 1600 Sprint Cup 24, Richard Tarling. Richard, many congratulations. Lovely to never spoken to you before, and then twice in one day, which is a treat for me, being a driver. I used to know as a guy. Were you coached by a guy called Ali Lane Alistair Lane back in the day? Was the driver? Remember him? He was a bit mad. I won't probably go on about Alistair too much, but used to commentate with him, and he rated your abilities very, very highly. And we've seen that today. But
I think it was about 25 years ago.
It was, maybe more.
30.
We're going to feel very old now, aren't we, with all that one? But Alex was saying your engine perhaps not up to par on that.
Yeah, just a bit of an issue. I just can't keep with him. I don't know why. I think we need to get the car on the rolling road and see what's going on with it, really. Handling wise, we made it a little bit better. But yeah, as soon as you lose the toe here, that's the trouble. Like, if there's 5 or 6 guys in a row, you can keep up because you can get in the toe and you can follow everybody and everybody swaps around and you can keep sort of in a pack. There's probably some packs further back that were doing that.
They were, yeah.
So you keep together then. But the trouble is when there's a couple of quick guys, if you end up getting a gap in between you just can't make up the gap again. You can't use the toe to catch back up. So that's really that's what happens here.
Before the next round, do you coach youngsters or sort of get involved in that side of the sport as well? What happens outside the car?
We actually teach here at Silverstone. Yeah. So I've done like 1 million laps around this circuit, but in Aston Martins, Ferrari, McLaren, not cars like these. And then we've got our series that's going to Thruxton, Croft, Alton Park, which is similar age cars as well. So I'll be doing some of those and some of these and mix and match, really.
Keeps you current, doesn't it, and fit?
Yeah, maybe need to do some more fitness, but yeah.
Me too. We won't go with that one. I've got cars on track. So Richard, well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Congratulations. Lovely to see you. We're going to grab as well. And Jeff Page as well. I think I'm getting in the way. The Jeff Page Engineering sponsoring it. There is Richard's trophy. Thank you very much, Jeff. We caught up earlier on. I hope we caught that on the live stream as well. Very quickly, let's have a word with Richard Freyer as well as over, and this is going to be our last interview. Well done.
Hi, thank you.
We've sort of kind of done a double on the podium, but trouble-free race. It looks maybe a little bit quieter than race 1.
Yeah, a little bit more trouble-free than race 1. I just wanted to get my head focused and try and put myself on the same place that I did for the first race for the start. I was happy with the start. I needed to stay in Richard's toe for as long as I could. I was making a couple of small mistakes, a little bit frustrating, but then catching it up in the toe. But once I'd lost him, so just try to sort of stay focused, and all being well, it's worked.
Good start to the season, though.
Massively so, massively so. This weekend's been absolutely brilliant. So happy where we sort of finished today. You know, had to put to bed some sort of ghosts of what happened at the start of November with me coming off onto the track at the start of November. But done that, moved forward. We've got some really good work to do, I think, for the rest of the season. Some really good data from today. Looking forward to it.
Fantastic. We look forward to seeing later on in the season. Jeff Page has got your award for you. Thank you, Jeff, for sponsoring the championship. This is what it's about. Jeff Page's very valuable support. Richard Freyer takes the 3rd position trophy. Jeff, thank you ever so much. Well, have we had a quick word with Jeff? Good day for you?
Absolutely, yeah, fantastic. I mean, it's a bit fresh, weather's a bit fresh, but it's dry, it's not raining. Everybody's happy, everybody's got a smile. So I'll say again, Alan's done a fantastic job to get all the cars here. And everybody I've spoken to is well impressed with the whole series. So it's all going to pan out for the season. So yeah, we're looking forward to it. It'll be great. This is all new for me. You know, we've not done this before, so yeah, really looking forward to it.
Brilliant. Thank you, Jeff, very much for your help as well and support. Jeff Page, who sponsors the championship, and here's Alex Ames just getting his trophy. Congratulations, Alex. Ready now to look ahead to our next race, and now we have the Fiesta Juniors. Got that one right. Apologies for the little mistake earlier on.
Yep, it's our first chance to see the next generation of tin top stars out on the circuit. The Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship, a non-championship pair or set of 3 races actually this weekend here at Silverstone, as they warm themselves up for what's going to be a busy campaign, again full-time alongside the TCR UK package. For this one, Jensen O'Neill going is on pole position. He will have Jacob Hodgkiss alongside him, with Tommy Harfield and Alfie Garford sharing row number 2. Row 3 then for Finn Leslie and Tom Merritt. Row 4, Henry Foote and Kaylee Clifford. Josh Watts and Archie Davis are together on row 5 ahead of Jensen Mason and Jack Burgess, Daniela Sutton and Maggie Webster, with Jack Sant, Aaron Beattie and Michael Wheeler at the back of the grid. A bit of confusion as to where some people are supposed to be lining up at the back of the field, so they can give us a few moments just to explain exactly what's going on here. Like I said, non-championship event, but they are competing for the Champion of Silverstone award. So the 3 races this weekend, 1 today, 2 tomorrow. They are scoring points based upon the regular championship standings, and they will count towards that Champion of Silverstone table. Thankfully, they're not scoring points for their ability to park, because this has taken quite a bit of time to get everyone in the correct position. I think, oh, there's another row of the grid that's wrong as well, so not off to the best of starts, unfortunately. A few of them are going to be lined up at slightly odd angles. The number 33 car there towards the back is Aaron Beattie, but worth reiterating, this being a junior championship, this is for most of these drivers, their first ever car race that they're about to begin. They've never lined up on a standing start grid before. They've never done anything that they're about to do over the next 15 minutes or so before. And so a steep learning curve for all of our drivers here under the watchful gaze of everyone here at Silverstone. The starting gantry is prepared. Scott Woodward has got himself prime position to view the start of the Fiesta Junior Championship race as we get ready to go here at Silverstone in 2024. The green flag waved at the back of the grid. Everyone's now roughly where they ought to be on the grid, and those red lights are about to go out. We are racing in Fiesta Juniors, and Jensen O'Neill looks to try and make a good start from pole position, but Jacob Hodgkiss gets away really well, and on the inside line, Jacob Hodgkiss, I think, is going to contest the race lead as they head for Abbey Corner. They are absolutely neck and neck, but round the outside, Jensen O'Neill I think, is going to be able to hang on to the advantage. Yes, he does. So Hodgkiss slots into second place, and then jigs right out to the outside line, heading into the braking zone. A couple of them coming carving through further back, but so far so good. All cleanly through the first few corners. Some interesting lines being taken by some of the midfielders, and just about able to merge back online without any calamities. Now they head for the hanger straight though, and Jacob Hodgkiss is on the attack, isn't he? Jacob Hodgkiss, who was runner-up in the championship last year, narrowly missing out to losing out to Ben Mulryan. In actually what was a four-way fight for the championship going into the final round between Mulryan, Hodgkiss, Nessa and Dan Lewis. In the end, Ben Mulryan came out on top, the champion, but now Jacob Hodgkiss moves to the lead of the race, or does he? Jensen O'Neill is going to try and come back at him here as they drop down through the Vale and in towards the braking zone at the club chicane. Outside line for Hodgkiss, is that going to work? No, Jensen O'Neill manages to keep him behind. Jensen in one of the few Mark 6 Ford Fiestas. The vast majority of the grid this year in Fiesta Juniors anticipated to be at the wheel of the Mark 7s, the newer shaped car. And the Z-Tech S's certainly far outnumbering the Mark 6 Fiesta STs now. So that's a positive change, definitely. I know a few teams were reluctant to switch over to the Mark 7. Oh, bouncing over the grass and a big save. Who was that that almost got it all wrong? Well, something has gone wrong, I'm afraid, for Callie Clifford, the Jamsport Racing driver in the pit lane. I don't see any obvious damage, so I think that might be a mechanical malady rather than anything more sinister. But yeah, someone might have had a big moment there over the curves. Was it Josh Watts, perhaps? We'll pick them out in a moment when they get to the end of the hanger straight. But Jensen O'Neill no longer the race leader then. Jacob Hodgkiss has now managed to find a way through and leads the pack now as they head for Stowe Corner. That's the car I was trying to identify. It's the 29. It was Josh Watts. That was a good guess. Josh Watts, who was airborne through the first corner. He has now got up the inside of, I think it's Henry Foote that he's battling with. Has he made that move stick? Sorry, Thomas Merritt, I beg your pardon, the number 12 that he was dicing with. He's actually defending from Thomas Merritt and does successfully manage to do that heading through the club chicane, but then understeers a bit wide over the exit curb, and Josh Watts might now lose that place, which he does. The Boston Bowl liveried car in the thick of the action here in the early stages of this first Fiesta Junior race of the season. Down towards Abbey Corner they head, flicking through the high-speed right-hander. Watts looking to try and regroup now after a slightly dramatic couple of laps. Jensen O'Neill going by the way, back into the lead of the race now, with Jacob Hodgkiss right in behind him. Harfield, Garford and Finn Leslie all part of that lead group. Then this sort of the secondary pack of cars. There goes the leading group, which actually stretches all the way back really to Jensen Mason in 7th place. Thomas Merritt in 8th goes grass tracking. And Josh Watts will try and take advantage of that, get the run down the hanger straight. The leaders, though, head for Stowe Corner. And into the braking zone, and Hodgkiss up the inside for the race lead again. Nicely done. And can he relieve the 272 car of the race lead? I don't think he can. He's on the outside line heading down towards the braking zone at Club. And Jacob Hodgkiss, unless he's really feeling brave, is going to have to slot back into second place, which he does. Tommy Harfield there dicing with Alfie Garford for third. Finn Leslie is the red car, the first of the red cars in fifth, then Henry Foote and Jensen Mason in line behind. So, good stuff so far then, good clean racing, and not a lot to choose really between anyone in this leading pack as they round Abbey Corner for the fourth time. Fastest lap, by the way, belongs to Finn Leslie. Obviously, he's been getting a bit of a slipstream from the cars ahead of him, so that will be benefiting him, but we know he's a quick driver. Quick when he debuted in the championship. Had a starring run, I seem to recall, here at Silverstone, actually. Oh, big lunge up the inside, and that was surely not going to get the car stopped. Well, they did. What a move from Maggie Webster. Maggie Webster, the sister of Albert Webster, who we've seen racing through Fiesta Juniors and Seniors in recent years. And Maggie has certainly picked up a few overtaking tricks, hasn't she? That was a very, very spirited effort up the inside, and it worked for the time being. Now, this might not work. 3 wide into Stowe Corner. Stand well back, everyone. Steaming round the outside goes Harfield. He's sideways. He's off the road. Thankfully, there's lots of tarmac runoff area to catch you there, so he will rejoin safe and sound in fifth, but that's allowed Finn Leslie through, and now Finn has ideas of moving into third and going ahead of Alfie Garford, which he does. So Finn Leslie, again, demonstrating some good racecraft here. Read that situation well and managed to put himself in the best position possible. Moves through into third position. Garford slams the door on Tommy Harfield as they run out past the Silverstone wing. And Finn Leslie immediately has to move over to cover then from Garford, who's ducking and diving behind him in the Weir Tools liveried car. But no way through. Leslie, though, by going in on the tight line, drifts wide over the exit curb. Might now be under threat. Well, he is under threat as they head into the braking zone at Village. Garford somehow gets the car stopped. That was incredible stuff. And now trying to sneak around the outside, the second of the red cars, Henry Foote there, number 138. Jensen Mason is a part of this group too. They're really allowing the leading duo now, though, to escape at the head of the pack. So it is Jensen O'Neill going versus Jacob Hodgkiss for the lead. Where have they all gone now? Hiding behind the timing tower as they head down the inside line through the Hangar Straight. But Garford's got the run. He's pulled to the outside of Finn Leslie. Tommy Harfield will want to try and join in with this as well, but cannot get through on the inside line. Challenge behind as well from Jensen Mason against Henry Foote, and that might work because Henry Foote's out wide, and Mason, just about got clear. I don't think he knew he was clear, but he chopped across the bows of Henry's car and picks up a position, the second of the Weir liveried machines. Harfield now around the outside of Finn Leslie, and runs both of them well off the track, and actually this could benefit Jensen Mason the most. Jensen's going to try and get up the inside of both of them through Club. That didn't work, but again, sensibly he backed out of that one and realised that there was no way through. This is good, hard, proper junior tin top racing. This is what we came to see, and it's what we, for many years, came to expect really from the Fiesta Junior Championship. Even when it didn't have the biggest of grids, we always had exceptional racing, and we're seeing that again at the beginning of 2024. Work that's been done behind the scenes to rejuvenate this championship, getting us to a position. Oh dear, contact! Oh, spoke too soon. Finn Leslie and Henry Foote clattering together. Now, is there any lasting damage on those cars? Yeah, steering's gone on Henry Foote's car, I think. And so Henry's race might be done. He, I think, was the aggressor there, wasn't he? Came steaming up the inside of Finn Leslie, who really had nowhere to go. And that was an unfortunate end to that, what to that point had been a very, very entertaining battle. So, as I was saying, the work that's gone on behind the scenes to turn this championship into the success story that it is now, with certainly well over 20 cars expected to turn up for the first proper round of the championship, which will be in a few weeks' time at Brands Hatch. That really is remarkable given where this championship came from a few years ago. So top marks to everyone at the Brscc. There was Jack Sant, meanwhile, battling with Aaron Beattie for 14th place. Josh Watts is back in the top 10 now, into 8th position, ahead of Thomas Merritt. These two have been tied together pretty much since the start of the race. They still continue to run nose to tail now. Here comes Merritt, peeking to the inside. Can't do that, though, into Abbey. Lead gap, by the way, up to 1.5 seconds now, so Jacob Hodgkiss dropping away from the leader, but they're still well clear of Alfie Garford in third. Tommy Harfield fourth. Then Jensen Mason in fifth position. You'll notice the different colours on the numbers next to drivers. Well, that's because there are sort of 3 different classes. So there's an unofficial class for the Mark 6s and the Mark 7s, but they all still score towards the same overall championship. And then there's also the Rookie Cup for, well, rookie drivers. There you can see the steering damage that's been done to the front of the car of... what was that we saw? Oh, it was the 138 of Henry Foote. I'd lost him on the timing tower because he's jumped to the top of it, but he's not the race leader. He's in the pit lane and out of the race, so Henry Foote's race is done, but he's so far the only retirement. Josh Watts now trying to go around the outside of Merritt here, and he's going to get that place on Merritt as well. A brilliant pass around the outside. He's got the inside line now for the final part of the club complex. Well, actually, I say he's made the move, but actually Merritt is standing his ground. Thomas Merritt on the outside line. The outside line, not really the place you want to be into Abbey Corner, and Josh Watts knows it, so he commits to the inside and manages to gain the place. And now Merritt might be under threat from Davis and Burgess behind. Jack Burgess behind Archie Davis, and Finn Leslie recovering after his dramas up here a couple of laps ago into, well, he's running in 10th place at the moment. I think just about to move up a position. In fact, he has just moved up a position into P9. So Henry Foote in the pit lane. Callie Clifford back out on track, but scored a lap down after her visit to the pits earlier on. 15 cars still running on the lead lap. Oh, is that someone slowing? That was Merritt, I think, slowing in the background, wasn't it? The blue car who had been at the front of this group. Yes, there he is, look, off the road. So Thomas Merritt out of the race now as well. So make that 14 of them really still running unimpeded. Well out of the way, so no need for a safety car. Well, that's a shame. Another mechanical drama, perhaps. Lots of these cars pretty new builds and making their on-track racing debuts, at least today. So not hugely surprising, I suppose, to see a few of them running into a couple of early season problems. Jensen O'Neill going leads the way. 3.1 seconds up on Jacob Hodgkiss in second. Alfie Garford third. Tommy Harfield fourth. Jensen Mason in fifth position, then sixth Josh Watts, seventh there goes Finn Leslie, eighth Archie Davis, Jack Burgess ninth, and Maggie Webster now into the top 10. Busy battling with Daniela Sutton, actually, so two of the female racers getting themselves together just outside, well, actually Maggie Webster just inside the top 10. Through towards the end of the race we head. 3 minutes to go. And where does the next battle come from then, I wonder? Well, Archie Davis versus Jack Burgess perhaps is the one. The two cars at the back of this train. And Leslie having got past them now, recovering his way back up the order. He's got a folded in driver's side door mirror that he's not bothered to reach out and affix. I suppose he'd have to wind the window down to do that, which wouldn't help the aerodynamics down the straight. So he'll deal without being able to see where he's going or what's coming behind him anyway, on the right-hand side of the car at least. But Jack Burgess, very good-looking car that, isn't it, actually, the 194, and wide in front of him for the second lap in a row goes Archie Davis. Archie Davis has done that a couple of times now, drifted wide over the curve. There's a puddle there, which I think was actually from one of the earlier incidents today. And almost lost enough traction to allow Burgess through, but Jack Burgess not able to make the move by the time they arrived at Abbey. What about into Village? There is Maggie Webster, by the way, battling, as I said, with Daniela Sutton. Daniela almost pushing Maggie through the first corner. Daniela running under the Pro Alloys banner. We'll see more of them in Civic Cup later on this year. Oh, Maggie having to defend into Village. That's where she made that terrific move a few laps ago, this time using her late braking prowess to defend this 10th place from Daniela. Both of them, I'm sure, would be very, very happy with a top 10 finish, though, come the end of the race. So they're going to fight tooth and nail for that right until the checkered flag. Another good battle going on just behind. There was Aaron Beattie and Jack Sant as well. So wherever you look in the order, there's good scraps to be enjoyed. Apart from really for the race lead, where Jensen O'Neill going has, as many predicted, disappeared up the road. Oh, contact! Contact onto the grass goes Webster. Sutton sensibly there hit the brakes so as not to take advantage of that. That was really unfortunate. It wasn't intentional, that I don't think, but look, you can see the end result. Certainly Sutton came out of that worse. The front bumper dragging along the ground. Their headlight falls out. The car undressing itself as it comes through the club complex. The worry will be if that's done a radiator and it's dropping any fluid on the track. I can't see any fluid, just the sparks from the front bumper dragging on the ground. But yeah, Daniela Sutton just got a bit too close behind Maggie Webster, and I think Maggie maybe braked and caught her out. And unfortunately, slight bit of contact, and in fairness, Maggie for the second time in this race demonstrating some brilliant driving ability to keep control of the car, bouncing sideways over the grass as it was. We are on, by the way, what may or may not be the final lap of the race. It's going to be touch and go as to whether they get a checkered flag this time. I think they probably will, actually. Jensen O'Neill going the race leader turns into club. Yeah, it's going to be a checkered flag this time. So lights to flag victory sort of for Jensen, because he had a little bit of threat in the early stages from Jacob Hodgkiss, who is going to come home in second position. But an entertaining first race of the season for the Brscc Fiesta Juniors. Jensen O'Neill going wins. Jacob Hodges comes home across the line in second place, with Alfie Garford coming home next in third. Good drive from him. Fourth position then for Tommy Harfield. Jensen Mason comes home fifth. Josh Watts recovered nicely there into sixth position, with Finn Leslie seventh. Disappointed, I'm sure, after the little collision that he had earlier on with Henry Foote. Rest of them coming through there is Maggie Webster fending off Aaron Beattie. That will be for the 10th. Sorry, Daniela Sutton behind. Then Aaron Beattie with Michael Wheeler and Callie Clifford. Oh, I think Callie Clifford was confusing me there. Callie Clifford was the one in behind Webster. Yes, she was. Daniela Sutton being the next one in the queue, a second and a half or so behind. So Jensen O'Neill going gets the victory by 5 seconds, with Jacob Hodgkiss in second position, Alfie Garford third, Tommy Harfield fourth, Jensen Mason fifth, ahead of Josh Watts, Finn Leslie, Archie Davis, Jack Burgess and Maggie Webster after that brilliant save at the end of the race. Daniela Sutton in 11th, Jack Sant in 12th, Aaron Beattie 13th and Michael Wheeler in 14th place. Callie Clifford was a lap down in 15th. Thomas Merritt out of the race, unfortunately, with mechanical dramas. And Henry Foote, with that damage incurred up at Village Corner, was one of, in the end, only 2 non-finishers. So, solid stuff from the Fiesta Juniors. They'll have 2 more races again tomorrow. But good, clean racing amongst the front runners there. And we can hear from them now with Richard John Neal.
Cars just coming into victory lane here. Jacob Hodgkiss, the Mark 7 winner, and one of our rookies, Jensen O'Neill going, who takes the Mark 6 win. So well done to those guys. I tell you what, that was so exciting. Preview race, non-championship, part of the Silverstone Championship. More cars to come. So a few cars have sat out this weekend. So when we get to support the TCRs in a few weeks' time, it's going to be a bigger grid, and it's championship points at stake for the overall championship, which we look forward to. You can hear the round of applause for Jensen O'Neill going, who has taken the win. And here's Jacob Hodgkiss, who's got the Mark 7 win. The other cars going into Parc Ferme. We'll get them through. We'll catch up with you in a minute, Jacob, if we may. And I tell you what, I'm gonna hurry up Jensen here. He's just going across. Jensen, can we grab you? Jensen, podium protocol. He's doing the right thing, of course. He's just going across and congratulating Alfie Garford, which is the right thing to do. Well, young man, you're going to have to get used to this, because when you win races, it's podium. So let's get you over. A Mark 6 win. We'll get you in front of the Brscc branding and a handshake. Congratulations. And a good race with Jacob, particularly in the early stages.
Yeah, it's really good. Me and Jacob, well, pushed away realistically. I got the better off, obviously. Overall win, Mark 6 win as well. Can't really say much more.
Yeah, and you know, planting it on pole is pretty much a perfect day, isn't it? So, how much of a good idea is it having? I mean, I think it's a lovely idea having this as a preview meeting, non-championship. Obviously, we got the Silverstone trophy, but it gives you guys, a lot of rookies, a chance to sort of bed yourselves into the championship, see what you're all about. I mean, you had some racing last year, but it's a nice, slightly less pressured environment, I guess.
Yeah, so obviously this is a non-championship round. Unfortunately, my Mark 7's not got an engine, low demand. But for brands, I've been a Mark 7, so this is really good. So I get to use my old car. So yeah.
Nice one. We look forward to seeing you in the 7. Jamie, sorry to cut you short. We've got to have a quick word. Jacob Hodgkiss, where's this Jacob? Let's get him in here. Well done, Jacob. Mark 7 winner. Yeah. And a good race with Jensen in the early stages.
I mean, the early stages, yeah. It was a fun race, but I have no clue how he got away like that. But, you know, we'll move on to the next race tomorrow and see what we can do.
Jensen was telling us he's going to be in the Mark 7 at Brand, so it's going to be interesting once we move away from the preview stage, which we're at today, into the championship proper.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting at Brands. Finally actually see the whole grid together. And of course, this weekend's great, but, you know, not whole championship is here the whole weekend. So, yeah, looking forward to Brands.
Yeah, another race tomorrow, which we can look forward to. Hopefully a little bit warmer. I guess it was warm enough for you in the cars.
Well, I mean, it's forecast rain tomorrow, so...
No!
Yeah, fun. Yeah. It was very warm in the cars, so it wasn't as bad as out here. It's Baltic out here. Feel bad for people.
That's good. But anyway, well done. Congratulations. Mark 7 win, and we'll catch up with you on the podium tomorrow. That's Jacob Hodgkiss. Alfie Garford next. Alfie. Is Alfie having a quick word, I think, with Mark? Alfie Garford?
Alfie!
He should be ready for his interview. Esther, we're going to have to sort these out, aren't we? Where's Alfie? He'll listen to Esther. He probably won't listen to me. Alfie Garford? There we go.
Thank you.
Congratulations, yeah. Talk us through your race, because it was, the top two were kind of away a little bit amongst themselves, but it looks a little bit more frenetic in that pack behind.
Yeah, the start of the race was amazing, really. We were all just, caught back up to the lead pack, like lead 3, and had a mix there. Got into third, and luckily it all kind of kicked off behind, so I got a bit of a breather and just had to bring it home, really. But yeah, it's amazing start of this journey for me. So we came into the weekend just not really knowing what was going to happen, thinking about just learning a few bits, but now we're on the podium, so it's great.
When I talk to the more experienced drivers, you know, I have the opportunity to ask them on a race 1, what are you going to change for race 2? I'm guessing as a rookie and as a newcomer in juniors, maybe you're looking at your own driving as well as what you can change on the car.
Yeah, definitely. We've spent a lot of the time in the office, in the lorry, just going through a lot of things, and it's paid off. So it's good work from everyone putting their cars together. And
what can you do tomorrow?
Hopefully get higher up the podium, I guess. Get on that top spot and have a finger out the door. So.
Yeah, mate, and we'll get you to the podium a bit quicker.
Right, yeah.
Alfie, well done, mate. Congratulations. Lovely to see you. Always good to get these guys up on the podium. So I think we can now, although we've got more people to do on the podium, I think we're going to hand up back to Andy McEwen, who's going to look forward to our endurance race.
Yes, we are. We got there in the end, Richard. It is now time for the endurance race. It is the PBS Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup Championship, and it is the opening round of their 2024 campaign, and a big grid of cars, 32 of them out in qualifying earlier on today, and only 2 tenths in it between the 2 fastest cars. Very much a BMW flavour at the front of the field. 5 of the top 6 cars on the grid BMWs, but they will certainly be mixing it up with some of the other cars once we do go racing. 2-hour race, as I said, with a mandatory pit stop in the middle, and the strategy of those pit stops can often play a fairly big part in the outcome of the race, especially for teams that have 2 drivers per car. There may well be one driver that's a little bit quicker perhaps than the other, and they want to try and, of course, maximise their time within the car if they can. So the timing of the pit stop can be very, very significant indeed. They must complete 2 mandatory pit stops within the duration of the race. They can't pit until after the first 20 minutes of the race, and the pit stop window closes 15 minutes before the end of the race. So from minute 20 until 15 minutes from the end, that is your pit stop window. So we will see a mix of strategy, and because it's 2 mandatory pit stops, that really mixes things up as well, because you don't just go an hour, pit, and then do another hour. You've got to really time them. You could pit if we get a safety car, you could pit then, lose less time. We often see teams sort of gain a whole lap sometimes on their opposition just by pitting at the right time. If you pit whilst the safety car's out, of course, you lose a lot less time to your opponents. So yeah, it's going to be a fascinating couple of hours of racing this. Cars rolling out onto the track now. This will be their outlap from the pit lane. They'll then regroup on the grid, and it will be a rolling start from there. So they'll do another lap behind the safety car, and then we'll be good to go. So let's take plenty of time then, in that case, over running through the very sizable grid for this one. It is Kim Economy and Bart Horston who have the top slot on the grid. It's then the Clark and Aldo Riti BMW alongside. Gooding and Greensall start from row number 2, at the head of row number 2. And then it will be the car shared by 3 drivers, actually, the Porsche GT3 Supersport, the Spark, Saunders and Nagel car. Julian McBride in his BMW M3 will be next, ahead of Sholto Deerling, who will start 6th on the grid. And then row number 4 for Ricky Coomber in his Honda Civic. Jasper Sapra will be starting the BMW from 8th on the grid. Mark Lee and James Alford are next. James Alford testing his Audi TT Cup car. And then the Caterham of Lee Collins, the 310R, will start 11th alongside Paul Hinson's BMW Compact. Then we have on the next row of the grid, the Hayes Seat Leon Super Copa, number 114, ahead of Michael Edwards in the Lotus Elise. Then it is Chris Mead and Tim Hartland in the VW Scirocco. Will Stacey and Rob Boston, 2 to watch out for in their Audi TT Cup car. They'll both be racing as teammates under the Rob Boston Racing awning in the TT Cup this year. And then the number 77 car is up next. Now that is another car shared by 3 drivers, Michael Sanford, Lewis Noon and Sam Reuter in their car, the Mazda MX-5. Then we will have 18th on the grid, the Sharpless Gardner and McCarthy VW Golf, which will be on row number 9. Row 10 then for John Wyatt's Mini and the number 137 car, which is Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart's Honda Civic. Then we will have the number 14 car next in line. That is the car of the Finns in their Renault Clio Cup. And then you've got George Grant and Abby Eaton. Great to have Abby Eaton back in an MX-5 on the Brscc package. She'll be perhaps taking the opening stint, I would imagine, in that car from 22nd on the grid. Wendy and Paul Ellis-Smith, husband and wife combo in their Mini Cooper, start 23rd, ahead of the number 232 car next. That is Matt Dennis and Graham Price in the Renault Megane. Then Dave Drinkwater in his number 99 car that he shares with Adam Reed will start next, the BMW Compact. And another of the Mazda MX-5, Stuart Humphrey, will start from 26th. 27th on the grid then, nearly at the back of the grid. Another 3-driver entry, that the number 55 machine, Christian White, Jonathan Salem and Matt Mills in their Mini. And then we will have, again, 3 drivers sharing car number 8 alongside them, Darryl Creswell, Harry Eyre and Paul Herndon. Jonathan Wilshaw will start 29th, ahead of the number 123 car of James Millar and Martin Balby. Then it's on the back row of the grid, number 37. Which is Scott Ferguson and Neil Luke. And back of the grid, number 23, is the Matt Adams and Sarah Dennis Renault Clio. So, busy grid, like I said. What we don't know is who is in the car for the opening stint, unfortunately. We don't get given any of that information. So we'll try and pick up as best we can who is who. And Richard, perhaps better placed down in the pit lane to try and do some digging on that one. Figure out exactly who's taking the opening stint in some of these cars. Because like I said, that's a big part of the strategy, really. Who do you put in first? Who do you put in second? And if you've got the option to have a 3rd driver who does the final stint of the race, Obviously, everyone pays the same amount of money to do the race, so that can sometimes be a little bit awkward within the team. Drivers all want to try and get the same amount of track time, and for those further down the order, perhaps that will be possible. But if you're up there fighting for the overall win, you've really got to try and be a little bit selfish sometimes. Make sure you get the faster driver in at the key moments of the race. Most of them, I would imagine, will save their fast driver for either to do the start and the end of the race, and then the other driver perhaps the middle segment. Wait and see what they decide to do. So the Jaguar safety car leaves the front of the grid then, and the green flag lap gets underway, and the number 21 car then of Kiam Economy and Bart Horst, the BMW 1M, leads them away at the front of the pack. And that car has been a front runner in this championship ever since it started, really, regularly finding themselves up near the front. However, the champions last year were, well, we sort of had two champions, really. Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland and Julian McBride both ended the season after dropped scores on 216 points. But because more races had been won by Mead and Hartland, within their class anyway, they were able to net the championship victory. So Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland, reigning champions, also champions within Class Pro C. There are several different classes for the SuperSport Endurance Cup: Pro A, Pro B, Pro C, and then a Club A, B and C as well. A bit like in the MX5 Championships, where you have a Pro and a Club class. It's all about driver experience, really, more than anything else in this category. So quicker drivers, or a driver lineup that has a quick sort of semi-pro driver in it, they will be in the Pro categories and then subdivided based upon car performance. Same true then of the clubs. There are a couple of invitational cars which, to my knowledge, will not be scoring points, but there's only one invitational car, that being the Porsche GT3 Supersport, which you'll see starting from the outside of row number 2. That's the number 73 car, which is shared by Matt Spark, John Saunders and Phil Nagel. The GT3 Supersport machine, very, very good looking car. That runs in the invitational class, so forget about that one for points, but it's very early in the championship to be worrying too much about points anyway. This is all about just trying to get your 2024 season off to a winning start. 2 hours of racing lie before us then, 2 mandatory pit stops between minute 20 and before the final 15 minutes of the race. Who will come out on top then in the opening PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup Championship race of the season? It is the Economy and Horston BMW on pole, the number 33 car shared with Kevin Clark and Aldo Riti alongside them in the BMW, the dark BMW on the outside of row 1. Who will get the jump? Who will lead into Abbey? And will that be the same car that claims the checkered flag in 2 hours' time? We will discover it all together as the opening round of the SuperSport Endurance Cup gets underway here on the Silverstone International Circuit. A bit of a congested start, but they do all get going. The Porsche, though, is going nowhere from the outside of row number 2. That car bogs down and drops right down the order, so major problems, I'm afraid, for the Porsche GT3, which seems to have some sort of an early issue. There's a BMW going quite slowly out of Abbey as well, but from the outside of row 1, it is the number 33 BMW that gets the lead and moves up ahead of the number 21 example. So the BMW M3 ahead of the 1M, and will look to try and pull away now at the front of the pack. In fact, down to third has dropped the Economy and Horston car, so perhaps a suggestion that it's Kiam Economy in the car. Nothing against Kia, but Bart Horston, you would argue, is the quicker of the two drivers. Internationally successful single-seater racer Bart Horston, who these days has started to forge a career as a BMW racer over in Germany, but here still doing these SuperSport Endurance Cup Championship races. Great to have them together on the grid. May well be that it's Kia who's doing this opening stint of the race. Down towards the end of the first lap we go. Ricky Coomber there in the Honda Civic, looking around the outside of the Julian McBride BMW. McBride on that inside line fends him off for now. Sea of BMWs at the front of the pack, with Ricky Coomber's lone Honda, really, the lone Ranger. BMW, 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 BMW and BMW is the top 5. Then Honda, and then another 2 BMWs, and then you get the Seat. That is the Hayes Seat, number 114, Jamie and Christopher Hayes, the EST Performance car. Whilst the Honda of Ricky Coomber comes under attack from the number 50 car, not driven by Lee Evans, but driven by Mark Lee and Richard Evans, the Simon Green Motorsport car. which slips through. Now, that was a change for the lead by the looks of it, and that looked to me like the Gooding BMW, well, almost a change for the lead. The Gooding BMW very nearly got through, but more power, more grunt onto the hanger straight mean that the number 33 example stays ahead for the time being, but interesting dynamic between these three Beamers at the head of the pack. 1M at the back of the group, seemingly struggling for pace in the early stages. That being the newest of these BMWs. In a way, you'd expect it to be the fastest, but as we've seen, not always the case. The newer a car is doesn't necessarily mean it's going to have the outright performance. So we'll wait and see how that transpires over the full 2-hour duration. Top four then really breaking away, aren't they? We've got the number 33 ahead of the 179, ahead of the 21, and then we've got the number 240 car, which is the Jasva Sapra and Brian Branson machine. Now, that car wasn't even on the entry list, so a very late decision, clearly, by those two to come and enter. But Jasva and Brian, regulars in that BMW across many different categories in the UK. Here comes the first of the Audis towards us, by the way. That's the number 5 car, and that is James Alford, hanging on at the moment to a position within the top 10. But he's got a lot of pressure here from the number 73 Porsche, which weirdly now seems to be back up to speed. I'm not really sure what happened at the start of the race to them, but they now are finding a bit of performance again, picking their way back up the order, trying to break into the top 10 once more, which they should be able to do now down the back straight. Not necessarily, actually. Bit of cement dust down there as well after the earlier Fiesta Junior race. Someone must have dropped some fluid on the track. Everybody turning their way through Stowe Corner in one piece. So Porsche actually losing a position there, I think, wasn't it, rather than gaining one. That was the number 2 of Sholto Deerling in his Track Force entered BMW M3. And behind them, Lee Collins in the Caterham 310R. There goes the Porsche. Out through Club Corner once again. Early stages of a 2-hour race, though. It's so important to just try and find your gap in the line, try and figure out who your running mates are going to be, who's on a similar pace to you. Obviously, slightly jumbled up start, so that immediately sort of mixes things up, makes it difficult to figure out where you fit in with everyone else, but eventually everyone should start to find themselves battling with the people they expected to be. The Vogue Motorsport Scirocco there, one of the more distinctive cars, is just ahead of the number 53 Golf. That is the Bob Sharpless, Dean Gardner and Patrick McCarthy Unlimited Edition car. Unlimited Edition being the team name. But the Scirocco going quickly, actually, and moving up now to challenge the Caterham as they drop into Stowe Corner. Through goes the Scirocco. Oh, dramas for the Mini, I'm afraid. That's the Sussex Road and Race car, number 55. Christian White, Jonathan Salem and Matt Mills sharing that car, and it's pulling over on the exit of Club Corner. Now, there is a little access road there. They've clearly got some drive, have they? No, it's not an access road, is it? There's a tyre wall waiting for them. This could be the first safety car of the race, perhaps. It is at least on tarmac, but to get it to a place of safety, you kind of have to push it through the gravel trap, don't you, I think? So wait and see whether the marshals are able to move that under waved yellows. Hopefully they will be. But in all likelihood, I think we're more likely going to see a safety car scrambled for that. Especially since we're so early in the race, we can't leave it there for the next hour and 54 minutes, can we really? In the meantime, battling still going on. Oh, that's the Porsche off now. That looks more like a spin than a mechanical issue. So the CSC Racing car off. I think that's on the exit of turn 1. The yellow flag on the exit of Stowe as well. So what's the reason for that? Green flag's off in the distance, but there's something... Oh, that will be for the Mini, I guess, that's parked trackside, exiting the final corner. So, Julian McBride keeping ahead. 3 very strong marshals do now move up to try and push the Mini out of the way. I just hope it doesn't get caught in the gravel as they push it behind the barriers. So, the 33 BMW leads, nearly 3 seconds now the advantage for Clark and Ritty. Then the number 179 car of David Gooding and Nigel Greensall. Bart Horston sat in... Oh, Bart Horston or Keir Economy sat in 3rd position. Then it's the Branson and Sapra car 4th. Julie McBride, we were watching then, is 5th. there, the white and yellow BMW, and 6th position right behind him is the number 50 Simon Green Motorsport car. That's a good little scrap going on down the Hanger Straight then. Can the Simon Green car find a way by? Looks to the outside line into Stowe. There's an MX-5 rather in the way though. That was Jonathan Wilshaw in his Mark III Mazda. And perhaps as a result of that, the move not made, then they head into a yellow flag zone, which definitely is the reason that no move can be made into the braking zone at Club. So for now, McBride hanging on, but I would argue that maybe the number 50 car is just a fraction quicker at this stage. Out past the pits they go again. Blue flags waving already, and that's going to be a common sight now for the rest of the race. And then, interestingly, the first two front-wheel drive cars in the race, the Honda Civic of Ricky Coomber and the Hayes Seat behind, they've got their own private little battle. They're running in the same class as well. Looking for class battles. Well, there isn't really a class that has a lead battle at the moment until you get down to 19th place, where you have got two cars relatively close together. You've got the number 14 car of Glenn and Max Finn in their Renault Clio, and they then have the car behind of George Grant and Abby Eaton, the Mazda MX-5. So if we spot a Renault Clio battling with a Mazda MX-5, that is a battle for class lead, and it is class Porsche gets going again, by the way. It's class C, Club C, that they are battling in, those two. Porsche back underway. There was a rather suspect set of tyre marks that led to the stricken Porsche when we saw it a moment or two ago, which is why I suspected maybe it had been a spin rather than mechanical issue, but if it wasn't a spin, then I apologise. But either way, it's back underway again now. Change, by the way, has now happened between the BMWs. The number 50 car, the Simon Green Motorsport car, up ahead now of Julian McBride's car. So we've got a change for 5th place. That's second within their class as well, actually second within Pro B, that was. Meanwhile, the battle raging on still between Ricky Coomber and Hayes in the Seat. That is the battle for 7th overall and 4th in the class. So before that properly starts to kick off, let's perhaps head down to the pit lane, where I believe Richard John Neal is catching up with someone.
Special visitors down here, Alice Powell and Abby Pulling. Who should I interview first? Who's the most important out of you two? So, Abby, you're going to be racing in F4 this year, so I get the pleasure of commentating on you again. You're a glutton for punishment going back to me. How are the preps going? First of all, well done on the Academy win.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was an amazing weekend, and like you say, great to be back with the British F4 lot. I feel like I've got some unfinished business there, so really looking forward to it.
How important was it to get that win in the Academy? It was great. It was fantastic to see, but it must be great for your confidence.
Yeah, exactly that. I think we've been quite competitive at the end of last season and going into this year. I had a lot of confidence, and I'm just keeping the momentum. And yeah, it was nice to leave the first race weekend the championship leader.
Obviously, Alice, you got a lot of experience. You beat the guys when you were in Bart Renault. I always bang on about that. Major achievement. You're a bit of a trailblazer for women in motorsport in general. It looks strong getting more girls into the sport this year to me.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think it's with the help of F1 Academy, of course, more and more girls we're seeing dip into single-seaters. I think we were just saying that's probably going to be around about 5 on the grid in British F4 this year, which, it's strong competition as well, British F4. You've got Deegan Fairclough, Abby, you've got James Higgins and Ninovic as well coming over from Spanish F4. So it's a good ground for young drivers, including Abby and those coming through to really learn. And, I love the touring car package as well. The coverage is fantastic, including the commentators, of course, and it's great crowds, and no, it's going to be good as well for me to sort of be back in that paddock and around the people as well.
So you do a fair bit of coaching as well?
Yeah, I mean, I'm heavily involved at the minute in Alpine's Academy, so I'm a lot busier with that, as well as sort of doing the TV and commentary stuff in F1. So always at racetracks, even on a weekend off, I have to come and support Abby Eaton, who's racing very shortly.
That was the thing, wasn't it? Bringing it back to the race that we've got now. So You guys are, I know, are great friends. And is it just to watch, or do you ping out some advice or take the mick out of each other?
Oh, we've got to give her lots of advice.
Come on, what's my advice?
Don't crash. Don't lock
Okay.
up. That's a...
Don't look up and don't crash. Thanks, lady. You heard it here first.
So how's George doing on his stint?
He's doing okay. He's just dropped a P2 in class, but I think it's given him a rocket up his backside. So he's chasing him down, and we should hopefully get back into the lead.
Any chance of seeing the three of you, doing what some of the other girls have done in GT racing? What a mega team that would be.
I mean, I'd like to, yeah. I'm not quite, I'm just over the age of 30, so I still class as a young, I guess. But no, I mean, who knows? There's a lot more stuff sort of going on in terms of females and female programs. I'm not one that's here that goes, oh, it's got to be a female program. I think everyone should be there on merit. But for me personally, it just goes down to sponsorship, finding the sponsorship. So I need to make a living now instead of having to try and find sponsorship all the time. Now I've got a house, I need to pay for my mortgage and my dog.
Abby, when do you jump in the car?
So we're planning on jumping in at about 30 minutes. So we're gonna, George is gonna start and finish, and then I'm gonna do an hour in the middle. So probably gonna be a bit sweaty by the end of my stint.
Yeah, too much information, probably.
Yeah, see you in an hour.
Well, good luck with that. We'll maybe catch George when he gets out and have a word. Abby, good to see you as well. You're doing plenty of racing anyway. You don't need to be doing what Colin Turkington's doing in Mazdas this weekend. He's here racing in the Super Cup, but you've got enough track time, haven't you? When will we see you next on track?
Donington Park is the next race for me, for the first race of the season. Obviously we're following the BTCC. I've got a test or two in between, but yeah, really looking forward to it, and hopefully we can have the same success in British as we are at the moment in F1 Academy.
We hope so too. Well, it's great to see you both. Thanks for chatting to us, and enjoy the rest of our Brscc meeting. Thank you very much. That was pretty good, wasn't it? I don't know if you want me to run through some starting drivers, so excuse me for reading this off. Car number 1 started by Stuart Mead. 14 is Glenn Finn. 21, Keir McConomy. I need to catch up with Keir and Bart Horston, because Bart was part of the touring car package a while ago. Then we've got 48 started by Will Stacey. The 50 car, the Simon Green Motorsport BMW, started by Mark Lee. Then George Grant, as you probably realise, is starting the 69 Mazda MX Mark III. Lewis Noon starts 77. Paul Ellis-Smith in the 83. Stuart Humphrey in the 91. Jamie Hayes is in the Seat Copra car. And then Martin Balby in 123. The 137 started by Philip Hart. Then we've got Nigel Greensall, no surprise there, starting the 179. And Matt Dennis starting 232. I hope it wasn't too quick for you, Andy, to pick up on that information, but it'll help you along a little bit, and we'll try and fill in some of the other blanks for you a little bit later on. Thanks for indulging us down there in pit lane. We'll have more for you a little bit later on, but in the meantime, back to Andy McEwen.
Now, I think Richard was getting his own back on me then for taking the mickey out of him for forgetting about the Fiesta Junior race that was to come, because even I could not write down those names quickly enough, so I'll try and get him to send that information to me, and we'll have a full list of starting drivers. Of course, by the time we do that, it won't be correct anymore, because we're actually into the pit window now technically, but we'll deal with that in a moment, because what we've got right now on track is a brilliant battle for 4th position. This is the Jasper Sapper and Brian Branson BMW, the turquoise BMW, trying its best to fend off the number 50 Simon Green Motorsport Beamer, which is the number 50 car shared by Mark Lee and Richard Evans. It's succeeding in keeping them behind for now, but having got past Julian McBride, that number 50 BMW is showing some really strong pace. So if they can clear the number 240, then it could be very interesting to see what pace they've got in clean air. But this is a terrific little scrap between the two BMWs. And down into the braking zone at Club Corner they go. At the front of the field, car 33 leads now by 12.9 seconds, which is then about 2 seconds clear of the Keir McConomy, we now know, driven BMW 1M number 21. So through to the end of another lap we go. We are, yes, just past 15 minutes in now. So, if I beg your pardon, we're not in the pit window yet, are we? Pit window opens at 20 minutes. It closes 15 minutes from the end of the race. Oh, beautiful slide from the second place car there. That's here through Village comes the Branson and Sapra car, still ahead of car number 50, which is nipping at their heels now, takes a very tight line out onto the hanger straight, and this I think is likely to be a positional change. Yeah, that's pretty much job done. Much better exit from the corner, and the number 50 car is going to slide through, or is it? Because the Branson and Sapra car very quick on the straight and actually sweep back through round the outside. So Mark Lee, who Richard just told us is in that number 50 car, frustratedly not able to make the position up just yet. So down through Club corner again. The battle continues to rage on. They're a couple of seconds clear of Julian McBride now, who's about 6 seconds up the road from Ricky Coomber. So that gap is not coming down at all. As far as class leaders are concerned, Pro A led by the number 33 machine, the Clark and Ritty car. I think Richard might have said that it's Kevin Clark in that car, but I'll await confirmation of that. Pro B led by Nigel Greensall, we now know to be in the number 179 BMW. Pro C by the number 5 of James Alford. Down in 10th place overall. Then in the club class, Paul Hinson leads Club A, 11th overall. Club B is led, scrolling down the timing screen as we do this, by George Grant, who, by the way, says he's dedicating this race to Will Blackwell Chambers, who we believe was banged up a little bit after that MX5 Super Cup race earlier on today. So best wishes, Will. Hope that everything's okay with him and George Grant, who been a teammate of Will's for a number of years now, dedicating this race to Will Blackwell Chambers. And in clubs, so far going well for them as well. They lead the class by now 1.4 seconds over the Finns Renault Clio. And Club C led by the Adam Reed and Dave Drinkwater, number 99 BMW Compact. So there goes Paul Hinson through the shot. Hinson leading in Club A. There is George Grant, the Club B leader. Running nose to tail, actually. Those two will need nose to tail anyway as they drop down the hill. There is a car between them, one of the Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s. George Grant slips on the inside, snatches a break. I believe that is his MX5 Super Cup car that he traditionally races. George is one of those drivers who will race a Mazda MX-5 wherever a Mazda MX-5 can be raced. He has often raced in both the Super Cup, Mark 1 Championship and the Clubman Championship in the same weekend in the past, so certainly not shy about getting plenty of track time. There goes the number 14 car, that is the Glenn Finn and Max Finn Emax Motorsport car, the Renault Clio, which battles with George Grant for class position, and there the Scirocco and the Caterham still battling together as well. The Caterham 310R still stuck behind the Scirocco. It got past it a number of laps ago, but just hasn't been able to break away. So that's the number 1 car, Tim Mead and Tim Hartland, ahead of the number 82 of Lee Collins. Down into Club corner they go, like a green light flashing then on the Marshall's post, suggesting maybe there had been a yellow flag earlier, but perhaps not. We are now into the pit window. So there is the pit window open graphic to remind us all of that at the top of the screen. Don't think we'll see anyone in just yet, but if they wanted to, they could dive for pit lane in the next opportunity. Now that's interesting. That is Julian McBride driving pretty quickly past the Brian Branson Jasper Sapra car. So that blue BMW looked like it was in a bit of strife. The 232 car in and straight into the garage. So that looks like an issue for them then. So 232 is the puretrack.co.uk racing McGann of Matt Dennis and Graham Price, but that looked like a problem. But I thought maybe there was a problem there for the Branson and Sapra Beamer as well. Could do with trying to pick that one out if we can. The pale blue, sort of turquoisey coloured BMW. Work going on to the McGann. Richard, I'm sure, is scurrying his way down the pit lane. Oh, and he'll have another car now to take. Oh, that's the second placed car. That is the second placed car into the garage. So that was the Nigel Greensall started machine. In also comes Jasper Sapra and Brian Bransom's car. That was the Beamer that I thought had some issues. Surely these aren't all scheduled pit stops, because I don't see why they'd be going on inside the garages. So I think there must be some dramas here, and people have just been waiting for the pit window to open before they come in and get them seen to. But hopefully Richard will be on the case down there to shed some light on that, because particularly in the case of the Branson and Sapra car and the Greensall and Gooding BMWs, they were running, well, both of them within the top 5. Nigel Greensall, of course, was running in second place. Tyre pressure adjustment on one of the cars. Is that the McGann? I think it was. I think that was the McGann. So, it was the McGann, I'm here. Excellent. My knowledge of side skirts on French hatchbacks coming in handy finally. So that looks scheduled, really, doesn't it? I wonder if they're just servicing the cars in the garage. It's not something I recall seeing before in SuperSport Endurance Cup, but it's possible, I suppose. Anyway, we won't panic just yet then until we see any big reason to. Mini diving down the inside of Mini into Club. That was the number 7 car. John Wyatt getting past number 83, which is the Wendy and Paul Ellis Smith car. Paul and Wendy Racing Fun Cup, usually. Have been getting quicker and quicker in that championship over recent years, but here they are in the Mini, racing together. Background, the Scirocco still battling with the Caterham. That's the Mead and Hartling car ahead of the Lee Collins machine. Two more different cars you couldn't hope to find, but very evenly matched in performance, it turns out, as are these two relatively similarly designed cars, front-wheel drive tin tops, and it is Ricky Coomber in the Honda that stays in front. It's not a TCR specification Honda, that, but certainly based upon one. Now, yes, this is an issue for the Nigel Greensall car then, because they've got it on the jacks, and Nigel Greensall appeared, well, it hasn't got a door on it, that's an issue, but I think that's by design rather than it fell off. Did Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson ever get back on track? No, they're still in the pits as well. So the two cars we really need information on are numbers 179 and number 240. Those two were both running quite high up the order. There's the number 2 car of Sholto Deerling. This is going on in the pit lane now, so this is, who's this now? That looks maybe like the McGann, is it? Back out onto the pit lane, we'll zoom out a bit. Yes, it is still the McGann. If I just keep saying it's the McGann, then it always seems to be the McGann. I'm sort of 100% record on this at the moment. But that car having got back out of the garage, still having work done to it in the engine bay. And now, useful information, thank you Richard, I presume for this. It's a gear selector problem on the Nigel Greensall BMW. So 179 gear selector problems. So the other one that we need info on is 240, which I think is in the garage next to them, which is the turquoisey BMW. It might not be the garage next, but the turquoise BMW of Brian Branson and Jasper Sapra, that's been in the garage for a little bit as well. Here comes the Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland Vogue Motorsport Scirocco, still with Lee Collins snapping at their heels like an angry terrier. They're the race leader, meanwhile, number 33. Don't think I've got a start driver off 33, but the Kevin Clark and Aldo Ritti Beamer, 18 seconds to the good now. The Intersport Racing BMW running in Class Pro A, same class as the Kia McConomy and Mark Horston car in second place, which is getting further adrift with every lap, to the tune of about a second a lap, which makes sense really. We've just completed 21 laps. They are 19 seconds behind, with the number 50 car still in third place, Julian McBride fourth, Sholto Deerling fifth, Ricky Coomber sixth ahead of the Hayes car seventh. That's really the closest battle at the moment within the top 10. Oh, he says that actually. We then have a change. Sholto Deerling in the Track Force BMW moving ahead of Julian McBride, I've just seen on the timing screen. They're somewhere in the first sector, I think, at the moment, those two. That has just been a change for position. Leader winds his way through Club Corner. And one of the Audi's getting out of the way. Now there is the Jasper Sapra Brian Branson car, and that is not exactly a hive of activity, is it? So I think they've decided that the race is done for them, but they were running well. That car did slow going down the Hangar Straight just before it came into the pits, so it clearly was a problem. What that was exactly, we're not so sure just now. Except now I'm sure, because I'm told it's a differential problem, so thank you very much. So that was car, what did I say, 240 with diff issues. Okay, right, good, we're getting somewhere now. 232 is the Megane, that's in the pit lane as well. I don't know whether we know what the issue is with the Megane, but get there in a minute if we can there. Meanwhile went Kia Economy. Now what I will say is that when Bart Horston gets into that car, it should go quicker. So if they can stay within striking range of the race leaders, they might be able to still launch a challenge through the second half of the race. I think I saw in the background there the Megane being wheeled back out of the garage again, as if it's been stuck in the garage, or pushed back into the garage briefly. It was briefly on the pit apron, of course, but no longer. Hayes car trying to get past one of the Lotuses, actually the only Lotus in the grid, on the grid for this particular round. So field thinning slightly now. We started with 32. By my reckoning, we could be down to about 24 or 25 cars still running now after that spate of retirements all of a sudden. Where are the battles to be found? Well, Sholto Dearling is charging, no doubt about it, but Sholto, having got past Julian McBride, now setting off after the number 50 car, which is about 12 seconds up the road from it. There goes George Grant leading his class still, but no longer really under any threat. That battle sort of died down a little bit as well over the last few laps. He weaves over to the pit wall. Possibly a signal that he's about to pit, but I think maybe just trying to get as close as he could to his pit board to see exactly what it was saying. So as things calm down, we approach the end of the opening half an hour of this first round of the championship in the PBS Brscc Supersport Endurance Cup Championship. The strategy element of this race about to erupt into life, I think. The pit lane is going to be a key area in this race, and down in the pit lane to perhaps shed some light on what's been going on down there in the last few minutes is Richard.
Down with Brian Branson, disappointing to see out the race, running very strongly, but what's the problem?
Well, it all started in qualifying. We had an issue with the brakes. We thought we'd cured it, hopefully, by diagnosing with the laptop. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. So we had an issue with the brakes, which I obviously found out in lap 1. And then as I was progressing through the race, I was getting a bit slower and slower because of the, like I say, the brakes. And then I kept hearing this high-pitched noise, and it got to the point of where it was getting really, really high-pitched, and I could feel like something was loose or something was going to give up the ghost, and I just didn't want to have that. I didn't want to have like the horrendous, I had all sorts of visions of like the prop shaft falling off or the differential locking up or something. I ended up being spat into the pit wall. So I just pulled it in, and funnily enough we found out the differential is actually packed up. So I caught it just in time. So if not that, I'd probably locked up, and yeah, who knows what would have happened.
Sure, I mean, it's frustrating for you as a driver to get a DNF, but getting it back, getting it safe, spotting that problem before it happened, fair play to you.
Yeah, I'd rather bring it back than bring it back in pieces, so that's not all that bad.
Yeah. Brian, sorry to lose you from the race. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us, and as much as you can, enjoy the rest of the day.
Will do, thanks ever so much.
Thanks very much, cheers, thank you. Brian Branson there. We'll try and catch up with the other stories for you. Mark, I can't hear you at the moment because I'm in touch with producers, but we'll ping away and we'll try and get some more news for you from pit lane down here, and of course as the driver changes happen too.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard, but unfortunate that we're chatting to a few of these drivers who we thought would be factors come the end of the race. George Grant with his hand out of the cockpit. I think he's heading for the pit lane now. Hopefully this is just a scheduled stop. We've got a few cars in at the moment serving their first of 2 mandatory pit stops. So George Grant in. He will join Paul and Wendy Ellis-Smith in the pit lane too. And also the number 91 car is in. That's Stuart Humphrey and Martin Rich in the Mazda MX-5. Stuart Humphrey himself runs car making a mandatory pit stop, but at the front of the pack, no stopping the Kevin Clark and Aldo Ritti number 33 car, is there? It is on the march. Towards us, meanwhile, comes the number 2 car, sat in 4th place. That's the Sholto Deerling car, track force prepared machine. Now, he's chasing after the number 50 at the moment of Mark Lee and Richard Evans. What are the lap times looking like? Well, good if your name is Sholto Deerling, because he's gaining on the number 50 car. So there goes the 50 car. That was the white BMW just through Abbey Corner, and there is Sholto in the other white BMW. So the number 50 does a 1:13.7, and actually just to disprove my point, Sholto Deerling does a 1:14.2, half a second slower, but traffic, I'm sure, having something to do with that. I think I've just spotted the McGann going through this. That's good news. They're back out on track, the 232. The 83 in, having a top-up of fuel. So is it Paul or is it Wendy in the car now? That doesn't tell me anything, I'm afraid, because that's neither of them. Who's sat in that car, or do they have anyone in the car, actually, whilst they're refuelling? Perhaps not. No, they don't, but now they're going to get the driver changed on. I think that is Paul getting in. No, that's Wendy. There we go. Wendy Alice Smith getting in the car. Got there in the end. So Wendy Alice Smith jumping in for the next part of the race. You heard them shouting 30 seconds. That's because there is a minimum pit stop time that all of the teams have to adhere to. So that's from pit entry to pit exit. It's very important that you don't spend too little time in the pit lane. I'm pausing to listen to what they're saying. There is some trepidation when I do that, because you never quite know what you're going to pick up. But I love listening into the conversations that teams shout across to each other during a pit stop. They're not they're slick pit stops often, but there's a lot of shouting and sort of gesticulation and a general sense of panic often when the pit stop is ongoing. Here comes the now race leading car, actually, of Kia Economy, because the Kevin Clark and Aldo Ritti car's in the pit lane. So the car that was leading, making now its first pit stop of the day, and dropping down the order accordingly. So that's just going to mix things up a little bit. Minimum pit stop time, by the way, is 3 minutes, unless the safety car is out, in which case there is a separate regulation that's been brought in to make sure that there's no big advantage to pitting behind the safety car. There, by the way, is the race leading car. You can see the brakes smoking there on the front of the BMW. In fact, a bit of flame, I think, coming from the brake discs there. So warm had they got. Yes, if the safety car is out, then there is a slightly different way of doing it, because I think they use a light, a red light at the end of the pit lane to stop drivers leaving the pit lane whilst the safety car is out. Make sure that you don't gain a huge advantage. Actually, that takes away one of the strategic elements that I mentioned pre-race about how you can benefit from pitting behind the safety car. That's sort of gone now. So it's just a 3 minute, straight up 3 minute minimum pit stop time. Will apply, I guess, more or less whenever you pit now. There goes the Seat, the Hayes Seat, dropping away now from Ricky Coomer, isn't it? So that battle sort of put on ice for the time being. What about Sholto Deerling? Is he still catching? Well, he might still be catching the number 50 car, actually. Let's see. The number 50 is 112.79. Sholto Deerling, I don't think has yet got to the line. Now he does. And it's a 1:13.3, so now dropping back actually by about 6/10 or so per lap. Coomer slithers his way through Club and accelerates out towards the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight once again. So Kia Economy now inherits the race lead. The Hayes car is in, that's the Seat. Not sure which Hayes it was that started, but anyway, still pit stop will be heading their way. There goes the number 33 car back into the race. Now, Richard may have told me who's in car number 33, but I didn't write it down quickly enough. So if Richard does know who's in number 33 and wants to let me know via our producer, that would be very useful. But they've just done a drive change now anyway, so whoever started it will now be sat at the sidelines. Might be worth trying to get a chat actually with whoever had been in number 33, because that was a very, very good opening stint for that car. And they came in with, I think, more than a 20-second lead over the rest of the pack. Towards us comes Lee Collins in the Caterham. Now, Richard, ever the pro, has read my mind, anticipated what I was asking, and is down, I believe, at the Intersport Racing Garage to chat to either Kevin Clark or Aldo Ritti. Well, we'll get back to Richard in a moment or two. A few technical issues down in the pit lane, but we'll hopefully hear from Richard again in a few moments' time. And we'll hear what the race-winning strategy's been. Oh, now, penalty for Julian McBride, 5-second penalty. Now, that has to be for track limits, you would imagine. So Julian McBride, who has been slipping backwards anyway slightly, but still running inside the top half dozen or so, picking up a 5-second penalty. Doesn't say on the timing screen if that's for track limits, but I'd imagine it probably is. So it's usually the common cause for penalties to be given out here at Silverstone. So that's a shame for him. Sholto Dearling is in. So Sholto, having had that brilliant charge through the order, he started 6th, but dropped down the order somewhat early on in the race. Spent the rest of that opening stint climbing back through, but then seemed to peak in about 5th place or so. Flags waving. Oh, a VW Golf going grass tracking down the main straight as Ricky Cooper came through. That was the 83, I think, wasn't it? No, 83 is the Wendy Ellis-Smith car. 77 now being given a 5-second penalty as well. That is the Michael Sanford, Lewis Noonan, Sam Reuter Mazda. 77. Not that Mazda, that's number 37. That's Scott Ferguson, Neil Luke and Dan Douglas, but the 77 car being given a 5-second penalty. Now, I think these 5-second penalties will be added on to the race time at the end of the race. It's not like Formula One, where they sometimes add the 5 seconds on to a pit stop or something like that, because not every pit stop is... well, I suppose they could do that, actually. They are monitoring the pit stop lengths. Not sure. We'll see whether that penalty disappears as and when McBride and the number 77 car decide to pit. McBride at the moment running in 3rd place. And actually, that's about to become 2nd because the number 50 car is in now, which is the Mark Lee and Richard Evans, Simon Green Motorsport car. Only Mark Lee, interestingly, is noted on the grid sheet, whereas on the entry list it says that he's racing with Richard, so I'm not sure if that is the case. Grant towards us, if that's still George Grant. No, it's Abby Eaton now, because they have made their first pit stop of the race. Now, by the way, only about 5 seconds behind Julian McBride, neither of whom have pitted. So there is McBride, and only a few seconds back from Julian, there is Ricky Coomber in the Honda, which is using all of the road. Oh, not quite as much road, though, as the 53 car of that's the Unlimited Edition Golf GTI. It is technically beyond track limits to go over a white line, but actually at that particular corner it's not being monitored in that way. I think it's the curb and the grass that denotes the edge of the road at Chapel Corner. Cooper, though, dropping down the hill in the Civic. Hits the brakes down at Club Corner. Takes through the left, through the right, and of course over such a long race as this, tyre management key, and certain cars will manage their tyres better than others. A front-wheel drive Honda Civic, you imagine that left front tyre is going to be screaming enough by now. There, meanwhile, is the number 50. So that is the car that was started by either Mark Lee or Richard Evans. And that's... So that's Mark Lee. That's just a driver with Mark Lee Transport on the back of their overalls, and they give us a little nod to say hello. Fuel going in, fire extinguisher at the ready just in case, and no one else can touch the car at any point that the fuel is attached. So, very important that they adhere to all of the pit stop regulations. There are marshals down there whose job it is solely to make sure that they're doing that, not breaking any of those rules, because as with any rules in motorsport, I suppose, but certainly within the pit lane, those rules are there for safety reasons. Door being refitted on the number 2 car, Sholto Deerling. Did they take that off to assist with the driver change? Surely not, because that's passenger side door, so door perhaps was starting to flap open. There is Sholto in the car. Up off the wheel almost as if in exasperation there. I don't know if there's an issue. There is the number 33, so that car is the Kevin Clark Aldo Ritty car that was leading the race. Of course, it's made its first pit stop now, so it's down into 10th place. It should come out of all of this as the race leader in theory, all things being equal, but take a bit of time to shake out. And this is where you really don't want a safety car to come out, because they are 2 laps down at the moment on Kia Economy. Because of course Kia hasn't stopped, but the 33 car is comfortably the highest placed car that's made a pit stop, so they will, I'm sure, still come out with the race lead at the end of all of this. But they could choose to take a second pit stop before some of the other teams have even made their first, and that can drop them 4 laps down, and from there it can be very difficult to come back. So I think there is still an advantage to waiting this out and hoping for a safety car. I think you would still benefit in some way from doing that. So down the Humber Straight heads the McGann, which is back onto the track. That's good to see. McGann is sorted now after its issues earlier on. Sholto Deerling still in the pit lane. Deerling has lost. Now, hang on, no, this is an issue, isn't it, for the number 2 car? It's 6 laps down. So yeah, this is a lengthy pit stop. There is a drama for the number 2 car, which I think is the pit stop that we're seeing now. Oh, no, that's the that's not Sholto Deerling. That is the number 50 car's pit stop. But Sholto Deerling's been sat in the pit lane for 6 laps now. As we've said, 3-minute pit stop, so that's 2 and a bit laps that you should lose, no more than that. McGann keeping going, well out of contention now, of course, after spending a number of laps, 11 laps down they are now, so they spent a good 8 or 9 of those in the pit lane. Still good to see they're running, the spirit of endurance racing living on through them, and not wanting to end their day prematurely, even if the chance for a really good result might have slipped away. Interesting to see as well that the Stuart Mead Tim Hartland Vogue Motorsport car has now got away from the Caterham, hasn't it, of Lee Collins. Back into the race went car number 50. Still not sure who is in that car. They will rejoin, and they're going to rejoin. I feel like they've been there for a long time as well, though. They've gone 5 laps down. So some very lengthy pit stops going on, and I think that might have been a problem. So that's perhaps something for Richard to chase up then, maybe. Car number 50 seemed to have a very slow pit stop. Car 2 is still in the pit lane. Both of those were front-running cars. This, I suspect, is car number 2. What are they looking at down there? We'll never know. There was some sort of issue, obviously, but the good news is they put the bonnet down. Hopefully that means they've resolved the problem, rather than them deciding that there's nothing more can be done. So, picture of the race so far then, the top 8 cars yet to make a pit stop. So that's cars 21, 67, 999, 5, 25, 1, 82 and 53. And then the 33 machine, the Kevin Clark Aldo Ritty BMW, the first car to have stopped. Second highest placed car to have stopped is the Hayes number 114, which is the Seat Super Cup, the EST performance car. So, They are currently about a lap behind, I think, Aldo Ritty and Kevin Clark. So that's they've fallen off the lead lap as well for that. There does seem to be a wild disparity in pit stop length for whatever reason between some teams. Hours worth of the pit window still to go as well. Hour and 13 minutes to go. Remember, 15 minutes from the end of the race is where the pit window will close. James Alford, by the way, has just pitted for the first time, as too Bob Sharpless, Dean Gardner and Patrick McCarthy. There is James Alford in the Audi. Going to see James out in the Audi TT Cup later this season. First round coming up at Brands Hatch in a couple of weeks' time. Cannot wait for that. The entry list looks incredible. Again, not just a big entry list, but a really, really high talent level on the grid. James is going to be forming a part of that, getting some good practice in today. Stretches a little bit as he gets out of the car. Most comfortable of places, racing cars, for any great length of time. Now this battle's back on again now between the Vogue Motorsport Scirocco and the Lee Collins Caterham. So I mentioned a lap or two ago they'd separated themselves. The Caterham is there, I promise. It's just hidden behind the enormous bodywork of the Scirocco, which has the legs down the straight. But of course the Caterham much lighter and able to carry much more corner speed. This should be an entertaining scrap. They've been locked in combat pretty much since the start of the race. Towards the main straight they go, and hopping over the curb, Lee Collins. Now that must be uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable in anything, but let alone in a Caterham. Nice soft suspension on a Caterham, I suppose, but very low to the ground, and I'm sure he felt that as he hit the landing. So through Village. Out wide goes the Scirocco, and again that's that front-wheel drive car burning up its front tyres. The Caterham pulls alongside it. And is Lee Collins about to move into 5th place? Yes, he is. But we know what's coming now because we're about to go down the Hanger Straight. Oh, big slide from the 77. That was Michael Sansford, Lewis Noon and Sam Reuter's Mazda MX-5. But yeah, here comes the power of the Scirocco again. And he drives straight back past Lee Collins. There's nothing more frustrating than trying to race a car that's got more power than you, because as good as you might be through the corners, you can't drive through the car ahead of you. So it can block you pretty easily, and then down the next straight it just gaps you and there's nothing you can do about it. So Lee Collins, I'm sure, feeling that frustration now. Lee, as I said, has raced Caterhams in one-make championships, and very used to there being a very even playing field, but not so much here. Spotted in the background there, the Sholto Dealing car still stationary, still not going anywhere. It's increasingly likely that they're going to fall into the retirements list. Unlimited edition Golf GTI is in the pit lane as well at the moment. James Woodford just rejoining the track as this battle continues to rage on, and Collins just can't break through the defences permanently anyway, can he, of the Vogue Motorsport car. Gets a big tail slide heading out onto the Hanger Straight. There goes the 77 machine. Where are they? 13th at the moment. More action from the pit lane. What do we have here? That is the... Oh, that's the 53 car that I just mentioned, the limited edition car. So new driver going in. Team Hard sticker adorning the A-pillar of that car. Some clues to where that car's come from. Team Hard, of course, for a long time ran VWs in a couple of different championships, actually. Have run cars in this championship before. Worth pointing out as well that, like I said, unlike the ClubSport trophy, which will be out tomorrow, this is a championship, the SuperSport Championship. All of our class winners from last year are back again this year. So Ricky Coomber won Pro A. We've seen he's back. Julian McBride as well. In his BMW, he was a class winner in Pro B. Pro C was won by Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland, who we've just been talking about. Paul Hinson was the Club A winner. Club B, run by Bruce Robinson and Richard Amos. Actually, they're not back this weekend, but we believe we'll see them on the grid again later this year. And Adam Reed and Dave Drinkwater won in Club C. So nice to see that we've retained a lot of the combos that enjoyed championship success last year. Now, this is interesting. The number 33 car, as I suggested might happen, is making its second pit stop before the top three have even made their first. So the Kevin Clark and Aldo Ritti car, it had worked its way back up into a podium place, but now it makes its second stop. So they are going to drop potentially about 4 laps off the lead here. But of course, the top 3 who are yet to make a pit stop will all need to do so at some point. So whoever was in that car did a very short stint, and they're now going to try and go a whole hour and 8 minutes to the end, unless of course it's a problem. I hope it's not a problem, but that is very... How many laps did they do there since they last pitted? Not many. There meanwhile is the new race leader, Keir McConomy, Bart Horston, former GB3 racer, now one BMW racer, waiting in the pit lane. There goes Julian McBride. He's up to second, but has that 5-second penalty hanging over him, and actually being caught by Ricky Coomber. Ricky Coomber in the Honda Civic, taking chunks of time out of him, but they're both almost a lap now behind McConomy. So there goes McBride, second place. There, the Honda Civic Type R is Ricky Coomber third. And there in the background was the race leader, Keir McConomy, running right out wide at the back of shot. So, strangely, on the previous lap, actually, Coomber was slower by 0.3 than McBride. But on this lap, appears to be closing back in again. There's the race-leading Beamer. The famous red, white, blue stripes, BMW stripes on the car. Paul Hinson there, class champion last year in the pit lane as well. Julian McBride's pace just doesn't seem to be there, does it, through this middle part of the race. Oh, now that's the Hayes car. That's the 114 car, the EST Performance Seat, which had been battling Ricky Coomber, remember, for position in the first part of the race, slowing down the Hangar Straight. So the Seat Leon Super Copa car is, I fear, destined for the pit lane, and this looks like a mechanical problem. So 114 is perhaps not out of the race. Oh, it's not actually heading in. That's interesting. Had they had a spin or a moment coming onto the back straight? They seem to have picked up pace again now, but that car was in the pit lane not that long ago. All seems fine now, doesn't it? So possibly they just had a moment. It could be some sort of electrical issue for causing the car to cut out. Race leader is in, by the way. Keir McConomy is in. So they will not come out the race leader, but they will come out still ahead of the number 33 car, because we know that's in the pit lane making its second stop. So Keir McConomy will get out. Bart Horston, I presume, is going to jump into this car. Can't see if Bart is there helmeted up or not. Richard, I can see, is in position to perhaps have a chat with whoever's getting out of this car in a few minutes or two. Lee Collins there comes in the Caterham as well. So real flurry of activity, actually. Paul Hinson's in, John Wyatt is in the number 7 Mini. We saw that a while ago. Again, no one can touch the car whilst there is refuelling going on, but after that they will conduct the driver change. We'll wait and see whether or not it's Bart Horston who gets into the car. Waters heads, I think, the Simon Green Motorsport machine. Car running 12th at the moment after making its mandatory stop. So only, I think I'm right in saying, the number 33 machine has made its second stop now, at least second scheduled stop. All the cars have been in the pit lane twice, I think with issues. So that will mean now that Julian McBride is the race leader. 5-second penalty waiting for him at the end of the race, but I would normally say in a race of this length that shouldn't make much difference, but actually he's only 1.6 seconds clear of Ricky Coomber. In fact, he's not. Coomber's gone through now. Coomber's in the pit lane, that's why. Ricky Coomber in the pit lane in the Civic. It's a shame, just as that battle was about to ignite, but that's probably why he chose to come in, because he's doing this on his own, remember. He doesn't have another driver waiting, so he's probably got a bit more freedom as to when he decides to come into the pit lane. And And having seen that he was catching McBride, didn't really want to get engaged into that battle because that would have obviously held him up a little bit. There goes the 31 car, sorry, 21 car. And is that now Bart Horston then plugged in? We'll be able to find out, I suppose, in the relatively near future because the lap times will start to tumble. There goes McBride, the race leader, nipping up the inside of the Vogue Motorsport Scirocco. There, yeah, now look in the background there, that was the Hayes Seat again going slowly, so it's some sort of intermittent engine cutting out or a gear issue maybe. Could be gear selector again, couldn't it, if they're getting stuck in gear. It seems to be out of the sort of second or third gear corners and then it picks up speed again, so I wonder if it is another gearbox problem like we saw for the number 179 BMW before in the hands of Nigel Greensall, because again the car has sort of picked up pace, although not fully, has it? Oh, don't turn into Paul Hinson, that won't go down terribly well. Paul, oh well, there was almost contact actually, that was a bit unnecessary. So Hinson forces his way through, but it's often the case as a driver when things are going wrong, when your car isn't working properly, easy to get distracted and not really focus on what's going on around you. You're that sort of preoccupied, trying to diagnose the issue and maybe fix it, but sometimes forget there are other cars around you. That's there now seems to be running at something like race pace, but I'd be surprised if they don't choose to pit this time. I think they are. So the number 14 car heading for the pit lane, and that's another story to follow now in the pits. There goes the Abby Eaton-driven MX5s. What sort of lap times is Abby putting in? 1 minute 19 flats. It's quite a bit quicker than some of the cars running in higher classes than her. 17th overall, second in Club B. Club B is led, interestingly, by the Finns in their Renault Clio. So remember when George Grant was in the car, he was ahead of the Clio. But now, they've lost a bit of time somewhere. Eaton is lapping about 3/10 quicker than them, but about 8.5 seconds back. So he's going to have her work cut out to try and get back into the class lead. Quite a... that's Kuma. Was he going slow? No, he's just back out of the pit lane, isn't he? So slightly cold tyres probably. Lots of... No, that is an issue. That is an issue, I think, for the Honda, isn't it? There was a lot of black smoke and it seemed to be going slowly. It almost sounded like it was misfiring. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe just taking it very easy out of the pit lane. I was pausing to listen to it as it drove past the camera then. But is there a problem developing for Ricky Kuma? Fresh out of the pit lane. Yeah, that car is not at full speed. Not even close. So there are issues. But this is its outlap from the pits, I'm pretty sure. So quite what the problem is, I don't know. It doesn't sound healthy, that. I think that's misfiring. But why it's misfiring, I don't know. It was running absolutely fine from what I could tell before it pitted. So back into the pit lane it goes again. That's another of our front-running contenders in trouble. So many front-running cars have had issues today. And we are only almost exactly halfway through the race, so we're not even into the stage of the race where you would expect perhaps a little bit of attrition to build. In it comes then. Straight into the garage. I think they're signalling it. Oh no, just going to stop at the 45-degree angle. So the Seat had made its way in as well. There, oh, there's the number 2 car. So that's the Sholto Deerling car. Back on track now. Has it just left the pit lane? It's a long way down the order, isn't it? It has... no, I think it's been out for a lap or so now. Not at the speed it was going before. Well, it does sound good, though, as it heads down the Hanger Straight. So perhaps they've managed to sort the worst of it out. So I believe we can get some news, BMW-related news, from down in the pit lane. Richard, what have you got for us?
Down here with Kim Economy, who's done the first stint in the leading car. Looks pretty good so far.
Yeah, we're really happy with that session. Yeah, very good. Consistent, you know, I was sort of consistently banging in mid-11s, and then just with traffic, just it was only going above that when there was traffic. But consistent, happy with that.
You and Bart always struck me the first time I saw it on paper. That's a strong lineup.
Yes, yeah. Well, we so at the start, Kevin got the jump on me at the start. I wasn't too bothered by that because he's an aggressive driver from the start. We got a 2-hour race. We knew from the sort of two of us and the two of them, over the duration of the race, we'd be okay. So didn't fight it, let it go, and just sort of kept up the pace and just head down. So yeah, good.
What time's the next changeover?
Well, that's it. We're done now. We've just done it sort of more or less sort of half and half. That was the strategy. Things. We quite like the change of not having the safety car pit under safety car now. So it just means we can just plan the pit strategy rather than sort of doing it on the fly around safety cars. So yeah.
I'll let you get away and get a drink now, and we'll hopefully see you on the podium.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Kim Economy then, so great stuff. And Bart Horston, of course, was one of the drivers in the F4 British Championship. We've had a bit of a theme, haven't we, with Alice Powell and Abby Pulling and that, chatting to them earlier on. So that's all good stuff. Let's go back to Andy now in the commentary box.
Thank you, Richard. Well, I've got another job for you now because there has been an issue for car number 33. So I said that they came in very quickly after their first pit stop. I thought maybe it was just their strategy, but no, that car's been in the garage for a number of laps now, for about 10 minutes. So there is a drama for car number 33. It was wheeled straight into the garage, and that appears to be their race over. So I wouldn't mind trying to get to the bottom of what that issue was. They are dropping like flies in this race. We're going to have no one left by the time we get to the end of the 2 hours. There is Julian McBride. This is his first pit stop, and this will essentially complete the first round of pit stops now. Everyone will have made, almost everyone anyway, there's one of the car, the Dave Drinkwater and Adam Reed BMW hasn't pitted yet, but front runners anyway. This is now everyone having made a pit stop. Oh, and Julian McBride got a bit lost there, a bit confused as to where his garage was. Pulls up now in front of the team, and the pit stop can begin. Fuel ready, Richard ready, and there will not be a driver change there though, unfortunately, Richard. So Julian McBride doing the full 2 hours. The story really is what's gone on with the Intersport Racing Beamer that had dominated this race until just before midway point when it made a second pit stop, which as it turns out was not a scheduled one. So with all of this then, it's going to mean that Bart Horston's going to have the lead of the race. He's already second place, but with now Julian McBride in the pits, he's going to move ahead of him. We've also got the Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland Scirocco in. So I think we're going to have Horston leading, but who's going to be second? Because everybody else who was in that lead group has had some sort of issue over the last half an hour. So who's actually going to come out of this with second place? I'm not entirely sure. It's going to be interesting to watch out for. Paul Hinson's going to be up there, definitely. You can see him there in the black BMW going down the pit straight. And Paul Hinson is going to jump up into third place now. Might even get ahead of Julian McBride for second, depending on how long he's in for. So Hinson going well. That's the Simon Green Motorsport car ahead of him. Now that lost a lap longer than I think it should have done in the pit lane. Now we're getting a notification there that the pit window's closed, but I don't think it has, because the way let me just double check I've not misread this. The pit stop window for mandatory stops will close 15 minutes before the end of the scheduled race duration. So I don't think the pit window has closed. I'm not sure where that information's coming from. But it's saying on the timing screen though, so who knows? Don't you love it when the regulations haven't been updated before the first round of the championship? So that is pit window closed. It's obviously only the one pit stop that they're having to do then for the time being. Oh, lots of smoke on the MX5 there. Was that car heading for the pits too? I think it might have been. If the pit window is closed, then Adam Reed and David Drinkwater are going to get themselves in some bother because they haven't pitted yet. They're leading Club C at the moment. Julian McBride back on his way. Now, where's Paul Hintz in relation to Julian? That's the question. Paul was in the 3rd place. Is he going to be able to challenge Julian for that 2nd position? I wonder. I don't think he will, because McBride should be appearing out on track anytime soon. In fact, there he is in the background. Last car in shot. No sign of Paul Hinton just yet. Lee Collins is there. He's a lap behind McBride, but Lee Collins popping up into the top 5 as well. There is the Ricky Coomber car still in. So, whatever the issue is for the Honda, not terminal yet, but it's as though perhaps it's going to be stuck in the pit lane for a little while longer. So down into Club comes the Sholto Deerling car. Abby Eaton behind him in the Mazda MX-5, Julian McBride behind her. Continue to try and delve into the engine bay of the Honda Civic. Just going nowhere for the time being. There is Bart Horston chopping up the inside of Lee Collins' Caterham, race leading BMW 1M of Bart Horston. So almost a full lap ahead of Julian McBride. There's our answer. So almost a lap now between the top 2 cars. Scott Woodward's confirming to me it is a TSL error. The pit window is still open and I'm not losing my mind. So that is terrific news. The pit window very much still open. One time I'd actually done my homework and I was convinced I was about to be proven wrong, but no, the pit window's still open and will remain open until 15 minutes from the checkered flag. So they've still got plenty of time to make their second stops. Oh, the Seat, this car is dying a slow and painful death, isn't it, really? It's just every time we see it, it seems to be going slower and slower for longer and longer before it then picks up pace again. Something electrical. It has to be something electrical, either gearbox related or just the engine cutting out completely, I'm not sure. Here comes Bart Horston then to lap Julian McBride, so that means there is now a full lap between the top 2 cars as they head through Abbey Corner. So the race leader now really crushing the rest of the field. It's worked out perfectly, this, for Horston and McConomy. Still 51 minutes to go, of course. We've seen that drama can lurk around every corner in this race, but so far they've outlasted their opposition. And they weren't the fastest car at the start of the race. They dropped from pole down to 3rd, remember, in the opening exchanges, but perhaps that was always the plan, sort of. They didn't want to stress the car too much. First race of the season, you know, they might not have done a huge amount of testing mileage pre-season. Always the best of ideas to really start ragging an engine to really put it through its paces in the very first race. Better sometimes just to ease it in, which I think Keir McConomy did in his opening stint. Bart Horston, as ever, not really putting a foot wrong now. He's comfortably the fastest car on track, doing 1 minute 12.7s. The next fastest, well, actually not the fastest car on track, the fastest car on track is the number 50 BMW, which is the Lee and Evans car, Simon Green Motorsport. They're doing 112.4s, so they're a little bit quicker than the leader, but they are 3 laps down. Car we just saw definitely not setting any fastest laps at the moment. That's the 114 EST Performance Seat, limping its way around. There's Ricky Coomber back out in the Honda Civic. Hopefully they've got to the bottom of their issues. And the Scirocco of Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland goes past them. Honda not yet fully up to speed, but hopefully they will be able to get to that point. Successfully sorted the issue out. A good battle going on for third position, by the way, because James Alford in the Audi has caught Paul Hinson in the BMW. They have just gone across the line, I think, about a quarter of a second apart. So the Audi ahead of the... In fact, they've just changed position. Alford's got ahead of Hinson now. The Audi ahead of the BMW. So that's a good little battle that's just gone the way temporarily, at least, of the Audi driver. And they run in different classes, but Paul Hinson is the highest placed of the club drivers, so really outperforming his class denomination. Running in Club Class A, but actually, if he was in the Pro class, he'd be second in Pro A. One Pro Class A car ahead of him, that being the race-leading car. Paul Hinson, who is a clubman racer, a very experienced clubman racer, race winner in the BMW Compact Cup back in the day, amongst other things. He has a very, very strong car today, clearly. We'll see whether or not he's able to get away from... whether he's able to keep up with James Alford. New fastest lap of the race, by the way, has just been set by Bart Horston, a 1:11.0. So I haven't just said that they've not really been stressing the car too much. Bart Horston now starting to pull the pin a little bit. Qualifying, he set pole position time 1:10.5, so we're about half a second away from that, but of course they'll have a lot more fuel in the car now than they had this morning. Towards us comes the 53 car. That was the limited edition Golf. The Civic, I'm afraid, is back in the pit lane. Obviously not got to the bottom of their issues. The Seat's still plodding along though. I have to say a 10 out of 10 for dedication here for the EST squad. Keeping that car going even with its intermittent issues. They can keep doing that up to a point, but if the clerk of the course happens to spot that that car is suddenly slowing every now and again, they might choose to bring them in, because they could argue that's a danger to cars around them if other cars start to... slows down right in front of somebody, a bit like that. It could be easy to run into the back of it, couldn't it? So we'll wait and see if anything's done about that. They're doing a good job at the moment of staying out of the way, in fairness to them. So, down the Hackney Straight they will head. There goes the number 7 car. That's John Wyatt in his Mini. He's got a lap on Ricky Cooper, who's now the next car behind him, and is a full lap behind the Hayes Seat, both of which are struggling though, so he could still gain another position. Scanning the timing screen to try and find where the battles are, and there is a good scrap going on actually between cars. This will be a test for my director. Cars 1, 2, 3 and 91 are fighting over 20th position. It's a Renault Clio and a Mazda MX-5. Where they are on track, I've no idea, but they are only separated by just under 0.4 of a second. So Renault Clio versus Mazda MX-5 is what we're looking for. There is a Mazda MX-5. That is number... not 37, is it? No, I don't think so. Well, that was the 1, 2, 3 Clio that actually just went through. So maybe that was the Renault. But has it slowed on this lap? I think it might have. I think the MX-5 has gone through now. It was a good battle whilst it lasted. There it goes through Club Corner. The 1, 2, 3 car is James Miller and Martin Balby. And, the car, I think, just ahead of it. Let's see, now they've crossed the line. Has pitted. So the other car we're looking for isn't there anymore. Sorry about that. So it's in the pit lane now, and it's, having gained a place, immediately bailed for the pits. So that's the nature of pit stop racing, though, especially over a longer distance like this. You start to feel like you're getting an idea of where the story's going, and then someone decides to head into the pit lane. So that will be their second pit stop of the race then, I suspect. It must be, everyone's made their first now, even Adam Reed and David Drinkwater, who are in the pit lane as we speak. So mandatory pit stops will now start to begin in earnest again, with just under 3/4 of an hour to go. So there is that 99 car actually. So this is their first visit to the pit lane, an hour and 15 minutes in. Clarification from race control, thank you very much. The pit window will close at 17:50 and 51 seconds, which will be 15 minutes from the end of the race, like I was saying. So plenty of time to get these pit stops done. See, they've wedged something under the front wheel there to stop the car rolling back, whilst there was no driver in the car, because of course even if you're not doing a driver change, one driver still has to get out before the other, before the fueling can be done. There goes Bart Horston. Meanwhile, up the inside of Carter Bray, don't think we've mentioned them yet. Darrell Creswell, Harry Eyre and Paul Herndon sharing the Break Dancer Racing car. Hinson charging on as well there. He's been chased by Lee Collins, but they're running almost identical lap times, so that gap's not really coming down anymore. Hinson to the inside line. Paul Hinson was 5th overall in the championship last year and picked up, as far as I can tell, no overall class wins. But was regularly on the podium. And, tell a lie, won one race actually here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit. So Paul Hinson did win his class once. But it was consistency really that paid dividends for him last year. So he was able to bank the points in every race in order to net the championship at the end of the season. 77 car there, that's the 8th placed car now actually. They've really carved their way up the order. Pretty trouble-free race actually so far for the Mazda. The roofed Mazda, but it is a Mark III car. Same spec then as that one there, the number 91, but obviously that's running in something closer to MX5 Super Cup trim. 91 being Stuart Humphrey and Martin Rich's Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda. You do see in the ClubSport trophy, that's the race that's coming up tomorrow, the 45-minute race, which is sort of the baby brother championship to this one really, the sort of clubman's version of the SuperSport Endurance Cup. You do see a lot of drivers dipping into that from things like the MX5 Championship or Super Cup or Compact Cup or Fiesta Championships if they fancy doing an extra race. Now I thought that the Mead and Heartland car was coming in there because it was indicating, but it didn't actually come into the pits, so they stay out. They're running in 6th place at the moment, 4.7 seconds they were behind Lee Collins, so that, remember, was the battle that really has been raging all race long. There goes the Caterham look, there goes the Scirocco. It's now 5.1 seconds. So in this stint of the race, whoever's in the Scirocco not quite able to live with Lee Collins' speed, but of course they'll do a driver change again shortly, and it might well reignite that scrap that has been going on. It would now be for 5th position. So class leaders then. Overall and Pro A leader is Bart Horston, 77 in by the way, having his pit stop. Bart Horston then leads in Pro A. Pro B led by Julian McBride. Pro C by James Alford as the leader is in. So that was a very short stint then for Bart Horston. I feel like that was only about half an hour tops that Bart has done in the car. So hopefully this is not an issue and it is just the scheduled stop. Let's see. Pulls into his garage. Is Kiam Economy ready? Yeah, looks like this is just a driver change. They're immediately dragging him out of the car. The fire extinguisher is at the ready. So the race leader then back into the pit lane for the 2nd time. There he is. So fueling now engaged. Wonder whether we can maybe have a chat with Bart Horston at the end of what's been a fairly simple stint for him really. Inherited the car as the race leader. Everyone else dropped by the wayside and he's sort of probably fairly unaware actually of what was happening there. Big sideways movement over the curb meanwhile for the number 14 car, the Emax Motorsport squad. Emax Motorsport we've seen racing in the Citroen C1 series and C1 24 Hours here at Silverstone pretty successfully over recent years. sponsors certainly have a very French flavour to this race. We've got 2 Renault Clios about to put another lap on the Renault Megane just ahead of them. All the while they've got Abby Eaton in the Rob Boston prepared Mazda MX-5 part of that scrap. There is Keir McConomy back aboard the BMW 1M. Mark Horston presumably will be getting ready to take his helmet off and relax now, his job done. There's possibly the most important member of the pit crew with the stopwatch. And now, as if things weren't already not going all that well for the 114 team, they've now managed to pick up some damage on the left front corner of the Seat. So the wing hanging loose on the EST Performance car. So a bit of a bizarre race for them, really. I can only imagine that's happened because of exactly what I suspected might happen earlier on. They've slowed at an inopportune moment and someone's clipped them, maybe. There it is, hanging out in the wind. It's nothing major, it's just a little bit of plastic trim. But I think they are now going to bring the car in. Whether to retire it or not, I don't know, but at least to get the bodywork sorted. And then we'll hopefully get them back out on their way again. Now, this is the race leader then. It is, we think, now back in the hands of Keir McConomy. Car back on its way. Almost like they waited for us to cut to them then, but I'm sure they timed that to perfection. Out goes the BMW 1M. If Mark Horston is out of the car now, they may have double stinted him, I suppose, but if they've taken him out of the car, it would be nice to maybe have a chat with him. Always happy to have a little natter, is Bart. Very busy down the Hanger Straight. That is the third placed Audi of James Alford. So, the Audi which started, where did they start? 10th on the grid, a Club A car. Anna, that's interesting actually. So they're noted as Club A on the grid sheet, but on the timing screen they're actually now noted as Pro C. So James Alford perhaps has been moved up a class after qualifying, I don't know, but he and Paul Hinson have been very evenly matched, so I think if he's been moved up, there's an argument maybe for pushing Paul into the top, into the pro classes, but anyway, that's actually not technically a battle for position anymore in class, which is a bit of a shame. They're 12.2 seconds apart now anyway. Julian McBride is in, and Alford pitted as well, so Alford brought the Audi in, McBride in the BMW is in too, so that means Paul Hinson now is going to inherit the race lead. Still owes us his second and final stop. Timing screen showing car 14 as stopped on track. But we've only just seen now, that's the Emax Motorsport Clio. Have we lost the Clio? Is it stopped somewhere trackside? I'm not sure. The timing screen has the exclamation mark next to their name. Sometimes that can be a bit of a glitch and it can actually just mean that it's in the pit lane, but we did see it not that long ago, running a bit wide over the curb at Club. Not that that was anything to worry about particularly, but we have seen it in the recent past. Oh, that's the number 2 car again, Sholto Deerling, who's had an eventful race. And the Seat's back out as well now, so they've pulled that bit of bodywork off. They've got him back on his way. Seat about to be lapped, but actually by Paul Hinson, who now goes through to inherit the race lead. So Paul Hinson in the number 25 BMW moves to the lead of the race. And as we've said, needs another pit stop still before the race is over, well, before we get into the final quarter of an hour of the race actually. Now that was for position actually, that was the number 7 Mini, John Wyatt, moving past the Adam Reed and David Drinkwater BMW. Remember that car, the BMW, took a long time to make its first pit stop. It's not long been back out on track, but it's just lost a position to John Wyatt. They run in different classes. Mini is in Pro C and the BMW in Club C. But the Mini does now manage to charge its way through, gets lapped by the Seat. There comes Paul Hinson, the race leader, wriggling his way through Stowe. breaks through Club Chicane. And, 7 car, John Wyatt, looking pretty pacey actually at this stage of the race, isn't it? But Paul Hinson about to come blasting by down the main straight. ZEO turns through Abbey Corner. There goes the Beamer of Hinson. Tries to pull out to pass John Wyatt, only to find a Mazda MX-5 in the way, and that was a close moment, possibly not quite as close as it looked on camera, but Paul Hinson would have been panicking, I think, maybe for a moment there. Behind them, by the way, you saw James Alford's Audi back on track. Got the Mead and Heartland Sirocco back in, and Julian McBride still in the pit lane. Oh, no, actually, he's just left the pits now, so Julian McBride back into the fray. Remember, he's got that time penalty to be added on. It's actually up to 15 seconds now, so it was a 5-second penalty, now up to 15. We have lost somewhere that number 14 Renault Clio, haven't we? Because it's now greyed out on the timing tower, so they have had an issue somewhere. But whether they've stopped trackside or in the pit lane, I'm not too sure. 83 back into the race. There is James Alford. James was, what, fourth, I think, wasn't he? Before the second pit stop was made. He's getting back up to speed again. That was his out lap, but back up to full speed again before you know it. There's Hinson in. There's Hinson out. Has to get out of the car whilst they're refueling. Now that's a clever trick that some teams use as well. Put a little bit of fabric over the wheel underneath the fueling area because the brakes, as we've seen, and the tyres get very, very, very hot, and if a little bit of fuel were to spill onto the wheel, particularly onto the brakes, that would ignite very quickly. So that's why they put that little bit of fabric over the wheel just to protect it. Clever thing. We've not seen actually many teams do that in this race, but Hinson's squad, they know a thing or two about this kind of racing. The PSH consulting team. That was Lee Collins going around the outside of the car that is the net race leader, and then immediately having to let it back through again. So I think now it's Keir Economy back into the Beamer. Collins has decent pace through the corners, as we've seen, so he's not necessarily going to. In fact, that was actually for the race lead, that move, but it's not really, because Lee Collins owes us a pit stop, but that perhaps is why Lee wasn't making that too easy, because he wasn't necessarily being shown blue flags. Although how the marshals keep track of who's actually fighting for position at the moment, I don't really know. But anyway, Keir Economy does move back into the lead of the race. Lee Collins second, but with a pit stop owed. Back down the back straight. Now, yes, this is the battle I was about to try and point out. This is for position, and it is John Wyatt continuing to charge forward. He's up the inside of the Wendy and Paul Ellis-Smith Mini. They've made 2 pit stops. That might now be Paul back at the wheel of the blue and pink Mini. But John Wyatt managing to get past them, so that now puts them 11th in the number 7 Mini. That was a genuine pass for overall and class position, actually, both in Pro C. So that was a class positional change. At the moment, it's for 4th place in class, but we'll wait and see. They might gain some more as other people pit. Back into the fray goes Paul Hinson. Oh, and the Paul and Wendy Ellis-Smith Mini actually has just been handed a penalty. 5 seconds, again, track limits, I am going to assume that is. Reaching of tyres as well, that's not going to help with track limits, is it, if they keep drifting wide like that. Pit lane a busy place now. More cars coming in. The Simon Green Motorsport BMW number 50 is in. Michael Edwards in car 63 is in as well. That's the ES Motorsport BMW. That is not a BMW. I don't claim to be an expert, but that is not a BMW, that is a Lotus Exige. So that's a car change they've had since they entered into the race officially. Oh, James Alford nearly tripping over the Renault Megane there as they came around Club Corner. James Alford up to 4th now. There is one car ahead of him that has a pit stop still to serve. That being, oh, well, the car that's just gone into the pit lane handily, number 82, Lee Collins in Caterham. So within the next couple of laps, I think this Audi will move back up into an overall podium position and will once again have 3 different classes represented within the top 3 positions, Pro A, Pro B and Pro C. Of course, Julian McBride there, it's worth pointing out, he's on this 15-second penalty, but if he keeps succeeding track limits, that penalty can be increased, so could become a drive-through or stop-go or something. So there's always a chance that Alford could pick up another place, actually. There is Lee Collins, actually assisting with the driver change himself, to my point that not many of these drivers have big teams around them. They have to do it themselves. And Lee, having done a full hour and a half now in the car, gets out and immediately has another job to do. Oh, James Alford's been given a penalty now, so forget what I was just saying about him benefiting from a 15-second penalty from McBride, because actually the Audi driver has picked up an even bigger one, 38.4 seconds of race time penalty. Now, that might sound like an oddly specific number. There's a reason for that. That will mean that he was 38.4 seconds underneath the minimum pit stop time. Remember, I said it's a 3-minute minimum pit stop time. That's from the pit entry line to the pit exit line. And I suspect he was 38.4 seconds too quick leaving the pits. And that will be why he's now been handed the penalty, and it means that even if McBride were to have his penalty increased, there's no way Alford's going to benefit now. So James Alford in the Audi coming towards us. Naughty boy. Again, James sort of doing this on his own a little bit. He will have someone helping him in the pit lane, naturally, but the smaller the team, the less likely it is that there is a dedicated pit stop timer among them. And the more likely it is then that mistakes could be made. Towards us comes Sholto Deerling. 2 car there, Paul Hinson. So Paul Hinson, having now made his final pit stop, drops back down to 5th position. That means that Keir McConomy is back into the lead. Lee Collins here still showing a 2nd place, but we know he's going to drop a little bit in a moment or two when he rejoins the track, which he's about to do. Battling with the Eden Heartland car, which means he might drop by. This is going to be quite close, actually, between Collins and Hinson. And I think this will be for position as well. So the black BMW that we were just following there is, I think, battling with Collins for a place. They're again in different classes, but this could be quite close. The Beamer goes through. I don't think the Caterham has made it out of the pit lane yet. There it goes. So no, so Lee Collins comes out behind, but that's going to be a fascinating battle now, because Lee Collins has had good speed. Can he hunt down the BMW in the closing stages of this opening round of the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup Championship? James Alford slicing and dicing his way through the traffic, now the outside of one of the Clios. That is the 123 car, I think, isn't it? Yes, it is. So we've got now 4 cars that have been handed penalties, because there's also one gone out to car number 8. And that was a 33.3 second penalty for Darrell Creswell, Harry Eyre and Paul Herndon's Mazda MX-5. I think we saw them serving that pit stop, actually, which was too short by just over half a minute. Windscreen wipers going there on one of the Clios. A sign that maybe there's a few spots of moisture starting to fall. There is 99 car, Dave Drinkwater and Adam Reed's machine, not waiting quite as long to make their 2nd pit stop. Yeah, a few cars with wipers on now, actually, so the Seat with its wipers going intermittently. Is it just starting to rain, maybe, over at the international end of Silverstone? A circuit that spans, actually, across a county line. County city border. So vast is it. Very, very common for there to be rain at one side of the track and not the other. Hopefully if it does start to drizzle, it's not enough to really make the track slippery. That could really mix things up here in the closing stages. Again, a lot of the cars in the top classes running on slick tyres in SuperSport. More and more of them, though, flicking those wipers on. So track conditions now perhaps could start to deteriorate. Throw an extra little curveball our way. There's Julian McBride again with his wipers going. Finding his way out of club corner. That's the pit lane again. Second place in the race. So with everyone having now made their final pit stop, actually, I can give you a good idea of the top 10 and where maybe the battles might come from. So the race being led still by over a lap now by Bart Horston and Kim Economy in the car for the final stint, we believe. Second place is the BMW there of Julian McBride. Third is James Alford, but both of them have penalties. Paul Hinson is fourth. Fifth place is Lee Collins. Sixth for the Mead and Hartland Scirocco. Seventh is the Simon Green Motorsport BMW, number 50. Eighth then for the number 77 Mazda MX-5. Ninth, number 63, which is Michael Edwards. Don't think I mentioned him, the ES Motorsports BMW driver, and the top 10 completed by car number 7, John Wyatt in the Mini. So as we wind into the final 20 minutes or so of the race, conditions perhaps starting to change. Let's head down once more to the pit lane and Richard John Neal.
About being at the wing is that you've got quite a lot of overhang, so weather-wise you're asking the question about is it raining. Yes it is, you can probably see it on cameras probably quicker than we did, but yeah, loads of cover here, and if I come outside it was spits and spots when you started talking to us, and now it's getting ever so slightly heavier, which is going to make the last 20 minutes or so very, very interesting here. Let's see what happens. I'll hand you back to Andy to talk you through.
Thank you very much. We'll have our next scheduled weather update from Richard John Neal in about 10 minutes, and we'll see if it's getting any worse before the end of the race. Now, the battle to watch out for, I think, in the closing stages, predictably, is the one between Paul Hinson and Lee Collins. Lee Collins in the Caterham is catching Hinson at a very, very quick rate. Here comes Hinson towards us, look, the back BMW, and there in the background, the Caterham of Lee Collins, and Hinson diving to the inside of the number 2 BMW there. But this is the fight for 4th position. And Lee Collins has got his sights set on the BMW, which is in an absolute world of traffic coming out onto the Hanger Straight. Hopefully Hinson can clear most of them before he gets into the braking zone at Stowe Corner. Definitely it's getting dark out there if nothing else, but also a little bit of drizzle starting to fall. Hinson then up the inside of the John Wyatt Mini, which runs in 10th position. Wyatt, by the way, is only 2.1 seconds clear of Paul and Wendy Ellis-Smith's Mini, which is starting to come back at them now. But we'll focus in on this 4th place scrap then. Hinson ahead of Collins. Collins, of course, now has to negotiate the very same traffic that delayed Hinson slightly there, although Hinson got past them down the back straight. I think Collins has sort of been stuck behind them through the club complex, and that's not ideal for the Caterham driver. That is where his car has an advantage over Hinson's BMW, being much lighter, much more agile. So did he lose some time there? Well, they've still gained 2 tenths actually, but he's been gaining about a second a lap before then. So I do think he'll get there. Will he be able to pass? Because the BMW is likely going to be faster down the straight. It's the same issue that Collins had when he was battling the Mead and Hartland Scirocco in the opening part of the race. Overtaking a car that can outpace you down the straight is not impossible, but this is going to be an interesting scrap now between the two of them. So down towards Stowe Corner again. Marshall's watching on with interest. I'm sure they're the edge of their seats to see what happens in this fight for 4th position. Very difficult for the Marshals to even follow what's going on in the race. In fact, sometimes it's the Marshals who are the only ones who sit and listen diligently to what the commentators are saying trackside, because they don't really have any other way of keeping track of who is doing what. And it's important for the Marshals to know what the story of the race is, because they need to know when to show blue flags. And sometimes what they might think is a car that's on the same lap as another could actually be multiple laps ahead or behind it, and vice versa. They could think that one car's coming up to lap another and so show the blue flags, but actually they're fighting for position. So it is important for them to try and keep track of what's going on in the race, but not an easy job for them, especially when it's getting dark and wet and windy and miserable out there. Oh, John Wyatt is in. John Wyatt is in. Now, is this for a scheduled stop? No, this is his third visit in the pit lanes. This is an issue, I think, for John Wyatt, or are they just topping it up with fuel? I think they're just topping it up, so Wyatt doesn't look very happy about it, does he? He really doesn't look very happy about it. That is not a cheery racing driver. John had been driving very well, and I think the idea that he's had to make an extra pit stop has probably not thrilled him, so he's going to drop behind now the George Grant and Abby Eaton car, which continues to lead in Club B, incidentally. So they were having a bit of a tough time earlier on from the Finn Clio, but then they dropped out of the race mysteriously, so that sort of opened the door for the Rob Boston Racing MX-5 to healthily now leading Club B. Here comes the Lee Collins Caterham trying to get past Paul Ellis Smith. But even the Mini is outpacing it down the straight. Look, this must be so frustrating for Collins because he's clearly fast enough to chase down Hinson if he's just left unimpeded, but he relies on having a clear run through the technical sections. And as soon as he gets a back marker ahead of him at that part of the track, that's it. All of his lap time's gone, and actually Hinson's now starting to get away from him. 5 seconds now, the gap between the two. There is Keir Economy, race leader, out of Club Corner. 17.5 minutes still to go. Rain starting to drop. Visibility in general starting to drop. Headlights ablaze on all cars at this stage of the race. Back out into the fray goes John Wyatt. So it is my understanding that if that was his third stop, it doesn't have to be 3 minutes, because that wasn't a 3-minute stop, quite clearly. But I think as long as you make 2 3-minute stops in the race, or your first 2 stops are 3 minutes, I think that's okay. It becomes scary now, quite frankly, because that's the chance of an overall top 10 gone. He hunted Pro C, which was a class he was always going to find a bit difficult to beat against the likes of James Alford and the Vogue Scirocco. John Wyatt back out into the race now. So is Ricky Cooper in the Honda Civic as well. Getting back out for hopefully the final 16 minutes or so of the race without having to come back into the pit lane. Towards us comes the EST Performance Seat. Now, I haven't seen this car going slowly for a while. It might be that we haven't seen it at all for a while, but hopefully they've got to the bottom of that issue they were having. You can see the little bit of tape that they've attached to the rogue bit of bodywork on the front wing. Flapping in the wind as he accelerates past the pits up into Abbey Corner. Full commitment right-hander at Abbey, but in these conditions no one committing quite like they have been. Lap times have really dropped off. Keir Economy doing 1:15s now, possibly in traffic, but possibly he's just coaxing this one home now. No need to take any big risks, no need to throw the car down the road if conditions are starting to get a bit treacherous out there. And now, Lee Collins, I suspect, has got himself into some clear track, because all of a sudden he's put in a lap time that is 9/10 quicker than Paul Hinson. So the gap back down to 4.5 seconds now. That is the closest battle on the track for 4th position. But it all relies on traffic management, I think. Paul Hinson, with more power, is always going to get through the back markers a little bit more cleanly than Lee Collins. Here's the 181 car, by the way. That's Jonathan Wilshaw, his privately run Mark III MX-5. Pit window closed. That is correct now, the pit window closed. It is 17:51 and 50 seconds, so the pit window is now closed. There goes Paul Hinson. Where is the little Caterham? Where's the Caterham? Just saw it in the background. Is this gap continuing to come down? Of course, Hinson now getting held up slightly by the Sholto Deerling BMW. The inside goes Hinson into Club chicane. Wait. There is Lee Collins. So Lee Collins, I think that's maybe closer than 4.5 seconds, isn't it now? That's maybe closer to 3.5 seconds. So Paul Hinson is going to have some defending to do here, I think. 14 minutes to go. What are the lap times? Hinson does a 1:17.4. And actually, Lee Collins makes a liar out of me. He does a 17.6, so it looked like he was closer than that. But, just not quite able to consistently take the time out of Hinson that he needs to do. And of course, he's now got to try and get past two pretty quick BMWs. I think one of those is the Simon Green car, Simon Green Motorsports car, number 50. The other we know is Sholto Deerling in the number 2, so they're not going to be the easiest of passes for him to make, even though they should be, because he's lapping them. It's not always that easy, like I said, for the drivers to know exactly who it is that's coming up behind them. Here comes Kuma back into the pit lane. Probably time to call it a day, isn't it? Let's be honest. Not been a fun afternoon for them. Car ran well for the first third of the race, and then mechanical maladies have taken him out of contention now. That is not a late entrant to the SuperSport Endurance Championship. That is one of our Pragas that's going to be out in the prototype races, the ZEO Prototype races tomorrow. They're just making their way to their pit garage that they've been allocated. Caught everyone's attention though, didn't it? That would definitely be an interesting handicap to see how many laps they could claw back over the final 12 minutes or so. Tomorrow, like I said, we are joined by 3 new series, so the ZEO Prototype Series is one of them. We'll also have the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship and the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy will be out tomorrow. So they have their 45-minute pit stop race in the afternoon. ZEO Prototypes will have 2 30-minute races, and the MX-5 Clubmans will have 2 15-minute races over the course of Sunday. Camera there really showing how dark it's getting out there. That actually brightens the view slightly. Always hear that said, don't you, on TV, that the cameras add brightness, but they really do. Looking out of the window now, it looks like we're almost heading to night time. Oh, now that looks like it's a little bit more terminal suddenly for the Seat. That was an engine going pop, I think, on the number 114 car. It pulls to the side of the road. There was smoke billowing from the front and the back of it for a moment. Off through the gravel they go. And well, that is a crunch and a half, wasn't it, as they came to a standstill. That's the danger, really, of running a car that clearly has an issue and not pitting it, because they've stubbornly refused to bring that car into the pit lane, apart from when the front bodywork was loose. And the danger is always that you're stressing something that's already about to break, and you can make matters worse. Don't know, it could be a completely unrelated issue, but yeah, shame that they weren't able to get the last 11.5 minutes of the race done and at least get a checkered flag for their troubles. Now, I just spotted a moment ago Paul Hinson about to come across a big gaggle of back markers. He is now only 3.7 seconds clear of Lee Collins. There goes Collins in the Caterham down the back straight, and he is definitely about to start closing in on Hinson, I think. Yeah, that's coming down, isn't it? Hinson's not having the best of time in the traffic now. Number 8, Darryl Creswell, Harry Eyre and Paul Herndon MX-5. That's one of those cars with a 30-plus second penalty to be added on, and that was the number 2 BMW overshooting the corner. Bounces back on right in front of Paul Hinson, and Sholto Deerling has had plenty of camera time today, not necessarily always for the right reasons, but I suspect it's getting a bit greasy out there now. And Sholto Deerling nearly ended up slithering. Oh, and that was the number 8 car. No, it's not the number 8 car, it's the 91 car pulling off now. Stuart Humphrey and Martin Rich's Mark III MX-5. What a bizarre race this is. About 20 minutes into the race, everyone seemed to hit trouble, and now about 10 minutes from the end, we're getting another brace of retirements coming in. Such a shame. This is the part of the race where I suppose, like I said earlier, you'd expect a bit of attrition to creep in. Perhaps not quite this much. Right, this is the battle then, and well, Lee Collins 1.5 seconds back now. He was 2.3 seconds quicker than Hinson on that last lap. Hinson obviously had to dodge the BMW down at Club Corner, which would have lost him maybe a second, but Lee Collins has got the bit between his teeth now. I think he realises that this is for position. I wonder whether Paul Hinson realises that then. Windscreen wipers still going intermittently on most cars out there, including Hinson's, as he comes up behind the Renault Megane. I This is the battle, I remind you, for fourth position. They both run in different classes, but it's for fourth place overall. And Lee Collins wants to try and pick up an extra position at the expense of Hinson, whose bonnet look is starting to flap around a little bit, I think, as it accelerated past the pits. Nothing massively to worry about, but just an extra needed distraction. The gap is now 1.1 seconds. Collins is almost there. But this is where he finds out just how difficult an overtake this is going to be. If that BMW is significantly quicker down the straights than the Caterham, which I suspect it will be, then it could be difficult for Lee to make the move actually stick. Might have to try and do it in traffic, actually, which for a while was his Achilles heel. But actually the last few knots of back markers they've come across have favoured Lee over Paul. Well, there's a lot to choose between them in a straight line, does it, down the Hangar Straight? So a chance maybe for Lee Collins, if he can pick the right moment, time his run correctly, he might be able to steal fourth place here in the closing stages. Through Club they head. Towards the start-finish line. Now, this is Lee Collins' opportunity, maybe. If anything, he seems to be closing in a straight line. Now, yes, he is. Is Hinson running into problems? Is that smoke coming from the back of Paul Hinson's car? I think it might be. And through will go Lee Collins then up into fourth place. Hinson's going to try and fight back around the outside. But was that a little bit of smoke I saw emanating from the back of the BMW? Could have been a trick of the light. Not that there's much light out there, but that might be the problem. I wonder if on that left rear corner, about where the exhaust is, whether there's a little bit of white smoke coming from the back of the number 25 car. Either way, he's lost the position now, and Lee Collins is through into fourth. So that move was coming for a while. Then it looked as though it wasn't, because he was dropping back again in traffic. But once they cleared the worst of the back markers, Lee Collins was able to show just how quick he is, and he moves through into fourth place. On it definitely rattling around, isn't it, on the Hinson mobile? Drop downhill once again through the Vale into Club. Battling over the curbs on the inside line, the Caterham 310R of Lee Collins. As I said, he's done some one-make Caterham racing in the past. This is a very, very different challenge for him. He has certainly been strong out there. Fairly physically demanding car to drive at Caterham as well, so the fact that he's been out there for nearly 2 hours now on his own, no driver change, and not even a chance to catch his breath during the pit stops, because he's been helping with the pit stops. He's been the fire extinguisher man. He is up now into fourth position. He's 46 seconds behind James Alford. Alford's got a 38.4 second penalty, so could Collins even end up on the overall podium here? His lap times are not quite as quick as Alford last time around, but he has been going quicker than Alford before he caught Hinson. So this lap will be an interesting one to watch. If Collins can put in 2 or 3 more really blindingly quick laps at the end of the race, he could get within 38 seconds of James Alford and steal an overall podium. But that's not the way to do it. Snatches a break into the Club chicane. Straight out of Club corner itself and past the Silverstone wing. 5.25 minutes of racing still to go. And Lee Collins is 46.6 seconds back. He was 2.5 tenths slower than Alford that time. Don't think he's going to do it, is he? 8 seconds he would have to gain in 5 minutes. Probably not that likely. In fact, Hinson's going to try and come back at him here. I think, yes, he does. Paul Hinson storms up the inside. Collins was delayed by that lapped car through Farm. The number 37 car that was. And almost lost the place to Hinson, but Hinson has to settle back in behind as Paul got the legs down the straight now, maybe, to challenge again. Thought Collins would be able to escape, but that's not been the case. Again, traffic his undoing, maybe. And Hinson does have a good car in a straight line. Pulls to the inside line. tries to claim the position under braking into Stowe corner, then Paul Hinson back through into fourth, but Lee Collins late on the brakes. The lightweight Caterham able to brake later, able to carry more mid-corner speed, and that gives him a ticket now to the inside line, down through the Vale. How late on the brakes can he be? Late enough, it turns out, and he slips back through. Terrific scrap this for fourth position. I think they're both very much aware that they're fighting for overall positions here, and Paul Hinson's not going to have it easy if he wants to try and get that position back again. 4 minutes to go. And into Abbey Corner they head. More traffic ahead. I think one of them might have been the John Wyatt Mini, which by the way is in 13th place now, having served its next pit stop. No, it wasn't, sorry. It was actually the Ricky Kumba Honda. Hinson again looks to the inside. He's got the opposite problem to the problem that Collins had, though. Collins struggling to keep up in a straight line, but Hinson, as good as he is in a straight line, can't simply drive past the Caterham, so the Caterham's always then able to outbrake him into the corners, and that's going to make finalising this move very, very tricky indeed. But Hinson is not going to give in, that much I can guarantee you. And to Stowe, that's George Grant now, I think, back in the number 69 car. Oh, that is the Paul Ellis-Smith Mini off the road. What was it doing there? How did it get there? And can it continue? Oh, the answer appears to be no, and that's a dodgy old place to be running slowly right on the apex, right on the racing line, over what is a slightly blind right-hander there at Stowe Corner. So hopefully Paul can get that car out of the way. Paul Hinson then down the pit straight, losing touch now with Lee Collins. I think that last bit of traffic has probably been the final nail in the coffin for Hinson. He has just, unfortunately, not been able to stick with Lee Collins. 2 minutes 20 to go then. Kiam Economy leading the way. There is Paul Ellis-Smith back in the pit lane. That's a relief. Didn't want to see that car stranded on track. Oh, that was John Wyatt in as well. So John Wyatt in the other Mini is in the pit lane. Those two in the same class, were they not? Yes, they were. So Paul Ellis-Smith had actually gained a position from Wyatt when Wyatt pitted again. And then immediately they had to come in too. So, in fact, they're back out on track now, are they? Timing screen says that they've just driven through the pit lane and continued. So, slightly bizarre. Not entirely sure what happened there. To the final stages then of what has been an intriguing opening round, the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup Championship. There goes Julian McBride, second place for him. But it's the number 21 BMW, the BMW 1M, which leads the way, and very shortly will be beginning its final lap of the race. Not sure where they are on track, the race leaders. But with now less than a lap time left on the clock, the next time they cross the line, it will be the penultimate time. There they go, right on cue. So final lap begins for Kiam Economy, and he and Bart Horster put together a pretty perfect race really. They started on pole, they dropped to third in the first lap or so, and looked as though they just didn't have the pace. They dropped 20 or more seconds away from the race leading car of Kevin Clark and Aldo Ritti, but then they fell by the wayside. So did the Nigel Greensall BMW, car that he shared with David Gooding before David even got a chance to sit in the car. That car was out of the race. Through it all came the plucky BMW 1M of Kiam Economy and Bart Horston, and they are, as a result of their trouble-free afternoon, like others out there who have had nothing but dramas, they are going to come home race winners. They've even had to battle some slightly deteriorating conditions in the closing stages. Visibility dropped. Rain started to fall on the circuit as well. Oh, and they're in the pit lane. They're in the pit lane. What on earth is going on? The race isn't over yet, and they've just pulled into the pit lane. Paul Ellis-Smith has stopped on the track, but why is the race-leading car in the pit lane? They're going to cross the timing beam. I think they will still win the race, but have they got the power? I think they're out of fuel. I think they're out of fuel, and they're going to limp across the timing line in the pit lane. If they get far enough down the pit lane, they have to cross the timing line in order to be handed the checkered flag. Does Kiam Economy think the race is over? He's pulling in. That is one of the BRSCC, that's Greg from the BRSCC, who I think is going to try and explain to him the race is not over. He's not crossed the he's not crossed the timing line, I don't think. I don't think he's seen the checkered flag. He doesn't have a checkered flag against his name on the timing screen. But Julian McBride does, but of course he was a lap down. So, I don't know who's won the race. I really genuinely don't. Julian McBride is the first car to see the checkered flag, but he's a lap behind Keir McConomy and Bart Horston, but they are technically not running at the time of the checkered flag. I have never seen that happen before. That is a new one to me. I have never seen a car finish the race in the pit lane, but a lap ahead of everybody else. I'm glad I'm not having to do the winner's interview, that much I'll say. That's Richard's problem now, to try and figure out who on earth has won the race. I think it might still be McConomy and Horston, because they had that lap in hand. But I genuinely am not sure. Anyway, they must have had a problem, so the race ended at the perfect time for them, if it is Keir and Bart who are going to be the winners. What can I tell you? I can tell you Julian McBride won Pro B. I can tell you James Alford won Pro C. And Club A, Paul Hinson, Club B, George Grant and Abby Eaton, and Club C, won by Adam Reed and David Drinkwater. This might be the way in which that race finished. I think Keir McConomy and Bart Horston, well, they're classified at the moment as provisional race winners. Let's just go with that. They were not the first car across the line, but they had a lap in hand over Julian McBride, who is at least a class winner. That much is for definite. James Alford thirdly, Collins fourth, Paul Hinson fifth, ahead of Tim Mead and... keep calling him Tim, Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland in the Scirocco. Then it was the Simon Green Motorsport BMW of Mark Lee and Richard Evans in 7th. 8th place then for Michael Sanford, Lewis Noon and Sam Reuter in the number 77 car. Michael Edwards was 9th. George Grant and Abby Eaton completed the top 10, and they were class winners as well. And as I said, George dedicating that race, and I'm sure the win, to Will Blackwell Chambers, who was involved in that accident earlier on today in the Super Cup race. Then it is the number 53 of Bob Sharp, plus Dean Gardner and Pat McCarthy, 11th place, 12th for Paul Ellis Smith and Wendy Ellis Smith, but again I don't think their car was running at the flag, although by the looks of it might have got going actually. Adam Reed and Dave Drinkwater with that alternate strategy that they were on, it netted them a Club C class victory, and 13th overall with John Wyatt in 14th place. 15th then for the 1-2-3 car, that was James Miller and Martin Balby. Jonathan Wilshaw was 16th. 17th position for the Mazda MX-5 of Darryl Creswell, Harry Eyre and Paul Herndon after that sizable penalty that they copped. Sholto Deerling was 18th. We then start getting into some of the cars that had issues. The number 114 Seat, the number 91 Mazda MX-5. Further down you had the Finns in there, Renault Clio. They looked like contenders in class for a while. Ricky Coomber likewise, but one of many drivers to hit mechanical issues before half race distance. The same true of Kevin Clark and Aldo Ritti, who led the race until they came into the pit lane with a mechanical issue. Nigel Greensaw was out early, so were Jasper Sapra and Brian Bransom, who will not be classified as finishers, nor will the number 73 car of Matt Spark, John Saunders and Phil Nagel, and likewise number 55, which was Christian White, Jonathan Salem and Matt Mills Mini. Well, a truly bizarre conclusion to that race. I have no idea who the winner is, to be honest, but somebody is ready to have a chat with Richard and John Neal, hopefully in a moment or two. Anyway, they will be. I suspect they're still trying to figure out what on earth's going on, because look, all of the other cars have got into Parc Ferme, apart from the car that was leading at the end of the race. So that car doesn't have any power. Whether it's out of fuel, which seems most likely given the timing of that, running out on the 93rd and last lap of the race. But I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know how they're going to deal with this, because it's my understanding that you have to be running at the time of the checkered flag. Now that car, it has actually crossed the timing beam, I think, because if you look on the track, the finish line, which isn't always the same as the start line, is the white line that ambulance is crossing now. That is the finish line. That should, it's my understanding, stretch right the way across into the pit lane at the same point. So if that is the case, then yes, that car crossed the finish line, but in the pit lane. But I don't know if there's a rule that says they have to be on the track. Okay, so that was it was Bart Horston in the car for the final stint. Then that we didn't know, but he said he just had no drive. So whether that was fuel, possibly not fuel, possibly that was something else that had conked out on the last lap of the race. But perhaps he thought he'd seen a last lap board there. I really don't know. But discussions ongoing. We do at least have class winners who we could perhaps try and grab, because of course Julian McBride and James Alford were on the overall podium and they were the Pro B and Pro C class winners. Paul Hinson would be good to have a chat with as well, but understandably we want to try and figure out who on earth won the race beforehand. Right then, hopefully with some answers we can head down to the pit lane and catch up with Richard John Neal.
I'm as ready as I'll ever be down here in Victory Lane because obviously you heard what was going on. The great news is we've got Keir McConomy and Bart Horston here, so we'll chat. Bart, don't go away, listen, they're walking away from me. Guys, Bart, what happened?
I'm not sure. I assume it's drive shaft, but we'll see because just had a lot of gearbox noise on the back straight.
Right.
Thought I was maybe going crazy, but and then it had no drive when I shifted up before last chicane. So well, we'll see what happens. But I don't know if we'll classified first or not. But either way, I just enjoyed the race. It was a good race, and yeah, we'll see, I guess. But I just hope the car's okay, to be honest with you, because it's really fun driving it and mixed weather. So interesting race.
I think I can still hear Andy McEwen, who's our commentator, sort of trying to work out, exactly what. Keir, we'll get you in as well because you were part of this as well. And I think the idea is that some championships in the rules it will say you have to take the checkered flag, and others will say if it's endurance, you completed more distance, which I think you did. So either way, it was a great pair of drives from the pair of you.
Yes, we were happy. Yeah, good. Happy with both our drives, I think. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. I mean, the team seemed to think that with the lead that we had and with it being endurance, we should be okay. But we'll wait for the decision. Yeah.
That's cool. Interesting times, isn't it? Bart, I had the pleasure of commentating you in F4. We've had a few F4 folk in the pit lane today, and it's great to see you out here and still racing and enjoying it.
Yes, 100%. I'm probably moved more of my focus to the European side of things now, but it's still great to race in the UK and at my local track. So yeah, I love racing here, and racing with Keir is really fun. He did an awesome job today, to be honest. I just had to get in and pedal the car home, and literally at the end. But yeah, I had an easy job. He's the one who had to fight with the other guys and do the good lap times. So yeah, I'm just enjoyed today.
It's very magnanimous of you, but you both made a fine pairing. And as I said to Keir in pit lane earlier on, when I saw your entry, last year, that's a good entry on paper, and thus it's proved. So anyway, I hope it all works out for you. Thank you for having a chat. Well done, cracking drive. Yeah, see you soon. See you next time. We look forward to that. Now the idea is that the championship coordinators, championship officials are going to round up the other class winners for us to grab a word with. So I sort of tentatively look over here. We've got one of the class winners, and we've already had a little chat with them. I'm going to go and grab a quick word anyway. So this is our Club B winner. Oh, and they're having a word with Mark at the moment. So Mark Werrell, who's looking after the circuit commentary for the spectators that are around the track here. I tell you what, Mark's done as well. What a gent Mark Werrell is. Thank you very much, Mark. Here we go. George and Abby, let's have a quick word. Well done. Congratulations. Class win. Can't ask for more than that.
Yeah, you've said it all, to be fair. I mean, it's been fantastic. First race, first win, and actually with the great Abby as well. So what more could you want?
So is Dad watching?
I think he is, yeah. So he's been in hospital this morning for a minor op. So he's probably a little bit drowsy, but he's been watching it on YouTube. So, Dad, if you're watching, hope you're feeling all right, and see you later.
Hope you had a good birthday. It was a birthday in the week, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah, 71 years young.
Excellent, that's good to see. So rest of the week, are you staying the rest of the weekend, or are you working, or you mentoring? And
I'll stay here. I'll stay and watch George tomorrow and help him out as and where I can with hopefully a little bit of a voice of comfort and cheering on. And yeah, hopefully he does all right in the races in Super Cup.
Absolutely. I mean, it's great to have somebody who've had Abby's experience here, of course, because the stuff that Abby's done, obviously being a previous winner in the Mazda MX-5, she's very modest, but she's an absolutely cracking driver, a brilliant engineer, and has actually been really a good mentor, certainly with us over this last couple of days, setting the car up, which is brilliant. Obviously helping Rob Boston as well.
Fantastic, that's great to hear. Well done, you guys. Congratulations. Let's see who else we've got. So that's our Club B winners. We got Club. I'm going to do Club C next. Adam Reed and David Drinkwater here.
One of them.
David, lovely to see you. Congratulations, good driving. It's one of the stressful decisions, I think, because it was a clear-cut one, which is great out of the classes. But talk us through your race.
Yeah, no, it was very good. Got Adam to start, which I normally do. It means he just sits in the car longer and I can have a nice, easy finish at the end.
These are great events, aren't they? I mean, 2 hours is nice for you drivers to get stuck into. Good endurance events. A lot of people have been talking to me about endurance and how there aren't actually, necessarily any good clear-cut routes into getting into proper GT racing and endurance. But this is a good step.
Yeah, it's really good. With the tweaking regulations this year, you can have 1, 2 or 3 drivers, and you can split the costs, which is what Adam and I do. We split the costs quite nicely on tyres, fuel, and entry, so it works out affordable.
When can we see you next?
Got a few weeks, and then we're back for the SuperSport C1 race, and then KA race, and then C1 race, and then some others.
All material that we enjoy on our live streams. Congratulations, thank you very much for joining us. Very well done. Phil Hinson won Club A, so our sort of club winner. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was really, really good race. Started off in P12, and by I think the third corner I was up to P4, so I was really, really enjoying that. But obviously the faster cars came through then. But it was pretty plain sailing. But we actually short fueled on 2 of the stops, so I spent a good 25 minutes lifting and coasting, which I really don't like to do because I'm a sprint racer at heart. So I was like 2.5 seconds a lap down on some time, and we were just getting fuel surge on the final lap of the race. So I think we just timed it okay.
Yeah, that's a relief, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I think we'll have to look at the fueling rigs because I've had them for a couple of years now, and both of them popped off and broke when we were mid-fueling, so we ended up about 10 litres short. So I just had to sort of try and lift and coast, get those 10 litres back. So, yeah, it was all right in the end, and I think our pit stops were 3 minutes on 1 and 3 minutes, so I don't think we can go much faster than that.
It's that much difference, isn't it? It's one of many elements that you have to get right, isn't it, in any endurance race, whether it's a 24-hour race or a 2-hour. So many more factors come into it.
It is. I mean, the most comfy place to be in endurance racing is in the seat. It's like the pit stops and, trying to get out inside 3 minutes and things like that. They're the things that really stress you out because, you're reliant on the team, and you've got to work together as a team. So even though we made some mistakes today, with the refueling, things breaking, the team did a great job and brought us back in P1. So, yeah, really happy to start the season like that.
Brilliant start. Well done. Thanks for chatting to us. Many congratulations. Thank you very much indeed. That was Phil. So, according to my list now, we probably need to speak to Julian McBride. Have we got Julian here? Julian McBride doesn't look like he's here at the minute. And the other one, we had a discrepancy potentially over Pro C, which was between Stuart Mead, Tim Hartland or James Alford. So we need to grab our winner from Pro B. James Alford, maybe? Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland. So James Alford it is that takes the win. James, let's get you over. Sorted it all out in the end. Congratulations, well done. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic! Tell me the good news.
Well, this is from this is from Scott, who looks after all the press stuff. So class win. Fantastic car. Are you racing in the TT Cup as well? Is that the idea, or this is a car specific for this?
Sport tomorrow. That'll be for us, not the TT Cup. So we're a little bit quicker than the normal TTs, but it's been a great car, and it had only done 16 laps before today.
Oh, had it?
So to bang out 2 hours, hats off to the guys that built it. So TSR.
There's a lot of single driver entries, and for a 2-hour race, I was going to say you look pretty cool about it. I mean, it's hard work, isn't it?
I'm not. I've had a little emotional roller coaster where I've been leaning on the car for 5 minutes just because you interviewed me last. So yeah, it's been good. I really enjoyed it. So yeah, really pleased.
What are the physical ramifications of these? I mean, do you go? I know if I go and do an endurance kart thing, being an old guy, I'm aching the next day. And does this sort of thing have that physical effect on you?
Yeah, a lot of it is lapse in concentration, like the physical side of it. I train a lot for that, but it gets to a certain point where it can be really hot in the car and you sort of misjudge a corner. When it does get too hot, you do make mistakes. But today was a really good day. When it's the cooler weather like this, it's a lot easier to cope with. And it wasn't too hot in the car, and I'm pretty pleased with it. So, yeah. Went for electric windows this year. It's a good move.
Very smart move indeed. And Andy McCowan was talking about, and we had a little bit of rain. Did you pick up on that, and did it affect things at all? Just the little smattering we had?
Because it was really light rain, and the tyres that we're running, the AO52s, they don't really suffer from light drizzle, so we're able to keep heat in the tyres. Any more than that, and would have been all sorts of trouble.
Well, James, many congratulations. Thank you for chatting to us, and we'll let you enjoy your evening.
Lovely.
James Alford, thank you very much indeed. So I think, do we have Julia McBride? We probably don't. A lot of people hanging on here on our live stream. So I'm gonna call it a wrap here and say thank you ever so much for joining us here at the opening Brscc meeting of the 2024 season. Hope you've enjoyed the first day. Day 2 is going to be as good, if not even better. We've got more of the same. We've got endurance racing, we've got Mazdas, we've got the ZEO Prototypes joining us as well, more from the modified Fords as well. We say, of course, a massive thank you to the Super Classic Formula Fords for entertaining us royally again today, and we look forward to seeing them a little bit later on in the season. From Andy McKeown in the commentary box, myself, Richard, John Neal, all the team for Alpha Live, thank you, Alpha, for making us feel welcome again and delivering such a fantastic job for us here today. Please join us tomorrow. Have a lovely evening. We'll see you then. Thanks for watching, and bye-bye for now.